Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. The house we grew up in was never the kind of place people would point at and call haunted in some obvious way. It was not one of those houses with a famous story attached to it, and it was not a place where every single night brought some new terrifying event. It looked normal from the outside. It felt normal most of the time. It was the family house, the place where we lived our everyday lives, where we argued, laughed, watched television, ate dinner, and did all the ordinary things families do. But even though I would not say it was definitely haunted, strange things happened there often enough that none of us could completely ignore the possibility that something unusual followed our family or showed itself around us from time to time. The strange thing about it was that the house itself did not have some long history of other families living in it before us, at least not in the way people usually describe haunted places. We were the only family who had lived there while we were growing up, so there were no known stories about former owners. No old deaths in the home that I knew of, and no obvious reason to believe there were residual spirits attached to the place itself. That was part of what made it all feel different. Because there was no clear history to blame, I started to think the house was not really the center of the strange experiences at all. Instead, it seemed more likely that something about our family made us more likely to notice, attract, or experience things that other people might never see. I do not know if sensitive is the right word, but it often felt like we were just a little more open to things outside the normal world than most people were. Over the years, different members of my family had experiences now and then that made us pause, even if we tried not to make a huge deal out of them. None of us wanted to live in fear, and none of us wanted to turn every creak or shadow into a ghost story. But every so often, something would happen that was hard to laugh off completely. It was not constant enough to dominate our lives, but it happened just enough to make us wonder. It created that uneasy feeling where you do not want to admit too much, but you also cannot fully deny what happened. One of the clearest incidents I remember happened when my youngest brother was about 7 years old. At the time, he was still at that age where he was old enough to go do simple things on his own in the house, but still young enough that if he got frightened, he got really frightened. It started in the most ordinary way possible. He walked into the kitchen to get himself a yogurt snack. I remember those yogurts very clearly because they were those more expensive ones that came in a plastic tube-like package, the kind you could squeeze and eat without needing a spoon. To us as kids, those felt like a better treat than regular yogurt because they were easy, sweet, and fun to eat. So there was nothing unusual at all about him wandering into the kitchen to grab one. He had been gone for a few minutes, and none of us thought much about it. That was perfectly normal too. Kids get distracted. They go into one room for one thing and then start looking at something else, forget what they came for, or just move slowly because there is no reason not to. So when he took longer than expected, nobody immediately assumed anything strange was happening. We were used to those small delays. My brother and I were in the back bedroom at the time, just sitting there doing whatever it was we were doing, probably talking, hanging around, or wasting time the way kids do when they are in the house together. Then suddenly, everything changed. Out of nowhere, my youngest brother came running back into the room in complete terror. Not the kind of fear where a kid just wants attention or got startled by something small. This was real fear. He came tearing back in, panicked and wide-eyed, and screamed that the cabinet doors in the kitchen had been slamming open and shut while he was in there. I still remember the intensity of how he looked. When a child is genuinely terrified, you can tell the difference immediately. His fear was not playful. It was not dramatic in the way kids sometimes perform fear to get a reaction. He looked like he had just seen something he could not understand and had gotten out of the kitchen as fast as he possibly could. The strange thing was that my other brother and I had heard something slamming while he was out of the room. We had heard repeated banging sounds, but because he was only about 7 years old, we assumed he had dropped something, knocked something over, or was just making noise while searching for his snack. That was the normal explanation, and at the time it made enough sense. We did not leap to anything supernatural because why would we? A child in the kitchen makes noise. Things slam. A cupboard gets hit too hard. Something falls. That is the kind of explanation you reach for first because it keeps the world ordinary. But when he came running back and said the cabinet doors had been opening and shutting on their own, the sound we had heard took on a different meaning. Suddenly, what we had brushed aside as regular kitchen noise did not seem so simple anymore. It was one of those moments where a sound you did not think twice about becomes much more unsettling once somebody gives it a shape and a story. He was convinced he had seen the cabinets moving by themselves. And because of how frightened he was, it was hard to dismiss him immediately, even if that was the first instinct. At the time, my brother and I were not easily scared. We thought we were tougher than we really were, which is pretty normal for boys. There were not many things that genuinely frightened us, except for our parents fighting. That was the one thing that really got to us. Their arguments hung over the house in a way that affected everybody, and not long after this, they ended up divorcing. Looking back, I think the tension in that house probably mattered more than we understood then. Houses hold emotion, and families under stress create a kind of atmosphere all their own. Even if you do not believe in spirits at all, you can still feel when a house is heavy with anger, sadness, or instability. And if you do believe there are things we cannot see, then maybe that kind of emotional environment gives them more room to act. Still, at that age, we were not thinking in those terms. We were thinking like kids. My brother had gotten scared in the kitchen, and that meant it was our job to go check it out. So naturally, we armed ourselves the way boys do when they want to feel brave in a situation that might actually be making them nervous. We grabbed our baseball bats and brought the dog. Our dog Bogey came with us because, in our minds, if something dangerous was happening in the kitchen, then you had to go prepared. Looking back, that image makes me laugh a little. 2 boys marching toward the kitchen with baseball bats and a dog like we were going into battle. But at the time, it made perfect sense. You do not walk into a dangerous situation empty-handed. The funny thing is that this all happened in the middle of the day. It was bright outside. Sunlight was coming in. Nothing about the time of day made the house feel especially scary. That matters because people always expect these things to happen at night, in the dark, when shadows stretch longer and your imagination has more power. But this was daytime. The kind of time when most people feel safe. That gave us confidence too. It is easier to go investigate a strange kitchen noise when the sun is out than when the whole house is dark. So we marched in there, ready to face whatever had upset our little brother. And of course, when we got to the kitchen, everything looked normal. Nothing was out of place. No broken dishes. No cabinet doors swinging open and shut. No obvious reason for panic. The room looked exactly as a kitchen should look in the middle of the day. Still, the fact that it looked normal did not really explain away the fear on my younger brother's face or the repeated slamming sounds we had heard from the other room. It only made the whole thing more frustrating. If a cup had fallen or a chair had tipped, we could have laughed, teased him for overreacting, and moved on. But because there was no evidence, we were left with only his story and the sound we had heard ourselves. My youngest brother never backed down from what he claimed he saw. He swore those cabinets had opened and closed by themselves while he stood there in the kitchen. He never changed the story. He never softened it or acted like maybe he was mistaken. In his mind, and really in his memory, those cabinet doors were moving on their own. Of course, because we were brothers, that did not stop us from making fun of him. We still told him he was a dork and acted like he had freaked out over nothing. That is just what brothers do. But joking is not the same thing as disbelief. Deep down, I think even then, part of us was not completely sure he had imagined it. That moment stayed with me for a long time, not because it was the most dramatic thing that ever happened, but because it was such a perfect example of how these experiences were in our family. They were never neat. They were never convenient. They rarely came with proof. Instead, they came in pieces. One person saw something. Another person heard part of it. Then when someone else rushed in to confirm it, the moment was already over. Nothing was left except the memory, and the uneasy feeling that maybe something had really happened. That kind of thing is hard to explain to people who have never experienced it. If something dramatic happens and leaves clear evidence, then you have something solid to point to. But when strange things happen in these quick flashes, they leave you in a strange middle ground. You know something happened. You know the fear was real. You know the timing was wrong in a way that makes normal explanations feel weak. But you also know that if you tell the story to someone else, especially years later, they are going to say the obvious things first. Maybe the kid imagined it. Maybe the sound came from something else. Maybe the doors had not been moving at all. Maybe fear added details afterward. Those are all easy explanations from the outside. But inside the family, when the same kind of odd experiences happen often enough, you stop dismissing them so easily. What makes this memory stand out even more now is the context around it. At the time, our house was full of tension. My parents were arguing a lot. There was stress in the air almost constantly. Even when things seemed calm on the surface, there was this underlying pressure in the home that everyone could feel. Children are sensitive to that, even when adults think they are hiding it. We knew more than people realized. We heard more than we were supposed to. We felt it in the way the house sounded, the way people moved through it, the way silence sat between arguments. Looking back now, I think that atmosphere probably fed into everything. Whether the strange experiences were supernatural or psychological or some strange mix of both, that kind of emotional heaviness matters. It makes me wonder if whatever happened in that kitchen was less about the cabinets themselves and more about the environment in the house at the time. If there really are things beyond our normal understanding, maybe they are drawn to emotional upheaval. Maybe stress makes people more sensitive. Maybe kids pick up on things adults do not because they are less practiced at shutting the world out. Or maybe the human mind under stress is simply more alert to sounds, movement, and odd little moments that would normally pass unnoticed. I honestly do not know which explanation I believe more. But I do know that our house was not emotionally calm, and I do know that strange things seem to happen around us more often than they seem to happen around other people. That is why I have never thought the house itself was haunted in the classic way people mean. It did not feel like there was one ghost attached to one room or one tragic history stuck in the walls. We were the first family there, and as far as I knew, there were no old deaths or dark histories tied to the property itself. The odd experiences always felt more connected to us than to the structure. Like the house was only the stage where things happened, not the source of them. That difference matters to me because it changes the way I think about what was going on. It makes me believe our family, for whatever reason, was just more likely to notice or attract things other people never would. That kitchen incident with my younger brother was one of the first moments that made me seriously think that. Before then, you can brush small odd things away more easily. But when a child comes running in terrified, and you yourself heard the repeated slamming before he said anything, it becomes harder to write the whole thing off as imagination. There was enough overlap between his experience and ours to make the story stick. We heard something. He saw something. We arrived too late to confirm it. That pattern repeated in different forms over the years, and eventually it started to feel like a theme rather than an accident. Another reason the story stayed with me is the image of how ordinary everything looked when we checked the kitchen. I think that is often the most unsettling part of strange experiences, not the dramatic moment itself, but the emptiness afterward. The room was bright. The cabinets were still. The kitchen was just a kitchen again. There was no evidence left to match the fear that had filled it moments earlier. It is almost worse that way. If something strange happens and then leaves no trace, you are left with a tension that has nowhere to go. The mind keeps circling back to it, trying to decide whether it was real, whether it mattered, whether you missed something. That uncertainty becomes part of the haunting in its own way. And still, the family dynamic around it stayed very normal in some ways. We teased my little brother. We called him a dork. We acted like maybe he had scared himself over nothing. That was how we handled fears sometimes. Humor is easier than admitting you are unsettled. If you laugh at something, it feels smaller. If you make fun of the person who got scared, it helps keep the whole event from taking over the room. I think that is what we were doing. We were trying to put the story back into the safe category of little brother being weird, even if we were not completely convinced by that ourselves. As an adult, I see that more clearly now. At the time, it felt like casual teasing. Now I think it was also defense. We did not want to admit that there could be things in the house we did not understand. We did not want to say out loud that our home felt unstable in more ways than one. It was already bad enough living with parents who argued constantly. We did not need to add moving cabinets and unexplained slamming to the list of things that made the house feel unsafe. So we kept it half joking, half serious, and carried on. Even so, the memory stayed. I can still picture my younger brother running back into that bedroom, panicked and yelling about the cabinets. I can still picture me and my brother grabbing baseball bats like we were heading off into battle, with the dog along like backup. I can still see the bright kitchen, the ordinary daylight, and the complete lack of evidence waiting there for us. And I can still remember the feeling that maybe, just maybe, something had been there and chosen that exact moment to show itself to the youngest one among us. There is also something telling about who experienced it most directly. The youngest child. That seems to happen a lot in families with stories like this. Children often seem to be the ones who see things first, or most clearly. Adults notice the after effects or hear about it secondhand, but the actual moment of contact tends to happen to the youngest or most open person in the room. Maybe that is because children are more imaginative. Maybe it is because they are more honest about what they perceive. Or maybe, if you believe in that sort of thing, they are simply easier for the supernatural to reach because they have not built up the same walls adults have. My younger brother was only 7. He did not have a complicated framework for denying what he saw. He just knew the cabinets had moved and that it scared him badly enough to run. That honesty is part of why I still give his story weight. He was not trying to impress anyone. He was not trying to become the center of attention in some clever way. He was just frightened. Really frightened. And the fact that my brother and I had already heard repeated slamming before he burst in only supports that. Even if we never saw the cabinets ourselves, we were not starting from zero. We had already heard something unusual. His story fit the sound we had dismissed. I also wonder now whether those cabinets were meant to get our attention specifically. Maybe not in some dramatic evil way, but simply as a show of force or presence. If something in the house wanted to be noticed, slamming cabinet doors while a 7-year-old stood in the kitchen would certainly do it. It was loud enough for others to hear. Visible enough to terrify him. And over quickly enough that when we came running in afterward, there was nothing left but the silence. That kind of event feels almost calculated in hindsight. Not because I think there was some mastermind spirit in the kitchen planning a performance, but because so many unexplained experiences seem to happen in ways that maximize fear while minimizing proof. That is the cruel balance of it. Enough happens to scare you. Not enough remains to convince anyone else. Our family learned to live in that balance. We never became the sort of people who saw a demon in every shadow or built our whole identity around being haunted. But we also stopped pretending completely that everything could be explained away with common sense. There were enough little incidents, enough moments like the cabinet doors, to make us believe we were seeing the edges of something most people never notice. And whether that something was supernatural, emotional, psychological, or some combination of all three, it became part of how I understood our family. In the end, we never proved anything about that kitchen. There was no video, no broken hinge, no swinging cabinet waiting for us when we walked in. All we had was a terrified child, a couple of slamming sounds heard from another room, and an ordinary kitchen sitting there in perfect daylight pretending nothing had happened. That is the whole story, and in some ways that is exactly why it has stayed with me. It is not dramatic enough to feel like fiction. It is too small and too specific. It feels real in the way family stories do, with just enough uncertainty to make you keep thinking about it long after the moment itself is over. My little brother still swears he saw those cabinet doors open and slammed shut by themselves. And if I am honest, after everything else our family experienced over the years, I believe that he probably did. A while back, I got one of those phone calls that starts out sounding ordinary, but before it ends, it leaves you thinking about it for the rest of the day. Because of the kind of writing I do, I get calls from all sorts of people. Some want to tell me a ghost story. Some want to share a strange experience. Some want me to investigate a place or look into a rumor. Over time, I have learned that once you step into the paranormal world, even a simple phone call can lead somewhere unexpected. This was one of those times. The woman who called me introduced herself as Jenny Swartz, also known as Jenny Cohn. She said she was a numerologist, and that she had a couple of ghost stories she wanted to share with me. She asked if I could meet her at Borders Books. Her voice sounded calm, but there was also excitement in it, like she had been waiting for a chance to tell someone all of this. That alone caught my attention, because people who have had unusual experiences often sound that way. They are eager, but also serious. They want to be heard, and they want the person listening to understand that what they are saying matters. So I agreed to meet her. When I arrived, Jenny seemed ready to begin before I had even fully settled in. Before getting into her ghost stories, she wanted to do something else first. She wanted my birth date. She told me she studied numerology and wanted to analyze my numbers. I gave her my birth date, and she immediately started working it out in her own way. Then she looked at me and told me that my number was 2911. She explained what that meant in her system. According to her, the number 11 meant I had a very high positive energy. She said 2 represented cooperation and balance. Then she added that I do not over-cooperate, and I do not under-cooperate, but if I feel pushed into something that does not sit right with me, I can become very uncooperative very quickly. I remember finding that interesting because it was oddly specific. Then she moved on to the number 9 and said it represented the universal side of me, including integrity and wisdom. After that, she connected all of it back to my writing. She had read some of my ghost stories already, and she told me that with an 11 in my numbers, she could understand why I had such a strong energy and such passion for writing paranormal stories. She said it made sense to her that I had become so prolific in my writing. She also told me that I had very clearly defined boundaries, which she seemed to mean not only emotionally but spiritually too. That was Jenny's way. She did not just speak in vague general statements. She spoke as if numbers formed a kind of map for how a person moves through life and how they interact with the unseen. Jenny also talked a little about her own beliefs. She said she followed Eastern philosophies, especially Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism. That led us into a wider conversation about spirituality, mysticism, and the different ways people try to understand what lies beyond ordinary reality. I told her about my author friend David Allen Hulse and his book Eastern Mysteries. I mentioned how Carlos Santana had once retreated to an island to read it, and how Neil Gaiman drew from some of Hulse's ideas when working on his Sandman comic series. Jenny listened with a lot of interest, and it was easy to see that she was deeply drawn to any tradition that tried to explain the world through symbols, energies, or hidden layers of meaning. Once she had finished talking about my numbers, the focus shifted to her. That was when the conversation became more personal and much stranger. She shared one ghost story with me that was deeply private and emotional. It was the kind of story that clearly meant a lot to her, and because it was so personal, it is not mine to repeat in detail. I could tell she had carried it inside her for a long time. It was not a spooky story told for entertainment. It was intimate, heartfelt, and connected to her in a very human way. I listened carefully because I could see she needed that story to be received with seriousness and respect. After that, she told me another experience, and this one took place in Ashland, Oregon. She said she had been walking in a field late at night. It was dark and quiet, and while she was out there, she noticed strange bluish-purple lights scattered across the field. At first, she could not make sense of what she was looking at. But as she stood there watching, the lights began to take on shapes. She realized they were moving in forms that looked like small animals, things like squirrels and rabbits. She said it slowly dawned on her that what she was seeing were not ordinary lights at all, but the ghostly spirits of animals. She was convinced she was watching the spirits of creatures that had once lived and died there, still appearing in light and motion long after their bodies were gone. That story alone would have been enough to leave an impression on me. But it was not the strangest thing she said. Then Jenny became very serious. She leaned in and told me that she wanted me to remember something. Not just hear it, not just think about it for a moment, but remember it. She said she had a vivid vision, and in that vision she saw Pope Benedict XVI being assassinated in front of a crowd of people with his arms raised. She said it with a level of sincerity that made it hard to dismiss, even though what she was describing sounded extreme. I remember feeling genuinely shaken hearing her say it. There was something about the certainty in her tone that made the room feel different. The reason her statement hit me so hard was because of the chain of prophecy it touched. I knew enough about Catholic prophecy and apocalyptic ideas to understand the implication. If Pope Benedict were killed, and if the next pope were to take the name Peter, then according to certain old prophecies that would mean the final pope had arrived. That would connect to end times ideas, and from there it was only a short leap to all the other prophetic systems people love to compare. It even linked, in a loose way, to the Mayan prophecy surrounding December 21, 2012, what some called the fifth and final sun, the age of the jaguar, the so-called end of an age. Jenny looked me right in the eye and said, "Paul, please remember what I am telling you. I saw the Pope assassinated in my vision." When I finally left that meeting, I drove away feeling more shaken than I expected. I have met a lot of unusual people, and I have listened to many stories that most others would ignore, laugh at, or instantly dismiss. But there was something about Jenny's intensity that stayed with me. Maybe it was the numerology, maybe it was her openness about ghostly animal spirits, or maybe it was the sincerity with which she delivered her prophecy. Whatever it was, I could not just shrug it off. I found myself hoping she was wrong, because if she was right, then her vision would not just be a strange personal experience. It would connect to a much larger and darker narrative about prophecy, succession, and the end of an era. By the time I got home, I knew I needed to shift my mind onto something else. One of the ways I do that is by checking in with the small core group of people who help me with research. They are people I trust, people who dig into historical crimes, strange places, and disturbing stories for me when I need background for a possible paranormal investigation. Sometimes their work leads nowhere. Other times, it points us toward cases and locations so dark that even thinking about visiting them makes the hair stand up on my arms. That night, I needed facts and research to clear my head, so I started making calls. The first person I checked in with was Chris Grissom, a paranormal investigator. I asked him what he had managed to dig up about Charles Chi-Tat-ing and Leonard Lake. These two men had fascinated and horrified me for some time because of the brutal and deeply twisted nature of their crimes. Chris told me that Leonard Lake had been a survivalist, and his ranch was located in Wilseyville in Calaveras County. He explained that Lake and Ing were believed responsible for around 25 murders, possibly more. Leonard had something he called Operation Miranda, which was tied to his fantasy of gathering sex slaves into a bunker. He believed the bunker would help him survive a nuclear holocaust, and he imagined that he and Charles Ing would then use these women to repopulate the world. It was madness, but it was also a kind of evil that thrives on turning fantasy into action. Chris told me that Lake and Ing took things even further than simple kidnapping and murder. They videotaped many of their victims while these women were bound, raped, tortured, and killed. The details were sickening. These were not random bursts of violence. They were calculated, prolonged, and deliberately recorded. According to Chris, when Leonard Lake was finally cornered by law enforcement, he took his own life by swallowing a cyanide pill. Charles Ing escaped to Canada and continued killing there, taking 8 more lives before he was finally brought back to the United States. Chris also mentioned that while in custody, Ing bragged to other inmates that he had killed a Marine during his time in the Corps. That detail may or may not have been true, but it fit the picture of a man who enjoyed feeding on fear and power. In the end, Ing remained in prison, but the darkness of what he and Lake had done still seemed to cling to the places they touched. After speaking with Chris, I moved on to Jennifer Baca, another paranormal investigator. Her task had been to gather information on Gerald and Charlene Williams Gallego. Jennifer told me that Gerald had attended Sacramento High School. Charlene, on the other hand, had presented herself very differently from what she really was. She appeared sweet, pleasant, and harmless, which was exactly what made her so effective in luring victims. She would approach young women and offer them what sounded like an easy job, usually something simple like delivering leaflets for money. Once the girls got close enough to the van, Gerald would seize them, drag them in, and the nightmare would begin. Jennifer described how Charlene would then drive while Gerald raped, tortured, and murdered the girls inside the van. One of the places where Charlene lured a victim was Sunrise Mall in Citrus Heights. Jennifer also mentioned that there had been orb activity at Sunrise Mall, captured with a digital camera on March 14, 2007, around 2 a.m. The photos had been taken by an amateur paranormal investigator named Raquel Nunez, who had no official affiliation with any group. Jennifer was careful to point out that these orb images did not prove the activity was connected to the Gallego crimes, and they certainly did not automatically prove anything supernatural. Still, she said it was one of those odd pieces of information worth keeping in mind if we ever looked more closely into that location. After Jennifer, I spoke with Michelle Stump, who is both a researcher and paranormal investigator. Michelle is one of those people who has read so much about murder and criminal history that she carries around a frightening amount of detail in her head. If a killer has left a trail anywhere in history, Michelle has probably read at least 3 books about it. She gave me a flood of information not only on the killers I had already asked about, but also on others I had barely heard of before. One of the cases she talked about was Randall Brent Woodfield, also known as the I-5 Killer or the I-5 Bandit. Michelle explained that Randall had committed around 13 murders along the Interstate 5 corridor stretching from Washington down to California. What made him especially eerie was the contrast between what he had been and what he became. Michelle reminded me that if he had not turned into a serial killer, he might have had a completely different life. He had once been drafted into the Green Bay Packers. He was handsome enough to pose for Playgirl magazine. On the surface, he was the kind of man people might have admired. Underneath that surface was a killer moving along the highways, taking lives and leaving trauma in place after place. The more I listened to all of this information, the more I felt the weight of where my work sometimes leads me. Writing ghost stories and exploring paranormal ideas is one thing. Looking at the intersection between violent crime and the possibility of lingering spiritual darkness is something else entirely. Places touched by torture, murder, and fear often collect stories afterward. Whether that means ghosts truly remain there or whether human imagination is simply trying to make sense of horror, I do not know. But I do know that the worst human acts seem to stain places in a way people continue to feel. That was when someone else entered the picture. As I mentioned before, because I write so many ghost stories and paranormal articles, I hear from all kinds of people. Some send me brief comments. Some send me long stories. Some want help, attention, or simply someone who will not laugh at them. In this case, I received an email from a man named Joseph Anthony Soyle, who said I could call him Joe. He had read one of my articles where I mentioned the possibility of investigating places connected to Charles Ng, the I-5 Killer, and Gerald Gallego. His email stood out because it was energetic, enthusiastic, and loaded with local paranormal gossip and personal observations. Joe introduced himself as someone who had been interested in the paranormal since the age of 14. He said he enjoyed reading my article about a certain haunted house and that he wanted to check it out for himself. Then he moved right into the material that really interested him. He mentioned that his friend Raquel Nunez had taken some cool orb shots at Sunrise Mall and that he believed Gerald Gallego had killed one of his victims there. That was how I later tied the orb activity Jennifer mentioned back to a real person connected to the area. Joe then brought up another location called Humboldt Sink. He told me that Gerald and Charlene had taken 2 girls to an isolated area there, hit them over the head with a shovel, and buried them. According to Joe, he had taken orb photos there himself and had heard from locals that there was residual haunting activity in the area. He also said that the I-5 killer had supposedly murdered one of his victims near Sutterville, an I-5 close to the Sacramento River embankment. Joe insisted that if I ever went there late at night, I would definitely get interesting orb shots. He claimed to have taken a misty white image near a tree there, and described the place as spooky as hell. In his view, the victim of the I-5 killer was almost certainly haunting that area. Then he came back around to Leonard Lake's ranch. He said that if I ever managed to locate Lake's old property, he would love to check it out with me because, in his words, that place had to be haunted. Joe clearly had the kind of mind that sees a violent location and immediately imagines the spiritual aftermath. He was probably not alone in that. Plenty of people believe that where extreme cruelty happens, the dead do not always leave cleanly. Joe ended his email on a lighter note, saying he was also a magician and that Chris Angel was his idol. He said he could show me some magic tricks someday and signed off by telling me to keep writing. That was very Joe. He could move from murder sites and ghostly orb photos to magic tricks and stage illusions in one breath. That is another thing I have learned in the paranormal world. The same people who talk about hauntings, serial killers, and residual energy often also love illusions, symbols, hidden meanings, and anything that blurs the boundary between what appears real and what might be something else. After reading Joe's message, I sat for a while thinking about all the threads crossing at once. On one side, there was Jenny with her numbers, ghostly animal lights, and unsettling prophecy about Pope Benedict. On another side, there were the researchers feeding me details about serial killers whose crimes had left emotional wreckage across California and beyond. Then there was Joe, pointing me toward possible haunting sites, orb photos, and lonely stretches of land where terrible things had happened. None of it existed in a neat line. It was all connected only by the fact that in the paranormal world, people constantly search for patterns between violence, prophecy, symbolism, and the unseen. That is part of what makes this work so strange. You start with one simple meeting in a bookstore with a numerologist who wants to read your birth numbers, and before the day is over you are thinking about murdered girls, occult-looking predictions, old ranches soaked in horror, and whether some shopping mall parking lot in the middle of the night might carry traces of something no one can fully explain. To some people, all of this would sound like nonsense stacked on top of coincidence. To others, it would sound like exactly the kind of hidden web that exists beneath ordinary life. I sit somewhere in the middle. I listen. I collect. I compare. I do not always know what is true, but I know that strange stories are often attached to very real pain. The thing that stayed with me longest from that day was not only Jenny's prediction, though that certainly shook me. It was the way all of these conversations together created a single atmosphere in my mind. It felt as though I had spent the whole day standing on the border between worlds. One person was reading my numbers and telling me I had unusually strong energy. Another was describing ghost lights and animal forms. Others were giving me the history of killers who treated human life like raw material. Then someone else was pointing me toward possible hauntings connected to those crimes. It all felt like a reminder that once you start digging into the paranormal, the subject quickly expands. It is never only about a ghost in one house. It becomes about prophecy, psychology, violence, folklore, obsession, symbolism, and the human need to connect what frightens us to something larger than ourselves. I have learned that people drawn to the paranormal often live near the edge of many different worlds. Some believe in numbers. Some believe in visions. Some believe the dead stay near the places of their suffering. Some believe in signs, orbs, strange lights, psychics, demons, energies, and old prophetic systems. Others do not fully believe any one thing, but they keep listening anyway because too many strange moments have touched their lives to dismiss everything. Jenny was exactly that kind of person. She lived at the edge of intuition, symbolism, and vision. Joe was another kind, the investigator who loves rumor, haunted geography, and photographic traces. My researchers belong to another layer entirely, the factual side, the side that says if you are going to investigate fear, first learn exactly what happened in the dark places where that fear still lingers. By the end of it all, I did not feel calmer. I felt more alert. I kept thinking about Jenny's words, especially the way she insisted I remember them. I kept thinking about Leonard Lake's ranch, about Gerald and Charlene Gallego's moving van, about the I-5 corridor, about isolated burial spots, about orb images that might mean nothing and might mean something. The ordinary world always likes clear categories. Murder belongs in crime. Visions belong in fantasy. Ghosts belong in fiction. Numbers belong in mathematics. But out on the edges of experience, people keep mixing those categories together because life itself often does the same. Maybe that is why I keep listening when these people call me. Because whether they are right or wrong in the end, they are all trying to understand the same thing. They are trying to understand what remains after violence, after death, after intuition, after symbols, after fear. They are trying to decide whether the unseen leaves marks in the world that the rest of us only half notice. And sometimes, when you hear enough of these stories in one day, you begin to feel that all of us are moving through much stranger territory than we like to admit. That day began with a numerologist in a bookstore. It ended with me staring at my notes, thinking about prophecy, ghost animals, serial killers, haunted locations, orb photographs, and the possibility of another investigation waiting just around the corner. That is what happens when you spend enough time in the paranormal world. You start the day with coffee and conversation. You end it wondering whether dark history leaves echoes, whether symbols matter more than we think, and whether somewhere out there, in a field, a mall parking lot, a riverbank, or an abandoned ranch, something is still waiting to be noticed. That night, both of our families had dinner together at a local Chinese restaurant. It was supposed to be a simple send-off before a long move, the kind of family meal people have when someone is about to leave and start a new chapter in life. My cousin, his wife, and their 3 kids were getting ready to move from Wisconsin all the way to Arkansas. He was going there to start a chicken farm with our uncle, and everyone was trying to keep the mood positive and hopeful. A move that big always comes with a mix of emotions. There is excitement because something new is beginning, but there is also stress, uncertainty, and that strange feeling that comes when you know life is about to change in a major way. At the restaurant, everyone was talking, eating, and trying to enjoy the evening. It was one of those ordinary family gatherings that should have stayed ordinary in memory. But later, after what happened on the road, people looked back at that dinner differently. Little things that seemed harmless at the time started to feel meaningful, almost like signs that no one understood until it was too late to ask questions about them. One of those little things involved my cousin's fortune cookie. After dinner, like people often do, everyone opened their fortune cookies and read the little slips inside. Most fortune cookie messages are vague and forgettable. They usually say something broad enough that anyone can make it fit their life if they want to. But my cousin stood out to him right away. It said something about taking a long journey but ending up in the same place. It was one of those odd fortune cookie messages that feels simple at first, but the more you think about it, the stranger it sounds. At the table, though, no one was treating it like a dark warning. They were all focused on the move, on Arkansas, on the chicken farm, on all the practical things waiting ahead. Then there was the back of the fortune slip. Like some of those fortune cookies do, the back of the paper taught a word in Chinese. The word on my cousin's slip was chicken. That detail amused him more than anything else. Since he was literally about to move to Arkansas to start a chicken farm, he took it as a good sign. To him, it felt like the universe was sending a little wink. Out of all the words that could have appeared there, it was chicken. That made him laugh, and I think it made the whole table feel even more certain that this move was somehow meant to work out. When people are about to begin something new, they often want signs that they are doing the right thing, and that fortune cookie seemed like one of them. At the time, no one saw anything ominous in it. It felt lucky. It felt funny. It felt like one of those little coincidences people remember fondly when things go well. The trip itself was going to be long, around 10 to 12 hours. Anyone who has traveled that far with children knows that the timing of a trip matters almost as much as the distance. My cousin and his wife had 3 kids, and they knew that if they left during the daytime, the children would get restless, bored, cranky, and tired of being in the car long before they reached Arkansas. So they planned it the way many parents do when they are trying to survive a long drive. They left at around 11 at night so the kids would sleep through most of the journey. It made sense. The road would be quieter, and the children would hopefully spend the hardest hours sleeping in the back seat. That was the plan. And for a while, everything seemed normal enough. The highway stretched ahead, the children slept in the back, and his wife dozed off in the passenger seat. My cousin drove through the dark the way people do on long overnight trips, focused but tired, thinking about the road and the life waiting at the end of it. Moving a family that far is not a small thing. Even when everything is going smoothly, your mind is full. You think about the drive, the kids, the money, the house waiting for you, the new job, the responsibility, and all the unknown things you have not yet reached. It is a strange state to be in, not quite living in the old life anymore and not yet settled into the new one either. Several hours into the drive, sometime around 5 or 6 in the morning, my cousin stopped at a gas station so he could use the restroom. It was still very early, the kind of early where the world looks almost empty. The sun was only beginning to rise. This was not a busy city station full of people and traffic. It was out in the middle of nowhere, the kind of isolated place that feels a little eerie simply because there is so much empty space around it. Rural gas stations at dawn have their own atmosphere. The light is gray and thin. The parking lot feels too still. The road hums quietly in the distance. And because it is neither fully dark nor fully morning, everything feels slightly out of place. When he stopped there, he left the 3 kids in the back seat. They were still asleep, and his wife was half asleep in the passenger seat, drifting in and out the way people do on long drives when they are exhausted but trying to stay somewhat aware. He probably expected the stop to take only a minute or 2. It was just a quick bathroom break. Nothing dramatic. Nothing strange. Just one more stop on a long road. He came back to the car, got in, and drove on. For the first few minutes after leaving the station, everything still seemed fine. The children remained in the back seat. His wife was still drowsy. The road continued on ahead. But then, after about 5 minutes of driving, something changed in him. He suddenly felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. That is the kind of detail people often mention when something is wrong before they can explain why. Your body notices before your mind fully understands. A strange chill, a feeling of being watched, the tiny hairs lifting along the back of your neck. Those are the kinds of sensations people do not forget because they come with a deep instinct that something is not right. He looked into the rearview mirror to check on the kids. And when he looked, he saw a figure sitting in the back seat with them. Not one of his children moving around. Not a shadow that looked like a coat. Not some trick of light from the road behind him. He saw the figure of a person with permed hair sitting back there among his kids. The image was clear enough to register immediately. This was not the kind of thing where you can say you thought you maybe saw something strange out of the corner of your eye. He looked into the mirror and saw what appeared to be a woman-like figure in the back seat with his sleeping children. The shock of that must have hit him hard. Without wasting a second, he turned around to see who it was. But when he did, the figure was gone. That moment alone would be enough to unsettle anyone for the rest of their life. Driving on an empty road at dawn, with your family asleep in the car, and suddenly seeing a person in the back seat who should not be there, then turning around and finding nothing, is not the kind of thing your mind can easily shake off. It breaks the normal logic of the moment. It forces you into that awful place between knowing you saw something and being unable to prove it. That is one of the hardest kinds of fear to live with, because it leaves you doubting the world around you while also doubting yourself. And before he could even fully process what had just happened, his wife woke up. The timing of that is what makes the story so difficult to dismiss as simple exhaustion or imagination. She woke almost immediately after he saw the figure disappear. And the first thing she told him was that she had just had the strangest dream. That caught his attention immediately, of course. He had just seen something in the back seat, and now his wife was waking from a dream at the exact same moment. She began telling him what she had dreamed, and as she talked, the whole thing became even stranger. In her dream, the stop at the gas station happened much the way it had in real life. They had stopped there, just as they actually had. But in the dream, there was a woman at the gas station who wanted to go with them to Arkansas. According to the dream, the woman said her husband had accidentally left her behind. She was alone, desperate, and apparently did not speak English. My cousin's wife, in the dream, tried to explain that they were in a hurry to reach their uncle's place, and that they had 3 kids in the back seat. There was no room for another person. But the woman got into the car anyway. She got in the back seat. With the children. In the dream, my cousin's wife physically dragged her back out of the car before they drove away. Then she woke up. That was the exact time my cousin had seen the figure of a woman in the rearview mirror sitting in the back seat. That is the part that makes the whole story stay with people. If my cousin had only seen a strange figure in the mirror, someone might say he was tired from driving all night. They might blame exhaustion, dawn light, stress, or the way reflections can sometimes trick the eye on an empty road. And if his wife had only woken up and told him about a weird dream involving a woman at the gas station, that too could be dismissed. Long car rides, half sleep, and strange dreams go together easily enough. But the fact that he saw a figure in the back seat and she woke at the same moment describing a dream in which a woman had entered the car and sat in the back seat with the children, that is what makes the whole thing feel deeply eerie. It is the overlap that stays with you. The mirror and the dream lined up too closely. The gas station in the middle of nowhere. The woman left behind. The woman getting into the back seat. The exact moment of waking. The exact moment of seeing. All of it together creates a story that is much harder to brush aside than either piece on its own. What also makes it disturbing is the emotional shape of the woman in the dream. She was not simply some random passenger. She was abandoned. Left behind. Unable to communicate clearly. Desperate to go with them. There is something sad and unsettling about that image. A woman standing at a lonely gas station at dawn, separated from the person who should have been with her, unable to explain herself properly, trying to force her way into a family's car. Even without the paranormal part, that is already a haunting image. Add the fact that my cousin later saw a figure in the back seat, and it becomes something much stranger. One of the questions that naturally follows is whether the figure he saw was the spirit of that same woman from the dream. Was there really some abandoned presence at that gas station? Was there some woman, dead or otherwise, who wanted to be taken along, and did she appear first in my sister-in-law's dream before my cousin saw her in the mirror? Or was the dream only a dream, and what he saw was something else entirely? Or were both of them touching the same event from 2 different angles, one through sleep and one through sight? That is what makes the story so unsettling. It opens more questions than it answers. There is also the very strange symbolism in the fortune cookie from the night before. At first, it had seemed harmless, maybe even lucky. A long journey that ends in the same place. The word chicken, written on the back like a cheerful sign for a man heading to start a chicken farm. But after the road incident, the wording of that fortune began to feel more mysterious. A long journey ending in the same place could mean many things depending on how you read it. Was it saying that no matter how far you travel, you carry certain things with you? Was it only a meaningless phrase people later gave meaning to because something strange happened? Or was it one of those little odd details that takes on weight only after the story has unfolded? People naturally search for patterns after an experience they cannot explain. That is part of being human. When something strange happens, the mind goes backward and starts gathering every unusual detail that might fit. The dinner. The fortune cookie. The road. The gas station. The sunrise. The dream. The mirror. All of it gets pulled together and turned over again and again, not necessarily because there is a hidden answer in it, but because once reality cracks in even a small way, the mind wants to make a shape out of the pieces. I have often thought about how vulnerable a family feels on a long road trip like that. You are suspended between places. You are not home anymore, but you are not yet where you are going. You are traveling with your children asleep around you, your spouse drifting in and out of sleep, and miles of road stretching through darkness and early morning emptiness. That alone creates a certain emotional openness. The mind is tired. The body is tired. You are alert, but not in the ordinary daytime way. Everything feels thinner on the road at those hours, especially in isolated places. If there are strange things in the world, it feels easier to imagine them attaching themselves to moments like that, when a family is in motion, undefended, half between waking and dreaming. The gas station itself seems important too. Those lonely roadside places carry a strange atmosphere, especially when they are nearly empty and the day has not fully begun. They are places of passing through. Nobody belongs there for long. People arrive, use the bathroom, fill the tank, buy something quick, and move on. In stories, those kinds of places often become the setting for encounters because they feel like in-between spaces. Not home, not destination, just a brief stop where anything or anyone might appear and disappear again. In this case, if the wife's dream had any connection to reality at all, then the gas station became the place where something tried to come along with them. It also matters that the figure was not seen outside the car, but inside it. That changes the nature of the fear. Seeing something strange on the road would be one thing. Even a figure near the pumps at dawn could be explained away in many ways. But to see a person-like figure sitting in the back seat with your children is something else entirely. That is intimate. That invades the protected space of the family. A car on a road trip becomes a kind of temporary home, especially with children sleeping in the back. To imagine that something unknown had entered that space without permission is what makes the story feel so unnerving. It was not a ghost on the side of the road. It was a passenger. And it was a passenger the wife had just dreamed about. I think the wife's role in this story is actually what gives it its strongest emotional power. Without her dream, the story would still be strange, but it would feel more like an isolated visual experience. Her dream gives the figure a story. It gives it intent. It gives it a reason to be there. In the dream, the woman was not silently haunting the car for no reason. She wanted to go with them. She had been left behind. She insisted on getting in. My cousin's wife had to remove her. That changes the figure from a mere apparition into something more human, or at least something that behaves with human need and desperation. Another unsettling thing is that the woman in the dream did not speak English. That detail may seem small, but it adds to the feeling of helplessness and distance. She was trying to communicate, but not in a way that fit easily into the family's world. That can symbolize many things. Maybe she was a real spirit from some lost moment in the past. Maybe she represented someone stranded between places and unable to connect. Or maybe the detail only came from the dream itself, because dreams often make people feel disconnected from normal understanding. Still, it adds another strange layer to the encounter. And then there is the possibility of coincidence. That is always the question in stories like this, and it is fair to ask. Could my cousin's wife have had a random strange dream while he, exhausted from driving all night, briefly imagined a shape in the rearview mirror? Of course that is possible. Human beings are tired, vulnerable, and suggestible on long overnight drives. Dreams can be bizarre and vivid, and mirrors at dawn can reflect in strange ways. If someone wants to explain the whole thing as coincidence, they certainly can. But coincidence becomes much harder to accept emotionally when two people touch the same impossible idea at the same moment. That is what makes this story stay with people. It is not just that one person saw something. It is that one person saw, and the other dreamed, and both experiences matched in the same place and time. That overlap is what gives the story its power. I also think about the children in the back seat. They were asleep the whole time, as far as anyone knew. They did not see anything. They did not hear anything. They simply remained there, sleeping, unaware that for a few seconds their parents were wrapped up in this strange event. That innocence adds something haunting too. The idea that children can sleep peacefully while adults around them feel the boundary between the ordinary and the unexplainable begin to blur. In a way, that is how many families move through strange moments. The children sleep. The adults carry the questions afterward. There is also a sadness in the possibility that the woman was truly abandoned. If the dream somehow connected to a real spirit or lingering presence, then the image becomes tragic. A woman left at a remote gas station, trying to continue a journey she can no longer make, trying to get into a car that is not hers, trying to travel with a family because she has nowhere else to go. That image feels more sorrowful than threatening. The figure my cousin saw did not attack him. It did not scream or lunge or do anything violent. It was simply there in the back seat. That presence feels eerie, yes, but also lonely. It almost makes you wonder whether the true emotion in the story is not horror, but abandonment. On the other hand, there is also something deeply unsettling about the idea that a spirit or unknown presence could attach itself during a stop and enter the car unnoticed except through a dream and a mirror. That possibility makes the whole road feel less safe. It turns a routine gas stop into a point of spiritual vulnerability. That is why stories like this stay so strong in memory. They attach the unexplained to common experiences everyone knows. Almost everyone has stopped at a lonely gas station during a long drive. Almost everyone has looked in the rearview mirror to check on sleeping children or passengers. Almost everyone has heard a strange dream from a half-sleeping spouse in the car. This story takes those very normal things and shifts them just slightly into the impossible. The timing of the sun rising matters too. Dawn is one of those hours that has always carried a strange symbolism in ghost stories and supernatural experiences. It is neither true night nor full morning. The world is changing state. Things are becoming visible again, but not completely. Long drives during that hour can feel unreal even without anything paranormal happening. Your body is tired, your mind is stretched, and the road around you can seem dreamlike. In that kind of light, the boundary between reality and something stranger feels thinner. Whether that is only psychological or something more, I do not know, but it certainly adds to the atmosphere of the event. What fascinates me most is that the wife did not merely dream of a woman standing somewhere nearby. She dreamed of a full interaction. In her dream, the woman had intention, need, and movement. She wanted a ride. She tried to get in. She was physically pulled back out of the car. Then the wife woke, and the cousin had just seen the woman-like figure in the back seat. That sequence almost feels like two sides of one encounter. The wife's dream tells the story of how the figure entered the car. The cousin's sighting reveals that it was there. Together, they make something like a complete picture, even if that picture remains deeply mysterious. If I place myself in my cousin's position, I can imagine how hard it would be to continue driving after that. Once you have seen a figure in the rearview mirror with your children, and then your wife wakes and describes a matching dream, the road ahead would feel very different. Every glance in the mirror would carry new tension. Every shift from the back seat would catch your attention. The whole car would feel slightly altered, as though something invisible might still be present even after the figure vanished. That kind of fear lingers. It does not go away simply because the figure disappears. At the same time, I imagine the wife must have felt unsettled in a completely different way. She had been asleep. She had not seen the figure with open eyes. But she woke carrying a dream vivid enough to tell immediately, and that dream turned out to match what her husband had just seen. That would shake anyone. It would make you question what dreams are and whether they sometimes open onto something real rather than only imagined. Most people can dismiss odd dreams quickly when they wake. But when the dream is confirmed in some strange external way, it becomes much harder to place. Stories like this are powerful because they leave both practical and supernatural possibilities hanging in the air at the same time. Maybe it was exhaustion and coincidence. Maybe the wife's dream influenced how the cousin later remembered what he saw, or maybe his sighting influenced how she later understood her own dream. Memory is complicated. Timing can distort things. But even knowing that, it is hard to shake the sense that something more may have been happening there. The details fit together too sharply. I also keep thinking about the fortune cookie phrase, a long journey that ends in the same place. Maybe it meant nothing at all. Maybe it was only one of those vague lines designed to sound wise and mysterious while saying almost nothing concrete. But after the road incident, that line starts to feel more eerie. What does it mean to travel far and still end up in the same place? Maybe it suggests that no matter where you go, certain things travel with you, your fate, your past, your spiritual weight, even the unseen. Or maybe it only reminds us how often humans project meaning backward onto ordinary objects after something strange happens. Either way, once the story exists, the fortune becomes part of its atmosphere. It is also interesting that the back of the fortune slip taught the word, chicken, in Chinese. That had made my cousin feel reassured because he was heading to Arkansas to start a chicken farm. He saw it as lucky. And perhaps it was, in a strange way. Not because it protected him, but because it made the journey feel meaningful before it began. Human beings are always looking for signs. We want travel, change, and risk to come with confirmation that we are doing the right thing. That cookie gave him that feeling for a brief moment. Later, after the gas station incident, the same memory of the cookie may have felt more complicated. Was it luck, warning, or only coincidence stacked on coincidence? In the end, the question remains the same. Was the figure my cousin saw truly the spirit of the woman from his wife's dream? Or was it nothing more than two exhausted minds crossing paths with one strange moment in different ways? I do not think there is any way to answer that with certainty. But I do think the story lingers because it carries both fear and sadness. It is not a classic horror story in the sense of a violent ghost or a dark haunting. It is quieter than that. A lonely gas station. A woman left behind. A dream of someone trying to come along. A figure appearing among sleeping children. A husband seeing what should not be there. A wife waking with a matching story. Those things create a mood that stays in the mind. The whole event feels as if it belongs to that strange class of experiences where the world bends just slightly out of shape for a moment, and then returns to normal, leaving people behind to wonder what they brushed against. What makes it even more memorable is that it happened during a move, during a journey from one life into another. The family was already in transition. They were leaving behind one home and heading toward another. They were literally between places. Encounters that happen in those in-between states always seem to carry extra weight. It is as if travel itself opens a small door, especially when it happens in darkness, exhaustion, and emotional uncertainty. Maybe that woman, whether ghost or dream or coincidence, belonged to one of those in-between places too. Maybe she was stranded in more ways than one. Maybe she needed a ride she could never really take. Or maybe the whole thing was only a tired mind and a dream lining up in the strangest way possible. Whatever the truth is, I understand why the story stayed with them. Because once you have looked in your rearview mirror and seen someone who should not be there, and once your wife wakes beside you describing how that same person got into the car in her dream, you never look at a lonely gas station or an early morning stretch of highway in quite the same way again. I do not know how haunted this really is, and I know that anyone reading this who has not read the other story I shared before might not fully understand everything I mean. A lot of this feels connected to things I have been dreaming for years, so it is hard to explain one part without mentioning the others. Still, I am going to try, because lately the dreams have changed in a way that I cannot ignore anymore. For most of my life, I have had strange dreams. I got used to them in a way, or at least I got used to waking up unsettled and wondering what they meant. Some of them have always carried the same kind of feeling, the same dark pull, the same strange sense that I was seeing something important but not enough of it to understand it. Lately, though, they have not only come back, they have twisted into something even more personal and more intense. The part that keeps returning to me most is the image of blood on my hands. I cannot fully explain why that image matters, only that it has been there again and again, like something trying to force me to look closer. For a long time, there was one dream in particular that I thought was just a recurring dream, the kind people have for years and never really understand. I had it several times, and what stood out to me most was that it often came on my birthday. Not every single year, but enough times that I noticed the pattern. Sometimes I would have it between birthdays too, but whenever it came, it always felt important in a way normal dreams do not. In the dream, I am a child again, and my parents are dropping me off at this house. The house feels old, but not in a charming way. It feels old in the way some places do when they seem too quiet and too full of secrets. It is the kind of house that feels wrong the moment you step inside it, even if nothing has happened yet. In the dream, there is an old woman there who is supposed to take care of me. That is what everyone acts like, anyway. She is supposed to be someone safe, someone I can be left with, someone my parents trust. But I know almost right away that she wants to hurt me. That feeling is one of the strongest parts of the dream. It is not that she says anything clearly at first, at least not that I remember. It is more the way she looks at me, the way the air in the house changes around her, the way every instinct in me says I need to get away from her. I never feel confused about that. In the dream, I always know I am in danger. I always know I have to run. So that is what I do. I run through the house, and every time I do, I find that the house is full of hidden ways to escape. There are narrow doors that do not look like doors at first. There are little passageways and spaces behind walls, almost like the house was built to let someone disappear inside it. It feels like a place full of secrets, full of hidden routes, full of old plans made by someone who knew they might one day need to hide. Somehow, in every version of the dream, I managed to escape her long enough to make it into the attic. The attic is different from the rest of the house. I do not know how to explain that exactly, but I always feel it. The rest of the house feels dangerous, like it belongs to her. The attic feels like the only place she cannot follow me. I never fully understand why she cannot come in there. It is not like there is a locked door she cannot open, or some physical barrier that keeps her out. It feels more like she simply is not allowed. As if there is some rule over that part of the house that even she cannot break. I have never understood that part, but it is always there in the dream. I know the attic is my one safe place, or at least safer than anywhere else. Every time I get there, I feel a little relief, but not full relief, because I know she is still below me somewhere in the house. I know she is still waiting. The attic is only a pause, not an ending. And then there is the thing in the corner. In every version of the dream, there is always something covered by a blanket in the corner of the attic. That is another detail that never changes. No matter how many times I dream the house, the running, the old woman, and the escape into the attic, that covered shape is always there. It sits in the corner waiting, almost like the true answer to the dream is hidden under that blanket. I always feel that if I could just lift it, I would finally understand everything. I would know why the old woman wants to hurt me. I would know what happened in that house. I would know what the dream is trying to show me. I would know why I keep coming back. But every single time, I wake up before I lift the blanket. Every time. It is as if the dream leads me right to the edge of the truth and then drags me back into waking before I can actually see it. For a long time, I thought that was all it was. Just one of those strange recurring dreams that probably meant something in a symbolic way. I told myself that maybe it was my mind trying to show me something I was not ready to see all at once. I thought maybe the old woman was some part of fear, or guilt, or memory, or some hidden truth in me. The covered thing in the corner felt almost too obvious, like my own mind was saying, "Here is the answer, but you are not ready to uncover it yet." That seemed like the kind of thing a dream might do. It was frustrating, but it also felt distant, like something I might one day understand if I thought about it enough. Then the dream changed. That was when things stopped feeling symbolic and started feeling personal in a different way. Instead of being myself in the dream, I was suddenly someone else. Or maybe I was still myself, but looking through someone else's eyes. It is hard to explain because in dreams identity can shift in ways that feel natural, while you are sleeping and impossible when you wake up. But this time, I was not just me anymore. I was some other girl. She was young. She was blonde. She was hurt. And somehow she was me and not me at the same time. The dream did not feel like I was only watching her. It felt like I was inside her, like I was moving through the dream as her. Feeling what she felt, but still with my own awareness somewhere underneath it all. That made everything worse. Now when the old woman came, it was not just me running from her in some vague dream world. It was this blonde girl. I remember seeing her, or being her, in a white dress. I remember dirt. I remember the sense of being on the ground, hurt, vulnerable, and not fully understanding what had already happened before the running started. It felt less like the dream began in the middle of the story and more like I had been dropped into the middle of someone else's memory. There was this terrible feeling that something had already been done to her, that she was already wounded in some way before she even started trying to escape. Then came the running again, but now the running felt even more desperate because it was not just fear. It was pain, confusion, urgency, and this horrible sense that I had already lost something before the chase even began. And through all of it, there was that chant. The one about blood on my hands. That part is difficult to describe because it does not come like a normal sentence in a normal dream. It feels more like something repeating in the background, something half heard and half known, like words you do not understand fully but know are aimed at you. It is about blood on my hands. That phrase comes back again and again. Sometimes it feels accusing. Sometimes it feels like a warning. Sometimes it feels like a fact being forced into my mind whether I want it there or not. In that changed version of the dream, with the blonde girl in the white dress and the old woman chasing her, the blood on the hands suddenly felt more important than ever, because it seemed tied to what happened there. I still do not know what happened, but I know the dream wanted me to connect that phrase to the house and the girl and the old woman. I woke up gasping before I could make sense of it. That is another thing that has changed for me. I do not wake up screaming anymore. I wake up gasping. And in a strange way, yes, that is better than before, because screaming is its own kind of terror, and it leaves you feeling shattered. But gasping is not exactly easy either. It feels like being pulled out of a deep place too fast, like your body is trying to catch up with your fear all at once. I wake up with this sharp, desperate breath, as if I have been drowning in the dream and only just made it back to air. It leaves me shaking, wide awake, heart racing, and unable to settle again for a long time. So even though it is better than the screamers, the dreams still get to me. They still follow me back into waking life. After this latest version, I sat down with my brother and talked about it. He is one of the only people I feel I can discuss this with seriously, because he knows the history of my dreams and he knows I am not just trying to be dramatic. We started talking about whether this dream was connected to the others, especially the dreams where I am told to go back to the beginning and the ones where the blood on my hands keeps coming up. While we were talking, something clicked for me in a way that made my whole body go cold. I suddenly understood what my spirit, or ghost, or whatever he is, might have meant when he told me to go back to the beginning. I have been dreaming about this man since I was 15. That alone probably sounds insane to some people, but it is true. Ever since I was about 15 years old, there has been this man in my dreams. Sometimes we speak. Sometimes I feel like I am having real conversations with him while I sleep. I do not think he is just a normal dream figure, if such a thing even exists. I believe he is some kind of spirit, or at the very least something no longer entirely human. I know how that sounds, and yes, I understand why people would think I am just projecting meaning into dreams. But the feeling I get from him is different from the feeling of an ordinary dream character. He feels consistent. He feels aware. He feels like something that exists outside the normal dream logic that shapes everything else. And he once told me to go back to the beginning. At first, I did not understand what he meant. Back to the beginning of what? My life? My fear? My dreams? My obsession with these strange feelings? I did not know. But when I sat there talking to my brother about the old woman, the attic, the blood, and the blonde girl, I suddenly felt like I understood. He was telling me to go back to the first dream I can remember having, the first one that left me with that same awful feeling the screamers leave behind. Not the first dream ever, but the first dream that felt wrong, deep, and important in a way I could not explain. And that dream was the one about the house. So now I cannot stop thinking that maybe the beginning of all of this is there. Maybe that house is the center of everything. Maybe the blonde girl was there before me, or part of me, or someone whose memory I am somehow touching in sleep. Maybe the old woman did something terrible to her in that house. Maybe the reason there is blood on my hands is because that girl, or I threw her, did something back. Maybe she fought. Maybe she hurt the old woman. Maybe she killed her. Maybe that is why the blood matters. Maybe that is why the old woman cannot enter the attic. Maybe something happened there that changed the rules of that house forever. I do not know if any of this is true, and I know it sounds like I am building a story out of symbols and fear. Maybe I am. Maybe I am only trying too hard to make everything fit. But the more I think about it, the more it feels like all of these dreams do belong to the same thread. Still, I do not trust myself completely. I know how easy it is to grasp at straws when you are desperate for answers. If you have enough disconnected dreams, enough repeated symbols, enough strange feelings in your sleep, your mind starts trying to build a map from them. It wants things to connect. It wants the dream to mean something, because if it means nothing, then what are you supposed to do with all of it? Just keep waking up gasping, keep seeing blood on your hands in dreams, keep being told by some dream spirit to go back to the beginning, and never try to understand it? Part of me cannot accept that. So yes, maybe I am reaching. Maybe I am connecting things that do not belong together. But maybe they do belong together, and maybe the reason I keep dreaming them is because something is trying very hard to push me toward the truth. What complicates all this even more is the fact that I have tried communicating with spirits before while awake, and it did not go well. I have tried, in my own way, to reach out, to ask questions, to open myself enough to receive answers. All it ever left me with was a headache. Maybe I am doing it wrong. Maybe I do not know what I am doing at all. Maybe the waking world is not where I am meant to make contact. Because in dreams, it is different. In dreams, things come easier. The man speaks. The images repeat. The old woman returns. The attic waits. The blood comes back. It is like my dreams are a place where whatever is trying to reach me can actually get through. That makes me feel both hopeful and insane. I know how that sounds. Seeing someone no one else sees, talking to something in dreams that no one else experiences, believing that a house from recurring nightmares might be real somewhere in the world. None of that helps you feel secure in your own sanity. If anything, it does the opposite. It makes you question yourself constantly. Am I truly sensing something? Am I only creating stories from fear and memory? Am I sensitive, unstable, imaginative, haunted, or just overwhelmed? Those are not easy questions to live with. And the hardest part is that the dreams feel important no matter how much I doubt them. I cannot shake that. Because of all this, I have started to believe that I need to learn how to communicate better with the things I see. Not in some careless or reckless way. Not because I want to invite anything in. But because when something keeps returning to you in dreams and symbols and phrases like, "Go back to the beginning," it feels wrong to ignore it forever. Maybe what I need is not to force communication, but to become still enough to understand what is already being shown to me. Maybe the problem is not that the spirits or dream things are silent. Maybe the problem is that I do not know how to listen. At the same time, that idea scares me. Because if I truly start listening, what happens if I hear something I cannot handle? What happens if the house is real? What happens if the old woman was real? What happens if the covered thing in the attic is something I do not want to see? What happens if the blood on my hands means exactly what I think it means? And what happens if the man in my dreams is not helping me at all, but only leading me deeper into something I do not understand? These questions stay with me day after day. And instead of pushing me away from the dream, they keep pulling me closer to it. That is why I have reached a point where I want to find the house. I know that sounds extreme, but I feel like the house holds the answers. It is the place I return to. It is the place where the old woman waits. It is the place with the hidden passages. It is the place with the attic she cannot enter. It is the place with the blanketed object in the corner that I never get to uncover. If there is a center to all of this, I feel sure it is there. The problem is, I have no idea where to start. I do not know where the house is. I do not know if it exists in the real world at all. I do not know if it is only built from pieces of memory, fear, and imagination. I have tried researching haunted houses, old houses, places with hidden rooms, anything that might resemble the one in my dreams, but nothing leads me anywhere. Everything feels too vague or too general. There are too many old houses, too many stories, too many attics, too many places with legends attached to them. I am left with an image in my head and no map to reach it. That is partly why I have decided to wait until spring or summer break before really trying to search. I want time. I want space. I do not want to rush into something like this half prepared. If I do go looking, I want to be able to focus on it, not squeeze it in between school and daily responsibilities. My brother says he is coming with me. He says he wants to protect me from any bad spirits. I appreciate that more than I can explain, because even though I do not think a living person can do much against something truly supernatural, it still matters not to be alone. There is comfort in having someone beside you when you are facing something that scares you. At the same time, I do not really believe spirits want to hurt us most of the time. At least, not most of them. I think for the most part they want to be seen, understood, heard, maybe helped. That is what I tell myself, anyway. But then I think about the old woman in the dream and how clearly I know she wants to hurt me, or the girl, or whoever I am in that house. That certainty makes it hard to keep believing all spirits are harmless. So I am left in this strange place. Part of me believes I need to find the house. Part of me thinks it could answer everything. Part of me fears it could answer nothing and only deepen my obsession. Part of me worries that if the house is real, then finding it could make whatever is happening stronger. And another part of me wonders if not finding it might be worse, because the dreams could keep going forever, always unfinished, always dragging me back to that same attic corner with the blankets still hiding the truth. I keep thinking about the attic especially. Why can she not go there? What is under the blanket? Why do I wake right before I uncover it every single time? It feels like the whole dream is built around that one withheld moment, as if all roads in the dream lead to the attic but none of them are allowed to cross the final line. That kind of structure does not feel random. It feels deliberate. It feels like something knows I am not supposed to see what is there yet. And if that is true, then maybe the dream changing into the perspective of the blonde girl means I am getting closer. Maybe I am being shown a little more each time because I am finally ready to understand more. Or maybe that is exactly the kind of thinking that drags people too deep into their own nightmares. That is why I keep going back and forth. One day I am sure it all connects. The next day I tell myself I am only weaving meaning into fear. One moment I believe the man in my dreams is helping me. The next I wonder if he is only manipulating me with symbols and half-truths. One moment I think the house must exist. The next I think no real place could ever match what my mind has built. But the dreams do not stop just because I doubt them. And the feeling they leave behind does not fade either. The gasping wake up. The blood on my hands. The old woman. The blonde girl. The white dress. The dirt. The attic. The hidden passages. The blanket over the thing in the corner. They all stay. They all return. So I am asking the question as honestly as I can. Is it safe to try to find a place like this? I do not mean that in a dramatic way. I mean it seriously. If a place exists that keeps appearing in dreams like this, if it feels tied to something spiritual or unfinished or harmful, is it wise to go looking for it? Is curiosity enough reason? Is the need for answers enough? If my brother comes with me, does that help at all, or does it only make us both vulnerable? Can living people protect each other from things like this, or are we almost powerless if it is truly paranormal? And if spirits usually do not want to hurt us, then why does this old woman in the dream feel so dangerous? I do not have those answers. What I have is the pull. The pull toward the beginning. The feeling that the house is real somewhere, waiting. The feeling that if I can just find it, I will finally understand why the blood is on my hands, who the blonde girl is, what the old woman did, why she cannot enter the attic, and what lies under that blanket in the corner. Maybe I am reaching for something that is not there. Maybe I am standing on the edge of something very real. Either way, I do not think I can keep pretending these dreams are just random anymore. They feel too connected. They feel too consistent. And they feel like they are trying to take me somewhere, whether that somewhere is a real house, a buried memory, a spiritual truth, or a dangerous mistake. For now, All I can do is wait, keep writing down what I remember, keep talking to my brother, and try to decide whether following the dream is brave, foolish, or both. But one thing is certain. I cannot forget the house, and I do not think it is finished with me yet. I remember hearing this story many times growing up, and the older I got, the more it stayed with me. In my family, strange things were never treated like something completely impossible. They were frightening sometimes, confusing often, but they were also almost woven into the way we understood our own history. It was never just one odd moment that people forgot about later. It was many moments, spread across years, across generations, across different houses and different stages of life. Because of that, the strange things in our family never felt like one ghost story told for fun on a dark night. They felt like part of us, like something that followed us, noticed us, or simply existed close enough to our family that now and then it would step into our lives and remind us it was there. One of the earliest stories I ever heard was about my father, from back when I was only around 7 or 8 years old. At that time, he worked the midnight shift at Ford Motor Company, so his schedule was the opposite of what most families think of as normal. While everybody else was sleeping in the deepest part of the night, he was working. Then, while everybody else was just beginning to stir toward morning, he would come home tired and worn out. That kind of work drains a person. You come home in that strange early hour when the house is dark, the whole neighborhood is quiet, and the line between night and morning feels thin. Your body wants sleep, but first you have to settle yourself, maybe eat something, maybe unwind a little from work before you can rest. One particular morning, he came home feeling exactly like that, tired, hungry, and ready to relax. He went into the kitchen and decided to make himself a sandwich. It was an ordinary thing to do. Nothing about the moment itself suggested anything unusual. He had probably done the same thing dozens of times before. The house was quiet. The family was asleep. He was alone in the kitchen, thinking only about food and sleep. But while he was in there, he heard something that made him stop. He heard heavy footsteps coming through the hallway toward the kitchen. At first, it did not seem especially alarming. Houses make noises, and when you live with a family, you naturally assume movement in the house belongs to one of them. So his first thought was simple and reasonable. He figured one of my brothers had gotten up, or maybe my mother, or maybe even me, although I was little then. It made enough sense. Someone was up and walking toward him. But when he walked down the hallway to check, he found all of us asleep. Not just quiet in bed, but deeply asleep, all of us snoring away without the slightest sign that anyone had been moving around. That would be enough to unsettle most people, but my father was also exhausted from work, so he reached for the easiest explanation. He thought maybe he was just so tired he was hearing things. That is what most practical people do. They do not jump straight to a ghostly conclusion. They blame fatigue, distraction, old houses, anything that sounds more normal. So he went back to the kitchen and continued making his sandwich. About 3 minutes later, he heard the footsteps again. This time, the sound must have felt more real because it was repeating, not just a one-time mistake of the mind. Once again, it sounded like someone was coming down the hall toward him. So he called out for my mother. "Diane! Diane!" he shouted, expecting that maybe she had gotten up quietly and just had not answered the first time. But there was no reply. He walked toward the hallway again, checked again, and once again everything was exactly the same. Nothing had changed. Everyone was still asleep. No one was standing in the hall. No one was moving around. No one could have been making those footsteps. He returned to the kitchen, still trying to keep things normal in his mind. Then he heard the footsteps a third time. At that point, he must have known he was not imagining them. So instead of calling for anyone again, he jokingly yelled out, "Knock it off, George!" And just like that, the footsteps stopped. That moment became important in our family, because from then on, whatever strange thing happened in the house, everybody had a name for it. George. That was the name my father had thrown out in half-joking frustration, and somehow it stuck. After that, whenever lights would turn on and off by themselves, or a touch lamp would go on for no reason, or a television would switch itself on or off, someone in the family would just say, "Knock it off, George!" It became our way of dealing with the unexplained. Maybe it made things less scary to joke about it. Maybe giving the unknown a name made it feel a little more manageable. It is easier to live with strangeness when you can talk to it like an annoying family guest rather than some terrible dark thing lurking in the shadows. And because humor always helps families survive strange things, we even developed a running joke. If a few weeks passed without anything unusual happening, somebody would say George must be on vacation. That tells you a lot about how our family handled fear. We did not ignore it completely, but we also did not let it take over everything. We gave it a name, gave it a personality, and worked it into our family life in a way that made it feel almost ordinary. But that does not mean the strange occurrences stopped, and it certainly does not mean they were easy to explain. A lot of strange things happened in my family over the years, and some of the stories go back even further than my father's footsteps in the hallway. One of the stories I heard many times was from when my mother was younger, before she was married, back when she still lived at home with her own parents. In that house, strange little things happened too, enough that later on it felt as if the pattern had followed her from one generation to the next. One day, when my mother was still a girl, her father yelled at her to turn off the basement light. She did what she was told. She went downstairs, turned off the light, and then headed to bed. That should have been the end of it. Simple. Ordinary. Done. But later, my mother woke up to her father's booming voice again, telling her to turn off the basement light like he had asked her to do in the first place. She insisted that she had turned it off. She knew she had. And my grandmother confirmed it. She had watched my mother go downstairs, turn the light off, and come back to bed. In other words, there was no confusion about whether my mother had obeyed. She absolutely had. Yet somehow the light was back on. That changed the situation completely. This was no longer a case of a child forgetting to do a chore and being scolded for it. This was a case of something turning the light back on after it had already been switched off. And that meant no one yelled at my mother the second time. At that point, the anger had shifted away from her and onto something far stranger. If there was any yelling left to be done, it was no longer meant for a daughter. It was meant for a ghost. That story stayed in the family because it showed the same pattern we would later see again and again. Something simple and ordinary would happen first. Then that thing would repeat in a way that should have been impossible. It was never the obvious horror movie version of haunting where everything flies around the room and everybody instantly knows what they are dealing with. It was subtler than that. A light turned back on. Footsteps repeated down an empty hallway. A television came on when no one touched it. The strangeness entered through ordinary things. My mother had other experiences when she was young too. Because she would come home from school and be alone in the house for much of the afternoon, she had to find ways to entertain herself. A lot of that time she spent in the basement, playing by herself. Basements already carry their own kind of mood, especially for children. They can feel cool, separate, slightly dimmer than the rest of the house, and full of corners where the imagination likes to grow. But for her, the basement was normal. It was just another place to be. One day, she left an apple downstairs while she went upstairs to get something. She was not gone long, not even 5 minutes. Yet when she came back down, the apple was gone. All that remained was the core. That may sound like a small detail compared to some of the other stories, but that is what made it so unsettling. She had not left it there all day. She had not forgotten it. She had only gone upstairs for a few minutes. And when she came back, the apple had somehow been eaten down to the core. Not slowly spoiled, not rolled away, not hidden. Eaten. It is exactly the kind of small unexplained event that gets under your skin more than it should. If something big and dramatic happens, you react and move on. But when something small and impossible happens in a familiar room, it lingers in your mind because it feels so personal and so close. Another day, while she was walking up the basement stairs, she saw something far more direct. She discovered a woman standing under the stairs. According to my mother, The woman's hair was white, musty-looking, and old. Her clothes were tattered and worn, like something from another time. My mother did not stand there studying her for long. Fear took over immediately. She flew up those basement stairs faster than she ever had in her life. That image has always stayed with me, because anyone who has ever been in a basement and felt the sudden shock of seeing someone where no one should be understands how that fear works. It does not ask questions first. It sends you running. Later, after the fear settled enough for people to talk and think, old family photographs were looked through. Somehow, from those photos, it was decided that the woman my mother had seen was her great-great-grandmother. That made the story even stranger, because my mother had never seen her before in life. She should not have been able to recognize her. Yet when she looked through the photos, the face matched. The old woman under the stairs was someone from her own family line. That kind of story changes the emotional tone of a haunting. It is not just a random ghost in a random basement anymore. It becomes family, bloodline, memory, something carried through generations. Then my mother grew up, got married, and started a life of her own. But the strange things did not stop. One story from her married life happened when she was in the kitchen cleaning. My brothers were still babies at the time, both in cribs, and too young to crawl out or do anything complicated. She heard a noise coming from their bedroom. It was the sort of noise that immediately made her attention sharpen because babies create one kind of noise, but this was something else. The room itself was very small and had no windows, which ruled out a few easy explanations. It was not the wind. It was not a branch outside scraping against anything. It was not someone trying to break in through a window because there was no window to use. She walked toward the room carefully, bracing herself to see what had made the sound. When she got there, she found the top layer of her wedding cake sitting in the middle of the floor. That is what makes this story so strange. The top layer of the wedding cake had been stored in a closed closet, set on top of other things. It was not sitting out in the open. It was not balanced on the edge of something ready to fall. It was inside a closet, in a small room, and the closet door was still closed when she found the cake on the floor. That means the cake had somehow left a closed closet and ended up in the middle of the room, while the door itself remained shut. There is no normal way to make that make sense. It is the kind of detail that pulls a story away from exaggeration and into true weirdness. If the closet had been open, maybe someone could have blamed shifting stacks or gravity. But the closet was still closed. Another story from my mother's life is different from the others because it did not happen inside a house at all. She was driving down the road with her husband at the time when she saw something that frightened her deeply. As they approached a set of railroad tracks, she saw a car sitting sideways across them. Inside the car was a woman staring at her. My mother reacted immediately. She screamed that they had to stop and help. She was frantic because, from her point of view, there was clearly an emergency unfolding right in front of them. A woman was stranded on railroad tracks in a car, and they needed to do something. But when she turned to her husband, he looked at her as if she had lost her mind. He calmly told her there was no car. There was no woman. He asked if she was okay. Confused and shaken, my mother looked back toward the tracks. And there was nothing there. No car. No woman. No sign that anything had ever been on the tracks at all. That kind of experience is hard for a person to explain afterward because it is so direct and yet leaves no proof behind. It was not like she thought she maybe saw a shadow or a shape in the distance. She believed she saw a full scene, a car turned sideways, a woman inside, danger unfolding. She reacted to it with total certainty. Yet the man sitting right beside her saw nothing. That leaves a person in a very uncomfortable place between conviction and doubt. If you know what you saw, but nobody else saw it, what do you do with that memory? That is part of why all these stories in our family feel connected. It was never just one person seeing one thing one time. It was many people across different years, sometimes seeing, sometimes hearing, sometimes finding impossible little signs after the fact. The pattern was not always dramatic, but it was repeated enough that it became harder to treat every event as isolated or meaningless. I think what shaped our family most was not only the experiences themselves, but the way we talked about them. We did not always sit down and have deep, serious conversations about ghosts and spirits. In fact, a lot of the time we joked. We used names like George. We laughed about him being on vacation. We tried to make the unexplained feel like something we could live beside rather than something that would tear our peace apart. But underneath that humor was real uncertainty. We knew strange things happened. We knew not everything in the house or in our lives could be explained in the usual ways. And when enough people in one family carry stories like that, you begin to wonder whether the sensitivity itself is inherited. I have often thought about that. Was it the houses? Was it the emotional tension in our family, especially around the time of arguments and divorce? Or was it something in us? Something that made us more likely to notice? Some people live their whole lives in old homes and never report anything odd. Others move from place to place, and the strange experiences follow them. In our case, it often felt like the second kind. Maybe not every story came from the same source, but the fact that there were so many across so many years makes me think the location was not the only factor. The emotional atmosphere probably mattered too. I mentioned earlier that my brother and I were mostly fearless except when it came to our parents fighting. That was the one thing that shook us deeply. Our parents arguing filled the house with a different kind of energy, the kind children can feel even when they do not understand all the details. Fear, anger, instability, sadness, all of that changes how a house feels. Looking back, I think that atmosphere may have fed or strengthened some of the odd things we experienced. If there is any truth to the idea that spirits, or strange energy are drawn to emotional intensity, then our family home would certainly have given them plenty to work with during those years. Even if someone does not believe in the supernatural at all, it is still true that houses full of tension feel different. The air seems heavier. Noises seem sharper. Everybody is more alert, more anxious, more likely to notice something wrong. But even with that in mind, some of our stories still go beyond what emotional tension alone can explain. Closed closets do not normally release wedding cakes. Lights do not turn themselves back on after being watched carefully. Apple cores do not appear where fresh apples were left minutes earlier. Those things still sit outside easy explanation. I also think about how many of the stories involve ordinary domestic spaces. Kitchens, basements, hallways, bedrooms, railroad tracks pass during a drive. They are not grand haunted mansions or abandoned hospitals or old cemeteries in the moonlight. They are everyday places. That, to me, makes the stories feel more believable and more disturbing. The supernatural, if it touches everyday life, does not always announce itself in dramatic places. Sometimes it enters through the kitchen cabinet, the basement stairs, the hallway footsteps at dawn, the lamp on the table, the wedding cake in the closet. That is what makes family hauntings so different from the stories people tell for entertainment. They happen in the places where life is supposed to be most ordinary. My father's habit of yelling, "Knock it off, George," may have started as a joke, but I think it also became a ritual in its own way. It was his way of answering back, of reminding the thing, whatever it was, that we knew it was there and that we refused to be completely afraid of it. There is power in that kind of humor. It does not make the fear disappear, but it does keep it from swallowing the whole family. Instead of cowering every time a light flickered or a television came on by itself, we gave ourselves a line to say, a way to respond, something that made us feel a little less powerless. Even now, when I think back on those years, I hear that phrase in my head with affection as much as fear. And yet, there is also sadness mixed into these stories. My mother's youth. My parents' arguments. The divorce that followed. The children trying to feel brave with baseball bats and a dog in broad daylight. The family history hidden in photographs of dead relatives. All of it sits together in my memory. It makes me think that strange experiences do not happen in isolation from life. They happen inside life, mixed into all the normal pain, change, and growing up that families go through anyway. That may be why they feel so real. They are not polished ghost stories with neat endings. They are messy and woven through ordinary family history. Even now, I cannot say for certain that our house was haunted in the traditional sense. I still believe what I believed then, that maybe our family was just more open to this kind of thing than other people. Maybe we noticed more. Maybe we carried something with us. Maybe some people are simply more likely to brush against the edge of whatever exists outside normal understanding. I do not know. What I do know is that the stories are real to us because they happened to us. They shape the way we saw our own home, our own family, and the strange little ways the unseen seem to interrupt our lives. My youngest brother still insists those kitchen cabinet doors were opening and slamming shut by themselves while he stood there trying to get his yogurt snack. He never changed that story. And after hearing all the other stories in our family over the years, I do not think he made it up. I think he saw exactly what he said he saw. Maybe that was the moment he first learned what the rest of us already half knew, that sometimes something invisible pushes into the ordinary world just long enough to leave you scared, confused, and unable to prove anything once it is over. That may be the most frustrating part of all these experiences. They never quite give enough proof for certainty. They leave you with only fear, memory, and a story. But maybe that is why they remain so powerful. Because the unexplained does not settle neatly into an answer. It lingers. It gets told again at family gatherings. It becomes part of the family language. It turns into names like George and stories passed from mother to child, father to child, brother to sister, until eventually you realize your family history is not only made of births, marriages, arguments, and holidays. It is also made of footsteps in empty halls, lights no one switched on, women under basement stairs, and cabinet doors slamming where no hands can be seen. And somehow, all of it together becomes home. I moved into this house not long after my husband died, and from the beginning, it never felt like an ordinary place to me. It was not only because of my own grief, though I know that grief can change the way a person feels about everything. It was also because this house already seemed full of old emotions, old tension, and the kind of energy that stays behind long after people leave. Before I came here, the house had been lived in by a woman who brought a lot of chaos with her. She was a very negative person, and from everything I was told and everything I later came to understand, her life in this house was crowded, messy, and full of bad energy. She let boyfriends move in and out, along with her children, her sister, her sister's husband, their children, another guest who was not even family, and her own husband too. There were 15 people living in a 3-bedroom house. Just saying that out loud tells you a lot. It tells you what kind of pressure and disorder must have filled the rooms. It tells you what kind of arguments, stress, resentment, noise, and confusion the walls must have absorbed. That woman is gone now. She left this house, and her whole brood went with her. Her now ex-husband is the man who became my new husband. So when I entered this house, I did not come into an empty place, even if it looked empty on the surface. I came into a place that had already been lived in too hard by too many people carrying too many problems. I think houses hold more than dust and furniture. I think they hold moods. They hold memories. They hold what has happened inside them, especially when those things are repeated over and over. This house felt like one of those places from the start, a house that had seen too much and still remembered it. But the strange part is that the strongest spirit in this house never felt like it belonged to all that chaos. The spirit I first came to know here was a woman named Laverne. She had died in this house years before I moved in. She was my husband's first wife's mother, and in some strange way, even though I had no reason to expect anything from her, she became my first real experience of the house as something alive with presence. My first encounters with her were not frightening. They were strange, yes, but gentle. In fact, if I am honest, they sometimes felt almost comforting. I would leave things out of place in a room and later find them moved into their proper places, as if someone older and tidier than me had quietly come through and set things right. There were also times when doors would open in ways that could not be explained by any breeze or draft. Not every sound in an old house means something, I know that. But these things had intention to them. They did not feel random. I have always been open-minded about spirits and strange experiences, so maybe that made it easier for me to accept what I was sensing. I grew up in a house where there was the ghost of a young girl, and because of that, I learned early that not everything people call impossible actually feels impossible when it happens around you often enough. That story belongs somewhere else, but it matters here because it means I did not come into this house completely closed off. I was not the kind of person who would refuse to believe what I was feeling just because it sounded odd. So when I began to feel Laverne's presence, I did not react with instant fear. I watched. I listened. I paid attention. Over time, Laverne began to feel familiar to me. She would come into my dreams every now and then and talk to me. These were not dreams that felt messy or confusing the way normal dreams often do. They felt calmer, more direct, more like an encounter than a dream. She never frightened me in them. She did not yell, threaten, or demand. She simply spoke. There was something almost settled about her presence. And if I was sick, or very tired, or resting in that half-awake state where the body is heavy and the mind is drifting, I would sometimes feel someone gently stroking my hair. That happened often enough that I came to connect it with her. It never felt harmful. It never felt aggressive. It felt like care. I know how strange that sounds, but it is the truth. Laverne never made me afraid. She felt like someone who had stayed behind but had not stayed behind in anger. There was also something else about her that made her presence distinct. She carried a scent. I know some people may not believe that, but I did not imagine it. Her presence had a smell that was always the same. It was like rain in the morning. Fresh, cool, soft, and clean. It was a beautiful scent, and it never came with dread. If I sensed that smell, I knew it was her. Over time, I came to understand her in that way. The smell of rain in the morning meant Laverne. A calm feeling, a door opening quietly, something placed back where it belonged, a soft touch on my hair, a dream where she spoke to me, all of that meant Laverne. And because of that, I learned what her spirit felt like and what it did not feel like. That matters because the real problem in this story is not Laverne. The real problem began with the death of my husband. He was killed in an explosion at work in Columbus, Missouri. Even writing that still brings up a heavy feeling in me because that kind of death is not the sort of thing a person ever really makes peace with. It was violent, sudden, final in the cruelest way. At the time of the accident, we were separated. That is the part of the story that has stayed inside me like a wound that never fully closes. We were not together then. We were apart. And ever since his death, I have carried guilt with me in a way I cannot fully explain to people who have never lived with something like that. I keep thinking that if I had not asked him to leave, maybe he would not have died. I know that may not be logical. I know that accidents happen because of many things, because of timing and circumstance and everything outside our control. But guilt is not logical. Guilt finds its own path and lives where it wants. Mine has always gone back to that thought. If I had not asked him to leave, maybe he would still be alive. Once a person begins thinking that way, it is hard to stop. It becomes part of everything. It changes how you remember the past and how you move through the present. It changes how you sleep, how you think, and how you hear the quiet in a room. It is not only sadness. It is self-blame mixed with grief, which is far heavier. And because of that, after his death, everything around me began to feel charged in a different way. I was no longer just a woman living in a strange house with the spirit of Laverne quietly moving around in it. I became a woman carrying grief and guilt into a house already full of old energy, and that changed things. Since the time of his death, I have felt as if he came back to where I am. I do not say that lightly. I do not mean that I vaguely think of him often or that grief has made me imagine things in every shadow. I mean that I feel a presence in the house that is not Laverne. I know what Laverne feels like. I know how her presence announces itself, what kind of scent comes with her, what kind of mood she brings into a room. This other presence is different. It is not rain in the morning. It is not calm. It does not gently set things right or come into dreams with a soft voice. It watches. It stands near. It lingers in the dark. And the worst part is that I think it might be him. That thought breaks my heart even as it frightens me. Because if it is him, then why does his presence feel so restless? Why does it not feel warm or familiar in the way I want it to? Why does it come with fear instead of comfort? Why does it seem tied not to peace, but to the way he died? That is what troubles me most. Sometimes, when I walk into a room, it smells like something is burning. Not a little warm smell from an appliance, or a candle wick or toast left in too long. It smells like smoke, like something scorched, like a burning smell that should have a clear source. And every time I smell it, I look for one. I check things. I pay attention. But there is never anything actually burning. No smoke. No fire. No explanation. Just the smell. It comes into the room before me or meets me there, hangs in the air a moment, and then sometimes fades again as if it had never been there. But I know it was. And because my husband died in an explosion, because fire and burning were part of how he left this world, that smell frightens me in a way that goes beyond the ordinary. It feels like a message carried in the worst possible language. I feel someone standing near the door to my bedroom at night. That is the clearest way I can put it. I do not always see anything with my eyes. Sometimes it is a pressure, sometimes it is a certainty, sometimes it is one of those moments where you know you are not alone before your mind can tell you why. The room will be dark, quiet, and still, and I will feel that someone is there near the doorway. Not drifting through. Not passing by. Standing. Watching. And the smell of smoke comes with it almost every time. If I wake in the middle of the night, and feel that presence by the door, that burning smell is usually there too. It is not the same kind of fear as a nightmare, because it is not trapped inside sleep. It is fear in waking darkness. The kind of fear that makes you hold your breath and listen harder and know, with every part of you, that something has entered the room without crossing the floor in a way the body can understand. I cannot sleep at night since moving into this house. Or maybe I should say, I cannot sleep properly. I get maybe 1 or 2 hours, and then I am wide awake. Not gently stirred. Fully awake. My body seems to refuse rest once the deep part of night settles in. I lie there alert, unable to let go, unable to sink back into sleep no matter how tired I feel. The strange thing is that I can sleep during the day just fine. And that has never been normal for me. I have never been someone who could sleep during the day. Daylight bothers me. Light coming through the windows usually keeps me from resting, and even when I am exhausted, I am not the type who can just drift off in the daytime. But since being in this house, it is the opposite. Day feels safer. Day feels sleepable. Night feels watched. That change in my body troubles me almost as much as the smells and the presence. Because it means the fear is not only emotional. It is physical now. My body itself seems to know the difference between day and night in this house in a way it never did before. It reacts before I even choose to. During the day, I can rest. At night, I lie awake after only an hour or two, unable to shake the sense that something is near the bedroom door, standing there, carrying the smell of smoke and waiting for me to notice it. Sometimes I wonder if grief has shaped everything. I ask myself that question often, because I do not want to be dishonest with myself. Losing a husband, especially in a sudden and violent way, can change a person deeply. It can make every silence feel heavier. It can make every strange smell feel meaningful. It can turn guilt into a presence that follows you from room to room. I know that. I know grief can sharpen the senses and also distort them. I know a person who carries loss may begin to feel the dead close because they need them close. I have asked myself many times whether I am only living inside my own guilt and pain, whether what I call a presence is really trauma moving through my body. That would be the easiest answer in some ways, and maybe the safest one too. But then there is Laverne. Laverne makes it hard for me to reduce everything to grief alone, because I knew her presence before all of this. I knew the difference. She was gentle. She came with rain. She never frightened me. She moved things into place, appeared in dreams, touched my hair when I was ill. and never once made me feel threatened. So when I say this other presence is different, I say it because I have something real to compare it to in my own experience. That is what makes me trust my instinct here. I know what one spirit feels like. I know what another does not feel like. This smoke-smelling figure by the bedroom door is not Laverne. And because it is not her, I am left with the possibility that it is him. That thought creates a terrible conflict in me. Part of me wants it to be him because the alternative is worse, some unknown dark presence in the house with me. But another part of me does not want it to be him because if it is him, then he is not at peace. If it is him, then something in his death still clings to him so strongly that even now he enters rooms carrying the scent of smoke and burning. If it is him, then the man I lost has become a figure I fear at night, and that is a cruel thing to have to accept. Love and fear should not live in the same shape, and yet that is what this feels like sometimes. I think of him with grief and longing, and then I lie in bed and feel someone standing in the dark near the door, and I am afraid. That confusion has no easy place to go inside me. I also think about the way guilt works in all this. Because guilt can call to the dead just as much as love can, or at least it can make a person feel that way. If you cannot stop thinking, if I had not asked him to leave, maybe he would not have died, then every sign begins to look like a return. Every strange smell becomes his. Every wakeful night becomes punishment. Every dark doorway becomes the place where regret takes form. I know enough about pain to know that the mind can do cruel things under its influence. It can force your deepest fears into the shape of the people you loved most. But I also know enough about the strange things I have lived through to say not everything can be explained that way either. So I remain caught between two possibilities. Either grief is making his death follow me through the house, or his spirit truly has come back and cannot rest. What if both are true in different ways? What if the dead do come near the places where guilt leaves the living most open? What if he is near because I have never let him go properly? What if the reason night feels so different is because night is when the guilt grows quiet enough to be heard? These are the kinds of questions I turn over in my head when I lie awake after midnight listening to the stillness, and trying not to breathe too loud. I have also thought a lot about the nature of the house itself. Houses do not stay clean, spiritually or emotionally, when too much disorder has lived in them. The woman who lived here before me filled it with instability, men coming and going, too many people under one roof, too much tension and confusion for such a small space. Before that, Laverne died here. Death remains. Chaos remains. The moods of those who suffer and those who fight remain. A house can become layered with all of that. So when I entered this house carrying my own grief and guilt, maybe I stepped into a place already softened to the unseen. Maybe this house did not create what I am feeling, but maybe it makes it easier for such things to stay. At times I have tried to speak out loud into the room, not like some ritual, but simply as a human being unable to keep all these thoughts silent anymore. I have whispered into the dark, asking who is there, asking what is wanted, asking whether it is really him. I do not always get anything I can clearly call an answer. No voice returns in the ordinary sense. No words form in the air. But sometimes when I do this, the room changes. The smell grows stronger. The wakefulness sharpens. The feeling by the doorway becomes more immediate. That does not comfort me. It only leaves me feeling that whatever is there is aware of me too. And still, no direct harm ever comes. That is another thing I cannot ignore. I feel watched. I smell smoke. I lose sleep. I sense someone in the doorway. But I am not attacked. I am not physically dragged or scratched or threatened with words. That is important. It means whatever is happening exists in that terrible space between haunting and grief, where the experience is disturbing enough to exhaust you but not dramatic enough to force certainty. It becomes its own kind of torture, because you can neither dismiss it nor fully confront it. You simply live beside it, night after night, never sleeping deeply, always listening. Sometimes, when the house is quiet in the daytime and the sun reaches through the windows, I can almost convince myself that I have exaggerated the whole thing. Daylight has a way of returning rooms to themselves. The bedroom door is just a bedroom door. The hallway is only a hallway. The air smells normal. Nothing watches from the shadows because there are no shadows deep enough to hide anything. In those moments, I almost feel foolish. I tell myself I am exhausted, that grief has worn me thin, that nighttime makes all human beings more suggestible. Then evening comes. Darkness settles. The strange sleep pattern begins again. And eventually I wake, too soon, too alert, with the feeling of someone standing near the doorway and the smell of smoke telling me the day was lying. The contrast between Laverne and the smoky presence is what has taught me most. Before this, if someone had asked me whether all spirits felt the same, I might not have known how to answer. Now I know they do not. Laverne was gentle, tidy, almost motherly in the way she moved through the house. She came with rain and calm and soft touch. This other presence comes with watchfulness, interruption, and fire. If that is truly my husband, then death has marked him differently than death marked her. And perhaps that makes sense. She died here in a house and settled into it. He died in an explosion, violently, away from me, at a time when we were separated and things between us were unfinished. Why should those spirits feel the same? Why should the one who died in peace smell like rain, while the one who died in fire does not bring smoke? That thought hurts, but it also feels true in some dark way. I wish I could say there was some clear ending to this, some moment where I understood it all, or where the presence left, or where I found peace in what was happening. But that is not the truth. The truth is that I still live with the uncertainty. I still carry the guilt. I still know Laverne as something gentle. I still feel this other watcher near my bedroom door at night. I still smell burning when nothing is burning. I still sleep only in broken pieces at night, and strangely well during the day. I still ask myself whether I am being haunted by a spirit, by grief, or by both. What I know is that grief opens doors in a person. Maybe it opens them to memory. Maybe it opens them to guilt. Maybe it opens them to the dead. And maybe in a house already full of old energy, once one door opens, other things come through more easily than they should. I have tried to be brave about it. I have tried to live normally, to keep the bedroom only a bedroom and the night only a time of rest. I have tried to remind myself that Laverne never frightened me and that not every spirit means harm. But when the smell comes, and when the shape by the doorway makes itself felt in the dark, all bravery becomes very small. I become only a woman awake in a room she cannot rest in, wondering whether the man she once loved is standing there wrapped in the manner of his own death, or whether the house has found the deepest wound inside me and chosen to speak through that. Either way, I no longer believe this is only imagination. The differences are too clear. The timings are too exact. The smoke is too specific. And the sleeplessness too deep. If I had never known Laverne, maybe I would have blamed all of it on morning. But because I knew her, because I knew what one spirit in this house felt like, I cannot ignore that something else came later and changed the whole atmosphere of night around me. So this is where I remain. Living in a house layered with old lives. Remembering a husband lost in fire. Being watched in the dark by something that smells like smoke. And waking every night after 1 or 2 hours, knowing that morning and daylight will let me rest more safely than night ever will again. It was August 28, 1998, and I had only been back in Atlanta for about a month. Even now, when I think about that time, I remember how relieved I felt to be home again. The year before had been very hard on me. I had lost a job, and the relationship between Rob and me had finally ended for good. Both of those things had left me feeling tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. I was trying to rebuild my life piece by piece, and part of that meant starting over in a place that still felt like home. I had transferred from Maryland with my job, and being back in Atlanta meant being close to my family and friends again. That alone gave me comfort. I needed familiar faces, familiar roads, familiar sounds, and the feeling that I did not have to carry everything by myself anymore. There was still a lot of pressure in my life, though. I was trying to sell a house in Maryland, and that situation was hanging over me like a heavy cloud. It was not easy trying to settle one life while beginning another. My mother was kind enough to let me stay with her while I got back on my feet. I was grateful for that more than I probably ever said aloud. Having a place to come home to mattered. Having my mother there mattered. It gave me some small sense of safety while everything else still felt uncertain. At work, things were not easy either. It was the back-to-school season, which is one of the busiest times in retail, and I had been working long, exhausting hours. Days blurred together. Nights came and went without enough rest in between. I was trying to prove myself again, trying to handle responsibility, trying to show that I could still do the job well even though my personal life had been shaken up by so many changes. I was carrying stress from all directions at once, but at the time I just kept moving because that is what people do when they think stopping will make everything worse. My district manager had asked me to work at the Alpharetta store. It was a high-volume store, much larger and busier than some of the others, and she believed I had enough experience to handle the pressure. On paper, maybe that sounded like a compliment. In practice, it felt like walking into chaos every single day. From the very first moment I started working there, I felt as if everything was always out of control. We never had enough employees. The store was packed with customers. There was not enough time during the day to look for extra help, and there was certainly not enough quiet time to recover from one rush before the next one began. Students and parents poured in constantly, desperate for school supplies, clothing, and whatever else they needed before classes began. We were all doing our best just to keep enough merchandise out on the floor to satisfy the crowds. The general manager at that store had also transferred from Maryland, so she understood me better than most. She knew the kind of store I had come from, and she understood my frustration and anxiety with this new place. That helped a little, but it did not make the work easier. We were all stretched thin. Everyone was tired. Everyone was trying to hold things together. I remember feeling like every shift began already behind schedule and ended with the store still needing more than we had time to give it. The night everything happened, I was working the closing shift. That alone meant I had already had a long day. By the time the store starts closing after a busy back-to-school day, the whole place feels worn out. The customers may leave, but the damage they leave behind stays. Clothes are out of place. Displays are messed up. Merchandise is everywhere. The shelves look half empty in some places and overstuffed in others. It takes hours to make this store look even halfway ready for the next day. That night, the general manager came to me and asked if I had a plan to recover the store before we left. I told her we would stay until we got it back into shape and ready for the next day's business. That was the job. You do what you have to do, however long it takes. We ended up leaving around midnight, and even then the store was only in fair condition. Not perfect. Not really good. Just fair enough that we could leave without feeling totally defeated. I walked out with Jamal, one of the employees who had stayed late to help, and I thanked him sincerely because we had all been pushed hard. Then I got into my car and started the drive home. The drive itself was quiet. Nothing obvious happened. Nothing jumped out at me. It should have felt like any other late-night drive after a hard shift, when your body is tired and your mind has almost stopped working because all it wants is sleep. But even though the roads were normal and the night looked ordinary, I had this feeling that I was being followed. At first it was only a small feeling, the kind you try to ignore because you do not want to feed your own nerves. After a long day, your mind can play tricks on you. Shadows look more important than they are. Headlights behind you feel closer. Small instincts become bigger because you are alone and tired. So I try not to let that feeling grow. But when I turned onto Sheridan, the feeling became much stronger. I still remember that part clearly because my body reacted before my mind fully did. It was like every instinct in me sharpened at once. I should have listened to it more closely. I know that now. At the time, though, I was so close to home that I ignored my better judgment. I told myself I was almost there. I told myself I was tired and overthinking. I told myself I would feel better the second I pulled into the driveway. So I kept going. And when I pulled into the driveway, those feelings disappeared. That was the strangest part at first. The tension that had followed me during the drive seemed to lift the moment I got home. The house was there. The driveway was there. I was back in a place that should have meant safety. All I could think about now was sleep. I parked the car, opened the door, and stepped out. The moment my feet hit the ground, everything changed. A man dressed all in black was suddenly there in front of me, pointing a gun directly in my face. The shock of that moment is hard to put into words. Fear comes in layers. First there is surprise, then there is disbelief, and then suddenly all of it becomes real at once. I screamed, naturally, because a stranger with a gun in your face tears through every thought you had just a second before. But almost immediately, another thought pushed in harder than the fear. My mother was inside the house. If she heard me and came out, she could be hurt. I did not want that. I did not want her to walk out into that nightmare. I did not want anything to happen to her because of me. So I forced myself to stop screaming. I became quiet. The man told me to come with him. At first, I thought he wanted me. That was my first fear. But then he explained that we were going back to the store, and I was going to open the safe for him. The second he said that, I felt a strange kind of relief mixed in with the terror. As horrible as the situation was, knowing he wanted money and not something else steadied me just a little. I thought if all he wanted was the store's money, maybe I could survive this. Maybe if I did exactly what he said, I would get through it. There was also something else with me in that moment. I know how that sounds, but I am only telling it as I felt it. I was not alone. I could feel another presence there, something strong and close beside me, helping me hold myself together. My father had died in 1993, years earlier, but in that moment I knew with complete certainty that he was there. He had always watched over my mother in my mind, and right then I felt him there with me, angry in a way that felt almost physical. He was furious that this was happening in front of his house, to his daughter, in the place where my mother lived. I could feel that anger. At one point, it even felt like he took a swing at the man with the gun. I know some people may not believe that, but it is what I felt. From the start of the ordeal until the end, I felt my father with me. The first man put me into the back seat of an old Camaro or Firebird. I cannot be certain which one now, only that it was one of those cars and it felt old. Then he took my car keys and drove off in my car. That terrified me in a different way because now I started thinking about my mother again. Why did he need my keys? Was he going into the house? Was he going to hurt her? That fear gnawed at me harder than fear for myself in those moments. I also remember feeling upset because attached to my key ring was an old church key that had belonged to my father. It was one of those small emotional things that matter a lot when you are scared. The thought of some criminal taking not only my car but also something that had belonged to my father felt deeply wrong. I was in the back seat, and I could feel my father beside me. I felt him hold my hand. Even now, that part makes me emotional because it did not feel like imagination. It felt like comfort, steady and real, at the exact moment when I needed something stronger than myself to keep from falling apart. The second man, the one driving, told me that they were taking me back to the store and that nothing would happen to me if I cooperated. I started talking to him because I was trying to stay calm and trying to gather whatever information I could. I asked why they had taken my keys. He told me they needed to dump the car we were in and use my car instead. I asked if they had any plans to go inside the house. I was assured that they only wanted the car. I wanted desperately to believe that. My father's presence seemed to reinforce it, almost like he was telling me my mother would be all right. I held on to that because there was nothing else I could do. When we got to the store, everything became more focused and more dangerous. The man opened the car door, grabbed my arm, and told me to come with him. He pressed the gun against my ribs, and told me not to look at him. That part was easy enough because I had already lost the contact lens in the back seat of the car, so my vision was blurry anyway. I could not see very clearly, which in some ways made things easier. I did not have to focus on his face. I did not have to fully see the man threatening me. I only had to keep moving. Through all of it, my father stayed with me. He kept telling me to stay calm, that it would be over soon, I cannot explain how I heard him, because it was not like a normal conversation with a physical voice. It was more like a deep certainty, a presence that carried reassurance straight into my mind. He was there. That was enough. The robber told me to unlock the store, and I did. Then he directed me to the alarm panel and warned me not to do anything stupid because he would use the gun if he had to. I turned off the alarm. Then he led me to the cash office. He also wanted the laptop stored in the lockup area, so he made me unlock that room too. He knew enough about the store to know what he wanted, but not enough to know everything. He handed me a canvas bag and ordered me to open the safe and put all the money into it. I opened the top of the safe and put in all the bills and some rolled coins. What he did not know was that most of the cash was in the bottom section of the safe. I had no intention of opening that bottom part unless he specifically demanded it. In a strange way, even while I was being robbed at gunpoint, some part of my mind still stayed clear enough to make small decisions. I was going to do what I had to do to survive, but I was not going to hand over more than absolutely necessary unless forced. Fear sharpens some people like that. It narrows everything down to choice after choice after choice. Once I had filled the bag with what I had taken from the top of the safe, he took it from me. Then he tied my hands and feet together and ordered me to lie down on the floor. He said he would be back. The second he left, something changed in me. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was survival instinct. Maybe it was my father still urging me not to give up. But the moment that man was out of the room, I acted. I jumped up as fast as I could, even with my feet tied, and I hobbled over to the door of the cash office. I slammed it shut. He could not get back in without the key. Then I worked at the tape on my hands until I managed to wriggle free. Once my hands were loose, I set off the alarm. My father stayed with me the entire time. I truly believe that. As soon as I could, I called the police. Then I called my general manager and district manager to let them know I was alive and physically okay. That was one of the strangest parts of the aftermath. Even in the middle of terror, the work side of things was still there. I had to report it. I had to notify people. Reality comes back in pieces after something like that, and one of those pieces is responsibility. By the time I finally got home, it was about 4 in the morning. I told my mother everything. I told her about the man with the gun, about the drive back to the store, about the safe, about escaping in the cash office. But I also told her about my father being with me the entire time. I told her how strongly I had felt him there, how he had helped me through the ordeal, how I knew I had not gone through it alone. And the thing that has always stayed with me about that conversation is that she was not surprised. She did not look at me like I was delusional or broken by fear. She did not question my sanity. She understood immediately. She knew he still watched over her too. She had felt his presence herself. To her, it made complete sense that he would come to me that night. She believed that in death, he was trying to make up for what he had not been able to give us in life. That thought stayed with me. It still does. Because if that is true, then the night that could have been one of pure terror was also a night of protection. I do not mean it was easy or that I was not frightened. I was. Deeply. But inside all of that fear, I never truly felt abandoned. I felt guided. I felt steadied. I felt watched over by someone who loved me and who was furious that harm had come near me. That is what carried me through. When I look back now, I still remember the job stress, the exhausting shift, the late drive home, the bad feeling that I ignored, the black clothes, the gun, the car, the store, the safe, the alarm, all of it. But stronger than all of that is the memory of my father's presence. If I had gone through that night alone, I do not know if I would have held it together the same way. I do not know if I would have found the courage to move quickly when I got the chance, or the calm to speak to the men, or the clarity to protect my mother in my first moments of fear. I only know that in the middle of the worst night I had faced in years, I was not alone. And that has shaped the way I understand that night ever since. This happened to me back in the early 90s, and even after all this time, I still remember it with a kind of sharp fear that never really faded. Some memories get softer as the years pass. The details blur, the feelings weaken, and eventually they start to seem like stories that happened to someone else. This is not one of those memories. This one stayed exactly where it first landed in me. I can still remember the apartment, the feeling of the hardwood floors under my feet, the strange quiet of the rooms at night, and the way fear can take hold of your body so completely that even time starts to feel wrong. It is one of the few experiences in my life that I have never been able to comfortably explain away, and because of that, it has stayed with me in a very different way from ordinary bad dreams or stressful nights. At the time, I had been dating a girl who, before we got serious, had at one point been involved in witchcraft. I do not mean that in some casual playful way, like she had only read a few strange books or played around with candles and symbols for fun. I mean that there was a real period in her life where she had been involved with things I did not fully understand and honestly did not really want to understand. At the time we were dating, I knew enough to find it unsettling, but not enough to know what any of it really meant. I did not know if she had fully left it behind or whether things from that world still clung to her in some way. I only knew that it was a part of her past, and that knowing it changed the way I looked at certain strange feelings that came later. During that time, I was living alone in an apartment. It was not a large place, but it had a very particular feel to it. The floors were hardwood all the way through, not carpet, and that meant every movement in the apartment had a clear sound. If someone was walking in another room, you knew it. If you shifted your weight, crossed the floor, or even moved carelessly in one room, the sound carried. There was no soft carpet to swallow footsteps or blur where they came from. The apartment had its own language of creaks and taps and shifting wood, and because I lived there alone, I got to know those sounds pretty well. That is part of why what happened later affected me so deeply. I knew what the apartment sounded like when I was alone. I knew what it sounded like when somebody else was there. And I knew the difference. Even before the event itself, I often had this eerie feeling in that apartment, like I was being watched. It is hard to explain that kind of feeling to someone who has never had it, because it does not come from one clear thing. It is not always tied to a sound or a shape or some obvious event. It is more like a pressure that comes into a room with you. You can be doing something completely normal, reading, watching television, getting ready for bed, and suddenly there is this awareness in the back of your mind that you are not as alone as you should be. That was the feeling I had there more than once. I tried to dismiss it as much as I could, because I did not want to be the kind of person who let my imagination make every room in my home feel threatening. When you live alone, you have to be practical, or you will drive yourself crazy. So whenever I felt watched, I would tell myself it was stress, nerves, or just one of those strange moods a person gets when a place is too quiet at night. Still, the feeling was there often enough that I noticed it. That is important, because what happened later did not come completely out of nowhere. It came in a place where the air already felt wrong from time to time, where I already had to work to ignore the sense that something unseen paid attention to me. Maybe that made me more vulnerable. Maybe it made me more alert. Or maybe it only means the apartment had already begun to unsettle me before the worst night arrived. I do not know for certain. I only know the feeling was real. One night, I went to bed like I always did. There was nothing especially strange about the evening itself. I had set my alarm clock for 6 in the morning because I had to get up for work. The alarm clock sat facing the bed where I could see it at all times if I awoke during the night. I was very particular about that. I liked being able to open my eyes and immediately know what time it was without having to reach for anything or move much. It gave me a sense of control in the dark. If I woke suddenly, I could look at the clock and place myself again. That mattered more than I realized back then. I fell asleep as usual. I do not remember dreaming beforehand, and I do not remember anything unusual happening before I drifted off. It was just another night, the kind that should have passed without leaving any mark at all. But at some point during the night, a noise pulled me up out of a deep sleep into that strange half-state where you are awake enough to understand your surroundings but not fully free from sleep yet. People who have experienced that kind of waking know what I mean. Your eyes open, your senses are working, and you know where you are, but part of you still feels trapped inside sleep, as if you are not fully connected to your own body yet. The first thing I did was look at the clock. It read exactly 1:01. That detail is burned into my mind because it was the first thing I registered clearly. I remember thinking, almost with annoyance more than anything else, great, I still have 5 more hours to sleep. It was such an ordinary thought, and maybe that is why it stayed with me so strongly. The moment still felt normal enough then that my first reaction was practical. I was not frightened yet. I was simply irritated that something had woken me and relieved that it was still early enough to go right back to sleep. I always sleep on my side, curled up in a fetal position, and that night I was lying the same way. My left hand was hanging slightly off the edge of the bed. That small detail also stayed with me because when something truly frightening happens, the body remembers the strange little physical facts around it. Where your arm was, how the blanket felt, which way you were facing, the position of the room around you. Those details anchor the event in reality in a way that later makes it impossible to dismiss as just some dream. Then I heard footsteps. Not vague creaks. Not settling wood. Not random noise that might belong to pipes or the building or the wind outside. Footsteps. Clear movement through the apartment. They were coming from another room and moving toward my bedroom. Because of the hardwood floors, the sound was distinct. Every step had a weight to it and a direction. It sounded exactly like someone walking through the house. And what made it worse was that the steps sounded like my girlfriend's boots, the ones she always wore. I knew that sound. I had heard it enough times. It was a recognizable rhythm, a recognizable weight, the sound of hard soles on hardwood floors. That is what I heard, and it was getting closer and closer. At that point, something in me began to feel wrong, even before the voice came. I knew she was not supposed to be there. She was not in the apartment. She had not arrived. No door had opened. No one had knocked. The apartment was closed up, and my bedroom door was shut. Yet those footsteps were moving through the rooms toward me with the certainty of someone who belonged there. Then it started speaking to me. It was speaking in her voice. That is when the fear changed from uneasiness into something far deeper. Hearing footsteps is one thing. Hearing a familiar voice in the dark when the person it belongs to is not there is something else entirely. The voice sounded like her. It was trying to convince me that it was her. That is the part that has always stayed with me most strongly. It was not only mimicking her by accident, or carrying a vague resemblance to her tone. It was trying to make me believe it was her. The intent behind it felt clear. It wanted me to accept it as someone familiar, someone safe, someone I knew. I tried to move. And I could not. That was the moment when the terror became total. I was awake enough to see the clock, hear the footsteps, and understand the voice, but I was completely paralyzed. My body would not respond. I could not turn, could not sit up, could not even pull my hand back onto the bed. It was like fear and sleep had fused together and pinned me in place. That kind of helplessness does something terrible to the mind. As long as you think you can move, some part of you still feels like you have options. Once you realize you cannot, panic expands instantly because now you are trapped in the experience with no way to protect yourself. But even though I could not move, I could speak. So I answered it. I said, "No, you're not." I knew it was not her. That knowledge came from somewhere deeper than logic. It sounded like her, yes. It wore her voice perfectly. But I knew it was not really her. I cannot explain how I knew except to say that some part of me recognized the falseness behind the familiar sound. It was like hearing someone speak with a loved one's voice while feeling something entirely different beneath it. The surface said one thing, the presence said another, and I knew the presence was wrong. It kept going. It continued trying to speak sweetly in her voice, moving closer and closer through the apartment, as if it thought if it came near enough and spoke gently enough I would give in and accept it. I remember how awful that sweetness felt, because it was not comforting at all. It was the sweetness of imitation, the kind that only makes something more disturbing because it is being used for the wrong purpose. The voice was too careful. Too false. Too intent on convincing me. It wanted me to relax, to believe, to stop resisting. But all it did was make me more certain that it was not her. By then, it had reached my bedroom. My bedroom door was closed. And yet whatever this thing was, it came right through the door. That is another detail I will never forget, not because I saw it pass through with my eyes but because I understood what must have happened. The footsteps did not stop at the threshold. There was no sound of the door opening. There was no turning handle, no pause, nothing. The movement and the voice simply continued until the presence was inside the room. That meant the door had not mattered at all. Whatever it was, it did not need to open it. It just came through. All the while, I could still see the clock. That matters to me because it means I was not lost in some dream scene that had completely replaced my room. The room was still there. The clock was still there. I knew exactly where I was. I was watching that familiar object while something impossible moved through the space around it. The reality of the room stayed intact even while the reality of what was happening inside it broke apart. Then there was a brief silence. For just a moment, everything stopped. No footsteps. No voice. Nothing. That silence was maybe the worst part because it gave me enough space to know something was now right beside me. I could feel it. The pause did not bring relief. It only sharpened the terror. It was the silence of something arriving and deciding what to do next. Then I felt the bed move behind me. Something had gotten onto the bed. The mattress shifted with the weight of it, and there is no mistaking that feeling. Anyone who has ever had someone climb into bed beside them knows the way a mattress reacts. It dips. It pulls slightly. The shape of the bed changes under you. I felt that. Whatever was there had come through the closed door, crossed the room, and now climbed onto the bed behind me while I still could not move. I said again, with everything in me, "You're not Kelly!" That was the last thing I said before it answered me in its true voice. I felt hot breath on my ear. Then the voice changed. It dropped the imitation of her and spoke in a man's voice. And it said, "How did you know?" That sentence still chills me more than almost anything else from that night. Not because it was loud or dramatic, but because of what it meant. It meant it knew it had been pretending. It meant it had expected me to believe it. It meant it understood deception. It meant I had not only been hearing some random voice in the dark. I had been interacting with something deliberate, something that wanted to fool me and was surprised that it failed. The second those words were spoken, the paralysis broke. I snapped out of it so suddenly that I practically launched myself out of the bed. I jumped up in complete panic, nearly pissing myself from terror, and ran straight to the light switch. I turned on the bedroom light, then rushed through the apartment switching on every other light too. I needed everything bright. Every room. Every corner. Every dark space gone. That was pure animal fear by then. I was no longer trying to understand what had happened. I only wanted light and proof that nothing was there. But when all the lights were on, there was nothing. The apartment looked completely empty. Normal. Silent. No person. No shape. No trace. Whatever had been there was gone. The whole thing had taken maybe a minute in real time, but it felt much longer, like one of those moments that stretch so far under fear that they seem to become their own world. That is another reason I have never accepted people's attempts to dismiss it as just a dream. I know what dreams feel like. I know what nightmares feel like. This was different. This carried the texture of the room itself, the clock, the floor, the door, the bed, the breath on my ear, the weight on the mattress. It had too much of waking reality in it to feel like a normal dream, and too much intention in it to feel like random sleep paralysis alone. I know some people would immediately explain it that way anyway. They would say I woke in the middle of the night, half-conscious, experienced sleep paralysis, imagined the footsteps, imagined the voice, imagined the bed moving, and then panicked myself fully awake. I understand why people say that. It is a neat explanation. It protects the ordinary structure of the world. And maybe for some people that explanation would be enough. But I am here to say that from inside the experience, it did not feel like imagination. It felt like presence. It felt like something in the apartment used the one voice it knew might get close to me and then slipped when I recognized it. The details are what keep me from writing it off. The exact time on the clock. The sound of my girlfriend's boots on hardwood floors. The closed bedroom door. The sweet voice trying too hard to be believable. The paralysis. The mattress shifting. The heat of the breath against my ear. And most of all, the words, "How did you know?" That one sentence has always felt too aware to belong to a dream. A dream usually unfolds according to your own hidden mind. This felt like resistance from outside me, like something disappointed that its disguise had failed. That feeling has stayed with me long after the fear itself faded. For a while after that night, the apartment felt unbearable. Every room held too much memory of what had happened. The hardwood floors that once only creaked now felt like they were waiting to carry footsteps again. The bedroom door no longer felt like a barrier. The bed itself, which should have been the safest place in the house, had become the place where something climbed up behind me in the dark. Light switches became important in a new way because I knew how desperately I had needed light to get through the aftermath. Once something happens like that, it changes the emotional map of your home. A chair is no longer just a chair. A doorway is no longer just a doorway. A room becomes the place where that thing happened. I also could not stop thinking about the connection to the girl I had been dating. The fact that she had once been involved in witchcraft bothered me in a way it had not before. I do not want to act like I can prove that connection, because I cannot. I do not know if what came into my room that night had anything to do with her past, her choices, or anything attached to her. But I cannot deny that the experience imitated her voice. It chose her voice specifically. It did not use a stranger's voice. It did not speak in some unknown tone. It spoke like her because that was the form of familiarity available to it. That alone made me wonder whether some part of her life had opened doors or brought things near that should never have been near either of us. Maybe that was unfair to her. Maybe I was trying to make sense of terror by tying it to the one strange thing I already knew about her life. That is possible. Fear searches for reasons. But what I know is that after that night, something about the relationship shifted for me. Maybe it would have ended anyway. Maybe enough other problems already existed. But that experience moved it toward its ending in a way I could not ignore. I could not shake the feeling that the imitation of her voice meant something, and I did not want to continue stepping deeper into a relationship that already carried enough unknown weight for me. So yes, shortly afterward, I stopped seeing her. Some people might say that was an overreaction. Others might say I should have sat down with her and tried to talk through every detail and see if there was some explanation from her side. But fear does not always lead you toward deeper investigation. Sometimes it simply tells you to leave the path you are on before things get worse. That is what I did. Maybe it was wisdom. Maybe it was self-protection. Maybe it was only the reaction of a man who had one too many eerie feelings in an apartment, and one unforgettable night that pushed him over the edge. Whatever it was, I knew I did not want to continue with her after that. Even now, when I tell the story, I do not tell it because I want people to be impressed or because I need them to agree with me. I tell it because it happened, and because it changed the way I understand fear and the unseen. Before that night, I believed strange things were possible in a distant sort of way, but I had not experienced something so intimate, so deliberate, and so physically overwhelming. After that night, I knew what it felt like to be frozen while something you cannot see moves through your home and tries to wear the voice of someone you know. That is not the kind of knowledge you easily set aside. I have thought often about why I recognized that it was not her. That question matters to me almost as much as the experience itself. How did I know? The thing asked me the same question. How did you know? And I have asked myself that many times too. What was it that betrayed it? The sweetness? The rhythm? The feeling underneath the sound? I think maybe the answer is that no matter how good an imitation is, it cannot fake presence. A voice is more than sound. A person is more than a voice. When you know someone, you know the way they feel in the room too, even if you cannot always explain that in ordinary terms. The thing in my room had her voice, but not her being. It wore only the surface. That is maybe the most disturbing lesson the night left me with. Evil, or whatever word best fits such things, may not always approach in forms that look monstrous at first. Sometimes it comes wearing familiarity. Sometimes it enters under the shape of a known person, a trusted voice, a sweetness that tries to lower your guard. That thought has followed me longer than the memory of the footsteps, or the clock, or the paralysis. It makes the world feel stranger. It makes intuition matter more. Because that night, the only thing that protected me before the light came on was the fact that I trusted my own inner recognition over the sound it tried to sell me. I still remember the exact shape of the room and light after it was over. Every lamp on. Every corner exposed. Nothing there. It would almost be easier if there had been something physical to blame. A person hidden somewhere. A door left open. A sign of intrusion. But there was nothing. Only the empty apartment, and my heart racing so hard I thought I might collapse. It is a terrible thing when something invisible leaves no evidence behind except what it does to your body. You start questioning yourself and defending yourself at the same time. You know what you experienced, but you also know how impossible it sounds when spoken aloud. That is why I have always been clear about one thing. It was not a dream. I know people will say that anyway, but I also know what I lived. Dreams do not usually leave you with the precise memory of a clock reading 101 and the exact sensation of hot breath against one specific ear. Dreams do not usually carry the sound of familiar boots across hardwood floors with that much clarity. And dreams certainly do not usually leave you with the feeling that something inhuman was disappointed it could not deceive you. This was something else, whatever name other people want to give it. If I had to describe the heart of the experience in one sentence, I would say this: something entered my apartment, tried to pretend it was someone I loved, and when I rejected the lie, it revealed itself just enough to terrify me before disappearing. That is what happened. And that is why, not long after, I walked away from that relationship and never really looked back. When I look back on the strange things that happened to me, most of them happened when I was younger. That may be one reason they stayed with me so strongly. When you are young, even small unusual events can leave a deep mark on you, especially if they happen in places that are already familiar. A strange thing in a dark old house is one thing, but a strange thing in a house where you laugh, eat, sleep, and spend time with family feels different. It gets mixed into the normal parts of life, and because of that, it becomes harder to forget. A lot of the experiences I had were not things that happened to me completely alone either. Most of the time, there was somebody else there with me, and that mattered. It is one thing to wonder if your own mind played a trick on you. It is another thing when someone beside you hears the same thing, reacts the same way, and later remembers it too. I have had a number of experiences, and when I think back on them, they all carry the same feeling. Not always pure fear, but that strange mix of shock, confusion, and the sense that something invisible is playing with the edge of the world around you. I have always believed that what I encountered was more likely jinn than anything else. That is what made the most sense to me based on what I grew up hearing, and what I felt during these moments. It never felt exactly like the kind of ghost story people tell in movies. It felt more playful at times, more mocking, more like something enjoying making itself known just enough to frighten us, and then disappear before it could be fully understood. One of the places where these kinds of things happened most often was my cousin's house. When I was younger, I used to spend a lot of weekends there. It was the kind of place where you would go because it felt fun and familiar. Cousins are usually like built-in friends when you are young, and weekends at their house always felt like a break from routine. We would stay up late, talk, joke around, and try to enjoy the freedom of not having to worry about school the next day. I remember being excited to go there. I do not remember thinking of it as some haunted place when I first started staying over. To me, it was just my cousin's house. But during one of my first visits there, my cousin said something to me that I still remember very clearly. He looked at me and said, "Weird stuff happens here around 12 a.m. At the time, I did not believe him. To be honest, I probably thought he was just trying to scare me because that is exactly the kind of thing cousins do. When you are young, scaring each other is part of the fun. So I listened, but I did not really take him seriously. In my mind, he was setting up a creepy mood and hoping I would jump at every little sound. I had no reason then to think that a few minutes later I would have my first experience there, and that it would stay with me for years afterward. The layout of the living room and kitchen is important because I can still picture it even now. The kitchen door was behind and to the right of the couch. From where we were sitting, we could not directly see every part of the kitchen, but there was a cabinet in there with a glass front, and the glass reflected a large portion of the room. That detail matters because it gave us a way to see movement indirectly, and that became part of what made the whole thing so strange. We were in the living room, probably talking, maybe half laughing, maybe waiting for midnight because of what he had said, even if I was still pretending not to believe him. Then around 12:04 we heard it. At first, it was only the sound of a cabinet door opening and shutting. That alone could have been anything. Houses make sounds. Wood shifts. Doors move slightly if they are not closed properly. A noise from a kitchen late at night is not enough by itself to make someone believe in anything supernatural. But then the sound came again, and then more of them followed. It was no longer just one cabinet. It sounded like a bunch of cabinet doors opening and shutting over and over again, one after another, quickly enough to make it impossible to ignore. The kitchen sounded alive with movement. It sounded like someone had gone in there and was opening every door they could reach. Naturally, we looked toward the reflection in the glass cabinet. That was the strange part. We could hear the movement clearly, but when we looked at the reflection, we saw nothing moving. No doors opening. No hands. No shadows. No person in the kitchen. Nothing. The reflection showed the kitchen, but the sound and the image did not match. It was as if the room was making noise without anything in it physically changing. That was enough to send all the confidence out of me very quickly. The whole "I don't believe you" attitude disappeared in a second. We both reacted at the same time. We jumped over the couch and ran into the kitchen. That was the kind of reaction you have when fear moves faster than thought. We did not calmly walk in there to check. We basically launched ourselves into the room because once that kind of noise starts in an empty kitchen at midnight, you either go see what it is or you sit there imagining something worse. So we ran in. And of course, the moment we got there, the noise stopped. Nothing was moving. No cabinet doors were still swinging. Nothing was out of place. No person was standing there. The kitchen looked normal, quiet, and empty, as if nothing had happened at all. That was my first real experience there. And no, maybe it is not the biggest or craziest story in the world if you compare it to dramatic ghost stories people tell later in life. But for me, it was important because it was the first time I experienced something that felt impossible, while somebody else was right there with me hearing the same thing. It was my first real jinn encounter, at least the first one I truly recognized that way afterward. Before that, strange stories were just stories. After that, they became personal. What made it stay with me was not only the noise itself. It was the way the sound and sight did not line up. If we had heard the cabinets, and then walked in to find them swinging, that would at least make a kind of sense. If we had seen a person in the reflection, then maybe it could be explained by some prank or misunderstanding. But hearing all that movement and seeing absolutely nothing change in the reflection gave the moment a deeply wrong feeling. It was like whatever was there knew how to make itself heard but not seen, or maybe wanted us to know something was happening without giving us enough to prove it. That is something I would later notice in other experiences too. Whatever these things were, they did not often reveal themselves in a full, clear way. They showed just enough. A sound. A movement. A feeling. A door moving when no one was there. Something flying through the air. Footsteps in an empty room. It was as though they preferred the edge of fear, the part where your mind is forced to ask, did that really happen? Because that question itself becomes part of the haunting. Another experience happened at my grandmother's house. That house always had a different feeling from my cousin's house. It was old, And old houses always have their own sounds and moods. Floors creak. Doors settle. The air changes from room to room. When you live in or spend time in an old house, you learn to separate the usual sounds from the unusual ones. You know which creak belongs to a certain step, which noise means someone is moving from one room to another, and which little shifts are just part of the house itself settling. That is why certain sounds stand out so sharply when they are wrong. One night, I was there with a friend of mine. We were both lying on separate couches in the living room, just talking. It was not some dramatic ghost hunting situation. We were not trying to scare each other. We were not using a Ouija board or daring each other to go into dark rooms. We were simply talking the way people do late at night when the house is quiet and everyone else is asleep. The kitchen was beside the living room, almost connected to it, not far away at all. Because of that, if someone walked into the kitchen, you would know. The floor would creak in a very recognizable way. As we were talking, we heard exactly that. We heard the creak of footsteps walking into the kitchen. It was not just one floorboard shifting randomly. It was a pattern of movement, the kind that clearly sounded like someone stepping from one spot to another. Because it was my grandmother's house, our first thought was simple. We figured it was her. Maybe she had gotten up for water. Maybe she could not sleep. Maybe she was moving around the kitchen for some ordinary reason. So we called out, "Hey Grandma, hey!" We waited for her to answer. But there was no reply. At first, that only made it a little strange. Maybe she had not heard us. Maybe she was doing something noisy and did not catch what we said. But then we realized something else. No light came on in the kitchen. In an old house, if someone gets up and walks into the kitchen at night, especially an older person, usually some light gets turned on. But there was nothing. No response, no light, no sign of anyone. So we looked. And there was no one there. That moment stayed with me too, not because it was dramatic in a movie-like way, but because it had that same impossible, ordinary quality. The house gave us a sound that should have belonged to a person. We responded as if a person was there. But when we checked, the person was missing. It is a deeply unsettling thing to hear footsteps and then find only emptiness where a body should have been. It makes the whole house feel a little less trustworthy, as if sound itself can no longer be relied upon to tell you what is real. That was another moment that felt more like a jinn playing around than some tragic ghost story. It was not a heavy, sorrowful presence. It felt more like something moving just out of sight, enjoying the fact that we could hear it and react to it, but not catch it. The strongest experience, though, happened again at my grandmother's place, and this one involved my two cousins, Chance and Marcus. Out of all the strange things I experienced there, this one stands out the most after the motorcycle experience I had already talked about before. It had a force to it that the other stories did not. It was not only a sound. It was not only footsteps. Something moved in a way none of us could ignore, and it happened right in front of us. Beside my grandmother's house there was a vacant trailer. At the time, I was living in it, sadly enough. That is just the truth of it. It was not somewhere I was especially proud to be staying, but it was where I was. The trailer itself had an odd feeling to it at times. Not constantly, but enough that I noticed it. During the day, it was just a place. At night, especially when it sat empty and still, it felt different. The air in there was heavier somehow. Sounds seemed louder. Dark corners felt deeper. It was the kind of place that made young people curious because it was nearby, half empty, and just strange enough that you wanted to challenge yourself by going in there after dark. That was exactly what happened one night. Me, Chance, and Marcus decided we wanted to check it out at night. That is the kind of foolish bravery young people have. You feel nervous, but that nervousness is exactly what pushes you forward because backing down feels worse in the moment than going in. So Marcus went in first. Chance went in second. I followed behind them. I was supposed to be the lookout in case anybody came. That is funny to think about now because we were acting like we were on some secret mission, when in truth we were only 3 young guys creeping through an empty trailer at night trying to act tougher than we felt. As we moved through the trailer, we passed the kitchen. Then came my room, and farther back was my sister's room. Marcus went toward the far back, closer to my sister's room. Chance moved toward my room. At some point, he found an old train toy. I do not remember exactly where it had been, only that it was one of those leftover objects that somehow remain in places long after people stop paying attention to them. He opened the door to my room, threw the toy inside, and then shut the door again. I was almost right behind him when that happened, so I saw enough to know exactly what he did. It was not a vague memory. It was a clear, simple action. Open door. Throw toy in. Close door. At that point, we had not really found anything. No obvious signs of strange activity. No noises. No movement. No reason to stay longer except the hope of scaring ourselves. So we more or less decided we were done, and started heading back out. It felt like one of those moments where you realize you have built up a place too much in your own mind and now you are leaving disappointed because nothing actually happened. Then we passed my old room again. And at that exact moment, the door opened by itself. Not slowly. Not with a creak that might suggest it had not latched properly. It opened, and the train toy came flying out of the room past Chance's head. That was it. There was no staying calm after that. There was no standing around trying to come up with a normal explanation. There was no brave second check. The second that toy flew out of the room, we lost all interest in acting tough and took off running. We ran hard and we ran fast, and we did not go back in there a night after that. It was one thing to hear cabinets in a kitchen or footsteps in a room. It was another thing entirely to have an object thrown back out of a room that one of us had just thrown it into. That crossed the line from suggestion and atmosphere into something physical. Something had taken that toy and sent it back out with enough force to make all of us stop believing we were only creeping around in an empty place. The reason that story stayed with me strongest is because it had 3 parts that all fit too cleanly to ignore. First, Chance found the toy. Second, he opened the door and threw it in while I was close enough to see it happen. Third, when we were leaving, the same door opened and the same toy came flying back out. That sequence leaves very little room for doubt. We knew where the toy had gone. We knew the door had been shut. We knew no one else was in there. And we knew what came back out. You can question a sound. You can question a glimpse. But once objects start moving in response to what you just did, the whole thing becomes much harder to dismiss. I still feel weird going into that trailer sometimes, even now. That is another thing people do not always understand. Places remember things for you. Once something powerful happens in a room, it does not really go back to being a neutral room again. Even if the walls are the same and the furniture is gone, and nothing else strange happens for a long time, you still remember what that space did to you once. You step through the doorway and part of your body remembers before your mind even finishes the thought. That is how that trailer feels to me. I can go in during the day. I can tell myself it is just wood and metal and old rooms. But some part of me still feels that moment with the train toy the second I think too hard about it. That is why I have always believed it was more of a jinn messing with us than anything else. That is the best way I know to explain the mood of it all. It did not feel like some trapped soul pleading for help. It did not feel like a sad haunting tied to one person's death. It felt mischievous, deliberate, playful in a cruel way. It liked sounds. It liked movement. It liked waiting until we had almost relaxed and then doing something just strong enough to send us running. That feels more like jinn to me, more like something intelligent but not human. Something that enjoys fear and confusion without necessarily wanting to destroy anyone. When I look back on all of these experiences together, a pattern starts to form. Midnight in my cousin's house, where things happened right after he warned me they would. Footsteps in my grandmother's kitchen, where no one stood. The trailer, where a toy answered back after being thrown into a room. None of these things were huge in the sense that people would believe instantly if you told them. They are not the kind of stories where a full figure stands under bright lights and introduces itself clearly. But that is exactly why they feel real to me. The supernatural, at least as I have experienced it, rarely gives full proof. It works at the edges. It knocks, throws, creaks, copies footsteps, makes sounds where nothing stands, and lets objects answer in ways that leave you shaken but not satisfied. That may also be why these stories stay with me so long. They are unfinished in a way. Every one of them leaves you with more questions than answers. What was making the cabinets open and shut with no movement in the reflection? Who or what walked into the kitchen at my grandmother's house when no one was there? What picked up that train toy and threw it back out of the room? Why did these things happen more often in certain places? Why around family? Why when we were young? There are no clear answers, only the memory of fear and the certainty that something happened. I have also noticed that many of these experiences happened when more than one person was present. That is important to me because it keeps me from reducing everything to imagination. If I had been alone every time, I might have doubted myself more. I might have told myself I was overreacting, hearing ordinary sounds in the wrong way, or letting dark rooms and late hours get to me. But having witnesses changes everything. When someone else hears the same cabinets, when someone else hears the same footsteps, when other people run with you from the same flying toy, the experience becomes shared reality. Maybe not provable reality to the outside world, but shared reality to those who were there. I do not think all strange experiences are the same. Some may come from grief, some from memory, some from a place holding old pain. But these never felt like that to me. They felt active. They felt playful in a dark way. They felt like something choosing moments to let us know we were not alone. That is why I still use the word jinn when I think back on them. It fits the feeling better than ghost does. A ghost sounds too simple for what this was. A jinn, at least the way I understand it, is something stranger, something with personality and mood and intent, something that can interact with the physical world and yet remain mostly hidden. And honestly, that hidden part may be what makes it so effective. If something appeared fully and clearly every time, people would know what they were dealing with, even if it frightened them. But when it only gives you sounds and sudden motions and one impossible moment before disappearing, it keeps you trapped in uncertainty. And uncertainty lingers. It makes you keep telling the story years later. It makes you remember the exact time, the exact room, the exact angle of a toy flying past someone's head. I still remember all of it. I remember not believing my cousin at first. I remember the sound of the cabinets. I remember us staring into the reflection and seeing nothing. I remember the kitchen going silent the second we ran in. I remember the creak of footsteps in my grandmother's house and the empty kitchen waiting after we called out. I remember Marcus going toward the back of the trailer. I remember Chance throwing the train toy into my room. I remember all of us deciding nothing was happening and turning to leave. And I remember the shock of that door opening and that toy flying back out like the house itself was telling us to get out. That is why, even now, I do not laugh off those nights. I do not think they were only old houses making noises. I do not think it was only our nerves. I think something was there. Something that liked to stay just out of sight. Something that wanted to be noticed. And something that, at least once or twice, got exactly the reaction it wanted. My son had just turned 4 when I finally started to feel that something in our little duplex was not as simple as I had kept telling myself. We had been renting that place since he was about 1 year old, so by then it was the only home he could really remember. It was not a large place, just a small duplex, the kind of home that can feel cozy one moment and cramped the next. We made do with it because it was what we could afford, and for a long time I tried to treat every little strange thing in the house as normal. A house makes noises. Old vents stick. Windows fog up. Children imagine things. Cats change their habits. I had an explanation for everything, or at least I thought I did. But when enough small things keep happening in the same place, and when your child keeps returning to the same fear without changing the story much, it becomes harder and harder to keep pushing it all aside. From the very beginning, my son never liked being alone in his room. At first I did not think too much of it because a lot of little children are like that. Some children love having their own room, and others do not. Some feel safe alone, and some want company, light, sound, or the comfort of being close to their parents. My son always seemed reluctant to stay in his room by himself for very long. He would play in other parts of the house, he would sit with us in the living room, and he would seem perfectly happy if someone else was near him. But if we told him to go play in his room alone, he would hesitate. Sometimes he would go for a little while, but never comfortably. Other times he would not want to go at all. Whenever we asked him why, he never really gave a clear answer. He would just avoid the question, or shrug, or say something small and vague that did not seem to mean much at the time. At night it was much the same. Usually, instead of going straight to bed in his room and falling asleep there, he would fall asleep on the couch while the rest of us were still up. That became almost a routine in our house. He would stay with us in the living room, watching television, half paying attention to whatever we were doing, trying to keep himself awake because he did not want to miss anything. He was at that age where children often do not want the day to end. They want to stay close to the adults, hear the sounds of the house, and feel like they are part of everything. So when he finally fell asleep on the couch, we would just pick him up and carry him into his bed. We told ourselves it was normal. We thought he only did it because he was curious, and did not want to miss whatever was happening in the house after his bedtime. That explanation made sense, and because it made sense, we accepted it. But over time, little things began to gather around that ordinary explanation until it no longer felt strong enough. For the past few weeks before I finally admitted to myself that something might truly be wrong, I kept waking up to find my son in my bed. At first I thought maybe he had simply climbed in because he was lonely or because he had a bad dream. Again, that is not uncommon for a child his age. Lots of children wander into their parents' room during the night. Sometimes they are scared, sometimes they want comfort, and sometimes they just want to be near someone warm and familiar. The strange part was not only that he kept coming into our room. The strange part was the timing. My husband was the one who noticed it first because he sleeps lighter than I do. He said our son always came in between about 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Not around midnight. Not at some random time. Always in that same stretch of early morning darkness. That repetition started to bother me. When we asked our son why he kept coming into our room, he gave us an answer that was much more specific than anything he had said before. He told us that he saw a little boy in his room. He did not say it in the dramatic way children sometimes tell stories to get attention. He said it simply, as if he was explaining something he had already accepted as true. He said there was a little boy in his room. Then he told us that he thought the little boy was a monster because he changed into something else. That was the part that bothered me most, because even then he could not explain exactly what the something else was. It was as if he knew the little boy was not always a little boy, but he did not have the words to describe what happened when the change came. At 4 years old, a child does not always know how to explain what he sees, especially if what he thinks he sees is strange or frightening. So we were left with that incomplete image, a little boy in his room who sometimes became something else. After that, my son began telling us more. He talked about things moving under his bed. He talked about the closet. He talked about the noises in his room. That became one of the phrases he repeated most often. He would tell us that the noises were back. It was not even that he always sounded wildly frightened. Sometimes he said it like a report, like he was telling us about the weather or something he had noticed. That matter-of-fact way of saying it was somehow even more unsettling than if he had screamed every time. It was as if this had become normal to him. He would just tell us the noises were back, and I would try to answer with calm, simple reasons. I had rational explanations for everything then, or at least I kept trying to. If he said there were noises in his room, I told myself it was probably the tree outside brushing the house. If something moved or sounded strange, maybe it was squirrels in the attic. If he thought something was under the bed, maybe the fan was blowing the bed skirt, or moving some toy in the shadows. I did not want to jump to anything supernatural. I especially did not want to put those ideas into my child's mind. Children are sensitive, imaginative, and sometimes fear grows stronger when adults react too strongly to it. So I tried very hard to stay calm, practical, and gentle about it. I wanted him to feel heard, but I also wanted to keep the house from becoming frightening in his mind. The problem was that the more he talked, the harder it became to keep explaining everything away. 2 nights before I really began to feel shaken, there was an incident that stayed with me. That night my son had come into my room again, and because there was not enough space in the bed for all of us comfortably, my husband had moved to the couch. At some point I woke up and saw my son standing by the bedroom door. He was holding onto it, not crying, not panicked, just standing there. I asked him what he was doing. Without any fear in his voice, he told me, "The door won't stop opening and closing." That answer went through me in a way I still remember. He was not shaking. He was not weeping. He was not acting like a child caught in a nightmare. He was completely calm, almost casual, as though he was simply telling me about something inconvenient. That calmness made it harder to dismiss. If he had been half asleep and dreaming, I might have expected confusion or fear. But he looked fully awake and certain. I told him it was okay and that he could come lie back down in my bed, and he did. But after that, I lay awake much longer than usual, thinking about that door, thinking about his room, and thinking about how many little strange things had been gathering there. My son also told us that the boy never spoke to him. That detail has stayed with me because it gave the whole thing a different feeling. The boy was not saying threatening things, not whispering to him, not calling his name. According to my son, he was just there. He would appear, stay for a while, and then leave. That almost made it worse in some ways. If something speaks, at least there is direct action you can respond to. But a silent figure that appears and disappears in a child's room feels more uncertain and therefore harder to fight against or explain. It is just there, watching, existing, being seen by a child who does not know what to make of it. There were also physical things about the room that had always bothered me, even before I allowed myself to connect them to anything else. Since the day we moved into that duplex, the windows in my son's room always looked dirty and foggy. I cleaned them. I cleaned them again. I used different things. Nothing changed. That was the only room in the whole house where the windows always looked like that, cloudy and wrong somehow, as if no amount of cleaning could really clear them. I also found myself checking the air conditioning vent in his room over and over because it kept closing on its own. Again, I tried to stay practical. Vents shift. Things loosen over time. A room can have airflow problems that make things behave oddly. But when little strange things in the room start adding up, even a stubborn vent begins to feel more important than it should. My husband had his own experience too, although his was less direct than my son's. He told me that sometimes when he was home alone, he felt like there was a presence in the room with him. He did not say it felt evil or bad exactly. That was important. He said it just felt weird, like someone was watching him. It was not the kind of fear that comes from obvious danger. It was that subtle but unmistakable feeling of not being as alone as you should be. He is not a dramatic person, so when he said that, I took it seriously. He was not the kind of man to invent ghost stories for excitement. If he said a room felt occupied when no one else was there, then that meant he had noticed something enough to mention it, and that was not nothing. Then there was the cat. I had had that cat for many years. She had always been an inside cat, though sometimes I would let her go outside for a little while to play or wander, and then she would come back. That was normal for her. But after a while in this house, she stopped wanting to come inside at all. She stayed outside. No matter what I did, she seemed reluctant to return to the house in the way she once had. People say animals know things we do not. I do not know for sure what to believe about that, but I do know my cat's behavior changed, and it changed in a way that made me uneasy. An animal that once felt comfortable in a home suddenly deciding not to enter it anymore does not prove anything by itself, but it does not feel meaningless either when everything else is already making you uneasy. I kept talking to my son because I did not want him to be afraid, and I did not want him to think we did not believe him. That balance was very important to me. I think many parents make the mistake of going too far in one direction or the other. Either they laugh off everything and tell the child it is all nonsense, which can leave the child feeling alone and unheard, or they panic and feed the fear until the child can no longer tell the difference between imagination and danger. I was trying hard not to do either of those things. I wanted to listen to him. I wanted him to know I took him seriously. But I also wanted to remain calm enough that I did not turn his room into something even more frightening than it already felt to him. I made one thing clear to myself, though. If there was ever a moment when I truly felt anyone in my house was in danger, we would leave. That was not a dramatic statement. It was simply a line I drew in my mind. Curiosity and open-mindedness are one thing. Keeping a child in a place that feels unsafe is another. So far, things had remained mostly calm, at least in the sense that no one had been physically hurt, and the events were still limited to noises, appearances, feelings, and odd movements. But I was also aware that the more my son told us, the more I began to notice things that I might once have ignored. That frightened me too, because it made me wonder how many things I had brushed aside before only because I had chosen not to look too closely. There is also a family background to all of this that makes it harder for me to ignore than it might be for someone else. My own childhood was full of ghost stories and strange happenings. My mother had stories too. So did her mother. It was the kind of thing that wove through the women in my family. Strange sightings. Odd feelings. Moments no one could explain. Stories passed down not as fairy tales but as things people really believed had happened. Maybe one day I will write all of them down properly, because there are enough of them to fill pages and pages. Growing up around those stories changes you. Even if you try to be practical and skeptical, some part of you remains aware that not everything in the world can be easily named or dismissed. So when my son started telling me about the little boy in his room, I did not hear him as a child saying something impossible. I heard him as the next person in a line of people who had seen and sensed things others might not. That thought makes me sad sometimes. It also makes me wonder how many children go through things like this and are dismissed completely by their parents. How many children say they hear something or see someone or feel a presence, and how often are they told to stop talking nonsense, go back to bed, and forget it? I understand why adults do that. They are trying to protect their children. They are trying to keep fear from growing. They are trying to keep control over the world by insisting it works the way it is supposed to. But I still wonder what it feels like to be a child who is genuinely experiencing something strange, and to be told again and again that none of it is real. That kind of dismissal might teach a child not that ghosts are fake, but that no one will believe them when something outside the ordinary happens. And then there is another question that stays with me. What is it that makes children grow out of it? People say that all the time. They say children are more open, that they see things, then later they stop. But why? Does the world really stop showing itself to them in that way, or do they simply learn to ignore it? Do they stop seeing because they no longer can, or because adults teach them not to trust what they see? Does growing up close some door that children naturally leave open? I do not know. But I think about it often now because my son is still young enough to say what he sees without worrying too much about whether it sounds strange. One day he may stop doing that. One day he may decide it is easier not to talk about the little boy in his room. One day he may grow out of it. And I still do not know whether that would mean the boy is gone or only that my son has learned not to notice. The more I sit with all of this, the more complicated my feelings become. Part of me wants a simple explanation for everything. I want the noises to be squirrels or pipes or old wood. I want the door to stick because of airflow. I want the windows to be foggy because of moisture. I want the vent to keep closing because it is loose. I want my cat to stay outside for some ordinary reason that has nothing to do with the house. I want my son's little boy to be nothing more than an active imagination mixed with nighttime shadows. I want all of it to fit into a safe and practical picture because that would be easier. That would be kinder. That would let me tuck my child into bed and sleep at night without wondering what he sees after the lights go out. But another part of me does not believe that it is all so simple. That part of me listens carefully when my son speaks. It remembers the stories from my mother and grandmother. It notices the way my husband chooses his words when he says he feels watched but not threatened. It notices the windows that never clear, the vent that will not stay open, the cat that refuses to come back inside. It notices how often my son comes into our room at the same time of night. It notices how calmly he describes things no child should have reason to invent in quite that way. And that part of me wonders whether there is really a little boy there, or at least something that appears as one. The strangest thing is that my son does not describe it as pure evil. He says he thinks the little boy is a monster because he changes into something else. That sounds frightening, of course, but there is still something curious about it. The little boy does not scream at him. He does not attack him. He does not speak. He is there, and then he changes, and then he leaves. That is unsettling in a way that is hard to pin down because it is not fully aggressive. It is more like a presence crossing the edges of the room and of my child's world, as if the room itself is not entirely his at certain hours of the night. And maybe that is what frightens me most. Not that something obviously violent has happened, but that something not fully understood seems to share space with my son in a room meant to belong only to him. Some nights I find myself standing in the doorway of his room after he is asleep, looking around at everything that has become loaded with meaning. The foggy windows, the vent, the bed, the closet, the shadows under the bed skirt, the door that he once said would not stop opening and closing. It is all so ordinary and yet not. A child's room should feel like the safest place in the house. Instead, his room feels like the center of a question I cannot answer. I have tried to keep peace in the house as much as possible. I do not want to create fear where maybe there is none. I do not want to challenge or invite anything. I do not want to fill the air with panic. At the same time, I do not want to ignore what is happening if it is real. That leaves me living in this strange middle space where I watch, listen, comfort my son, talk gently to him, and wait. I do not know if waiting is the right thing. But sometimes waiting and paying attention are all a mother can do until something clearer happens. If I am honest, I think what troubles me most is how calm my son often is when he speaks about these things. Fear I would understand. Nightmares I would understand. But calm description is harder to dismiss. The noises are back. The little boy is there. The door won't stop opening and closing. These are not wild dramatic stories told in the middle of a tantrum. They are observations. That makes them feel more solid, more rooted, more like his own reality. And I wonder, too, whether the little boy is really a little boy at all. Maybe that is just the form he takes. Maybe children see things in shapes their minds can partly understand. A 4-year-old may not have the words for presence, spirit, shadow, transformation, or anything else an adult might reach for. But a little boy changing into something else, that is a child's way of saying what he can about something that does not stay one thing for long. That thought unsettles me deeply. Because if that is true, then whatever is in the room knows how to appear in a form that gets close to trust before becoming something less understandable. There are nights when I almost hope nothing else happens, because each new small event makes the whole pattern harder to ignore. But there are also nights when I wish something clearer would happen so I could finally know whether I am dealing with an active imagination, an inherited sensitivity, a troubled room, or something far more real than I want to admit. This uncertainty is exhausting. It wears on me in a quiet way. It turns every small sound after midnight into a question. It turns every morning conversation with my son into an investigation I am not trained for and never wanted. Still, I keep listening. I keep asking him gentle questions. I keep making sure he knows I believe that he believes what he is saying. I keep telling him he is safe. And I keep telling myself that if safety ever begins to feel uncertain in a real and immediate way, we will leave. Until then, all I can do is stay open-eyed, loving, and careful. Maybe one day this will pass. Maybe one day he really will grow out of it. Maybe one day the room will settle, the windows will clear, the vent will stop closing, the cat will come back inside, and my son will forget that he ever saw a little boy there at all. Or maybe one day he will tell me one more thing that makes everything finally fall into place. For now, I live in the in-between. In a small duplex. With a child who does not like his room. with noises that return, with a door that may move on its own, with a husband who feels watched, with a cat that refuses to come back inside, and with a family history full of women and children who have seen more than others were willing to believe. That is enough to make any mother pay attention. I was very young when this happened, so for a long time the memory lived inside me in pieces. Some parts were sharp and clear, and some parts only grew stronger later when I got older and started thinking about what had happened in a different way. But even when I was little, I knew that house felt different. At first I did not have the words for it. I only knew that I did not like being there. It was not the kind of dislike a child feels for a room that is too dark or a house that is too old. It was deeper than that. It felt like the house had its own mood, and that mood never really relaxed. Even when everything looked normal, even when the sun was out, even when family members were laughing in the kitchen or watching television in the living room, something about that place always felt tense to me. At the time, I did not know why. I only knew I did not want to live there. My parents moved us into my grandparents' house after my grandparents retired and moved to the coast of Texas. That house had already belonged to the family for a long time, so it was not some strange place we had never seen before. It was familiar in the family way, the kind of house tied to stories, memories, visits, holidays, and old furniture that had always seemed to be there. But living in a house and visiting a house are not the same thing. A place can feel one way when you spend a few hours there during the day and completely different when you sleep there at night, wake there in the early morning, and move through its silence when the rest of the family is asleep. That was what I learned after we moved in. Before my grandparents left, my grandmother sat my sister and me down and told us something that, at the time, sounded completely crazy. She explained that our great-grandmother had died in the house and still lived there. She said it in a calm way, not like she was trying to frighten us, and not like it was some dramatic secret she could barely force herself to share. She said it almost the way someone might explain an ordinary fact about the house, like where the towels were kept, or which door stuck in humid weather. She simply told us that our great-grandmother had died there, and that she was still in the house. Of course, my sister and I thought she was crazy. We were children. To us, adults could say all kinds of strange things, and sometimes those things only made sense in grown-up ways we did not understand yet. So when she told us that our dead great-grandmother still lived in the house, we did not truly believe her. Or maybe a better way to say it is that we did not want to believe her. A child naturally resists the idea that the dead are still standing around in familiar rooms. It sounds impossible at first, and when something sounds impossible, it is easier to laugh at it, dismiss it, or pretend it is only one of those odd things old relatives say because they are old. That was how we treated it then. But after we moved in, little things around the house began to build up until it became much harder to keep dismissing what we had been told. I remember that I hated living there. That feeling came early and stayed strong. I did not need to see anything dramatic right away to know that I disliked the house. Sometimes children notice something wrong in a place before they understand what it is. They do not analyze it. They simply feel it. That was me. I felt uncomfortable in that house in a way I could not explain, and because I was a child, that discomfort often came out as anger, complaining, or refusing to settle down. One night, I was in my bedroom throwing a temper tantrum. That is the clearest early memory I have of something directly happening to me. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, upset and crying and carrying on because I hated living in that house. My father was in the room with me, trying to calm me down and comfort me the way parents do when a child is overpowered by feelings too big for them. The room itself was ordinary enough on the surface. Each bedroom had one of those hanging lamps above the bed, the kind with a Tiffany-style look, decorative and heavy enough that you noticed them but did not think much about them once you got used to seeing them every day. That lamp was above my bed while I sat there angry and worked up, and my father sat beside me trying to settle me. I kept saying the same thing over and over. I hate this house. I hate this house. I hate this house. I was not saying it gently or thoughtfully. I was saying it the way only a child in the middle of a tantrum can say something, full of frustration and emotion and not caring who hears it. I meant it with every small, angry part of me. I hated the house. I hated the feeling of it. I hated sleeping there. I hated the rooms. I hated the mood of the whole place, even if I could not explain why. As soon as I said it the third time, something happened. The lamp above the bed swung backward. Then it swung forward. And then it came right out of the ceiling and hit me in the back of the head. That was the moment that changed everything for me. Until then, maybe I could have kept pretending the house was only making me uncomfortable for no reason. Maybe I could have continued thinking adults were exaggerating when they talked about our dead great-grandmother still being there. But once that lamp moved like that and hit me right after I had shouted that I hated the house, it stopped feeling like coincidence to me, even though I was still very young. The timing was too exact. The motion was too direct. It was as if something in the room had heard me, grown angry, and answered me in the only physical way it could. My father's reaction made the moment even more unforgettable. He looked at me and said, "See? You're pissing her off, and you shouldn't piss her off." That sentence stayed with me all my life. He did not react as if it were only a loose fixture. He did not rush to explain it away right then, at least not in the way people usually do when they want to protect a child from fear. Instead, he said it like the answer was obvious. Like of course she was angry. Like of course the lamp reacted. Like of course this was what happened when you insulted the house she still lived in. Whether he fully believed that in the deepest sense, or whether he said it partly to shock me into calming down, I cannot know for sure. But in that moment, to me, it felt like confirmation. It felt like the adults had known all along that the house still belonged partly to someone who was no longer alive. We moved shortly after that. I do not know if that incident alone caused the move, or if there were many reasons layered together, as there usually are in real life. But I know we did not stay much longer after my experience with the lamp. And I know that by then, it was not only me who had felt that something strange was happening there. There had already been other things in that house, and more stories attached to it than just mine. That is one of the reasons my own experience hit so hard. It did not happen in isolation. It happened in a house where other strange things had already been noticed, talked about, and quietly accepted in the family. If the lamp incident had been the only odd thing, maybe with time I would have convinced myself it was just a broken fixture that happened to come loose at the exact wrong moment. But the house had too much else in it for that explanation to fully settle. For example, I remember that sometimes we would all be sitting there watching television and it would suddenly shut off by itself. This was not the kind of television you could turn back on with a remote from across the room. It had one of those knobs you actually had to get up and pull in order to switch it on or off. So when it clicked off unexpectedly, someone had to physically get up, walk over to it, and turn it back on by hand. That small detail mattered because it made the event feel more physical and less dismissible. It was not a remote with dying batteries. It was not someone leaning on the wrong button by accident. It was a machine turning itself off in the middle of people watching it. At first, those moments might have been brushed aside one by one. Maybe the television was old. Maybe the wiring in the house was strange. Maybe something electrical was unreliable. But when you combine a television shutting off by itself with all the other odd things happening in the same house, it begins to feel like part of a larger pattern rather than just one appliance acting up. Then there was my sister's jewelry. Whenever she took a shower, she would put her jewelry on the bathroom counter. That was normal. People take off rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets before showering all the time. There was nothing mysterious in the action itself. But nearly every time she did that in that house, she would come out of the shower and find her jewelry no longer on the counter where she had left it. Instead, it would be in a little pile at the bottom of the stairs. That is the kind of thing that becomes almost more frightening because of how personal it is. It is not a vague cold spot or a sound in another room. It is your own belongings being physically moved from one place to another while you are occupied somewhere else. And not scattered randomly either, but placed in a pile. That suggests intention. It suggests someone or something had not only touched the jewelry but arranged it. That is harder to explain away than something merely falling to the floor. Other people claim to have seen our great-grandmother standing in the dining room. That detail always stayed in the background of the family stories, adding weight to everything else. It was not only noises and moved objects. There were visual sightings too. Not everybody saw her, but enough people said they had that it became part of what the house meant to the family. A woman standing in the dining room. A dead relative still present in a familiar space. The sight of her was not attached to some one-time dramatic event. It was simply something that certain family members said had happened, and once you hear that enough times, the room itself changes in your imagination. A dining room stops being only a place for meals and becomes the place where someone long dead might still stand quietly when no one expects it. There were also reports of breaking dishes upstairs. Family members would hear the unmistakable sound of dishes crashing and shattering, the sort of noise that instantly makes you rush to see what has been broken. Yet when they went upstairs to check, nothing was ever out of place. No broken plates. No scattered glass. No mess to clean up. Just the sound, loud and clear, with no visible cause and no evidence left behind. Those are the kinds of experiences that frustrate as much as they frighten. If something breaks, at least you can point to it and say, "There, that happened." But when the sound of destruction fills a house and then leaves no broken thing behind, it creates a helpless kind of uncertainty. Then there was the cold spot at the end of my sister's bed. That detail sounds small compared to lamps falling and televisions switching off, but people who have lived in a house with one consistent strange feature like that know how unsettling it can become over time. A cold spot is easy to dismiss once. Maybe it is a draft. Maybe the room holds air differently. Maybe it is a window or bad insulation or some gap in the wall. But when it stays in one exact place again and again, with no ordinary explanation that fully fits, it becomes part of the mood of the room. At the end of my sister's bed, there was always that coldness. Not in random patches, not moving around with the weather, but there, in that one area, consistently enough that it became a known thing in the house. You begin to anticipate it. You begin to feel it before you even step near it. And over time, it starts to carry a meaning beyond temperature. One of the most important parts of the house was a room we called the East Room. That room had a reputation all by itself. No one wanted to go in there. It was not because there was anything visibly wrong with it in a normal sense. It was because you could feel something in there. That is the only honest way to explain it. There was a presence in that room. You did not need to see a figure or hear a voice to know that something about it was not right. The room itself seemed occupied in some invisible way. The air felt different. Heavier. More watchful. People avoided it not because of one dramatic event that happened there once, but because entering it felt wrong. When a room in a house takes on that kind of identity, it starts to shape the entire house around it. Even if you are not in the room, you know it is there. You know it is being avoided. You know there is a reason people do not step inside casually. That alone changes the emotional geography of a home. When I think back now, I realize the house was full of these separate little centers of strangeness. My bedroom with the lamp. The dining room where people saw her. The television in the living room. The bathroom and the stairs where my sister's jewelry kept being moved. The upstairs where dishes broke without breaking. The end of my sister's bed where the cold stayed. The east room that no one entered if they could help it. Each place had its own story, its own mood, its own little piece of whatever the house held. That made it feel less like one random event and more like a consistent haunting of the entire place. As a child, though, I did not think in such organized ways. I simply knew that after the lamp incident, I stopped laughing off what I had been told. Before that, I was a skeptic in the way children naturally are. Unless something touches them directly, they think adults exaggerate. They think ghost stories are just stories. They think older relatives say strange things because adults live in a world full of rules and beliefs that children do not yet share. But once that lamp came down on my head at the exact moment I shouted that I hated the house, skepticism became much harder to hold on to. Something in me shifted. Even if I could not fully explain it, I understood then that I was living in a place where the ordinary rules did not seem complete. I also think about how the house tied the family together across generations. My great-grandmother died there. My grandmother warned us about her. Other relatives saw her or heard things in the house. My father accepted the possibility quickly enough to speak of her as if her anger was simply another fact of daily life. We, the younger children, learned about her first as a story, then as an explanation, and finally as something close to certainty after living through our own experiences. That kind of haunting is not only about fear. It is about family memory too. A house like that becomes a place where the dead are not fully gone, and where family history is still walking from room to room in one form or another. That does not mean it was easy. There is something unsettling about realizing a dead relative may still be present, and may still be capable of reacting. My great-grandmother was not, in these stories, a distant peaceful figure smiling down from somewhere else. She was local. Immediate. She turned off televisions, moved jewelry, held certain rooms with her presence, stood in the dining room, and if my father was right, became angry enough to send a hanging lamp crashing into the back of my head. That kind of presence is not abstract. It does not allow the comforting distance people often place between themselves and the dead. Instead, it says the dead may still have opinions, habits, moods, and boundaries right here in the places they once lived. Sometimes I wonder what she thought of us in that house. Did she resent us for being there? Did she feel protective over certain spaces or certain objects? Did she dislike noise, disorder, anger, or disrespect? Was she trying to make herself known or simply refusing to fully leave? Those questions never really leave a person once they have lived in a house like that. Every little event becomes part of the larger mystery. Why the lamp? Why the jewelry? Why the cold at the bed? Why the east room? Why the dining room? Why dishes breaking without breaking? Was it one spirit doing all of it? Was it really my great-grandmother every time? Or had the house become layered with more than one presence over time, with family members only choosing to name the one they already knew? I cannot answer all of that with certainty. What I can say is that after my own experience, I no longer believe these things were only imagination or family exaggeration. The lamp made it personal. The pain in the back of my head made it physical. The exact timing of it made it impossible to shrug off. And once that happened, every other story I had heard about the house seemed less like gossip and more like evidence. Even now, I remember my father's tone as clearly as I remember the lamp swinging. He was not panicked. He was not shocked. He was almost matter-of-fact when he said I should not make her angry. That has always fascinated me. It suggests that in his mind, by that point, the line between living with the family and living with her was already thinner than I understood as a child. Maybe he had experienced enough himself by then that the incident only confirmed something he already believed. Maybe adults in the family had quietly adjusted to the house in ways we children had not yet realized. We moved soon after, and in one sense I was relieved. I did not want to stay in that house. I had already hated it before the lamp. After the lamp, I was completely finished with it in my own small child mind. But moving away did not erase what happened there. It only turned the house into a place of family legend, the kind of place people still talk about years later because too many strange things happened there for the stories to die. It became part of my personal proof, the experience I could always go back to when anyone asked why I believed. And yes, after that, I firmly believed in the afterlife, in ghosts, and in the possibility that the dead do not always go as far away as the living pretend they do. That belief did not come from books or movies or trying to seem interesting. It came from sitting on a bed as a child, shouting that I hated the house, and having the house answer me through a lamp that should have stayed in the ceiling. That is not the kind of thing you forget. It changes the way you hear other family stories. It changes the way you walk into old houses. It changes the way you listen when an older relative calmly says that the dead still live there. Because once you have been hit in the head by a hanging lamp right after insulting a house your dead great-grandmother supposedly still occupies, you stop assuming grown-ups are only telling ghost stories to entertain children. You begin to understand that sometimes a family story is not a story at all. Sometimes it is a warning. And sometimes it is simply the truth, passed down until someone else in the family finally experiences enough to know it too. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Last Thursday, on September 6th of this year, everything in our house already felt tense before the frightening part even began. My dad had gotten sick, and because of that, the whole house had shifted into one of those tired, stressful routines families fall into when someone is not well. When a parent gets sick, even if no one says much about it, the whole feeling of a home changes. Everyone starts moving differently. Normal things do not feel normal anymore. People begin helping more, doing chores that are not usually theirs, cooking, cleaning, checking on things, trying to keep the house running while also worrying in the background. That was what it had been like for us. We were helping with the cleaning, helping with meals, helping with whatever needed to be done, and all of it made the house feel heavier somehow, even before anything strange happened. By the end of that day, I was exhausted. My husband Alex was exhausted too. We were both worn out from the stress, the extra work, and the uneasy feeling that comes when someone in the house is not doing well. That night, when we got ready for bed, I decided to take a sleeping pill because I really wanted one good night of sleep. I thought I needed it. I thought if I could just sleep deeply for once, maybe I would wake up feeling more like myself again. At the time, that seemed like the most ordinary and sensible choice I could make. I had no idea that instead of getting a peaceful night, I was about to go through one of the most terrifying experiences I have ever had in that house. It was exactly 3:12 in the morning when I woke up. I did not wake up slowly. I did not drift into awareness in the usual way. I woke up gasping for air. That is the first thing I remember clearly. It felt like I had been pulled straight out of sleep by panic. I sat straight up in bed and called for Alex, but he was already awake. That alone frightened me, because it meant I was not the only one reacting to something strange. He immediately asked me what was wrong, and before I could even think properly, I told him exactly what it felt like. I said that I felt like the house was on fire. That was the first thought in my head because the room felt wrong in such a physical way. It did not just seem frightening in some vague sense. It smelled like smoke. Real smoke. Not cigarette smoke, not some small burnt smell from an appliance or a forgotten match, but smoke like wood burning. Thick, alarming, serious smoke. Alex looked at me and said the same thing. He said, "Yes, it smells like smoke, like wood burning." The fact that he said it without hesitation made the fear sharper immediately. This was not just me waking up confused from the sleeping pill or from a nightmare. He smelled it too. We both jumped out of bed right away. At that point, there was no time to sit and question anything. When you wake up convinced your house may be on fire, your body moves before your mind can sort anything out. The fear is immediate and practical. You think about flames, heat, smoke filling the rooms, people asleep in the house, and the danger of waiting too long. My father has a fireplace in the living room, so that was one of the first thoughts that came to us. Maybe something had gone wrong there. Maybe an ember had escaped. Maybe wood was burning somewhere it should not be. We moved fast, expecting to find something wrong. But everything turned out to be fine. That was the first truly strange part. There was no fire. There were no flames. Nothing was burning. The fireplace was not causing any emergency. And yet both of us had woken up at the same moment feeling like the room was full of smoke and smelling wood burning so strongly that we had jumped out of bed in fear. After checking and finding nothing wrong, we went back to our room, but neither of us felt normal. We started talking about what had just happened because it was too strange to ignore. We both agreed on what it had felt like. It was not only the smell of smoke. It was the feeling in the room itself. It felt as if the room had been full of smoke, or like the air had been sucked out somehow. Breathing had felt difficult. Heavy. Wrong. That was what had frightened me as much as the smell. It was not only that it smelled like something burning. It was that the air itself seemed taken over by something we could not see but could clearly feel. We were shaken, but after a little while, we calmed down enough to lie back down and at least try to get some sleep. That is one of the strange things about fear in the middle of the night. Even after something alarming happens, if you find no clear cause, your mind starts trying to push you back toward normal again. You tell yourself maybe you imagined part of it. Maybe it was some outside smell that drifted in. Maybe the air changed for some reason. Maybe stress made everything feel worse than it was. You do not fully believe those explanations, but you reach for them because the alternative is too unsettling. That is what we were doing then, trying to calm ourselves enough to rest again. Then Alex got up to go to the bathroom. What happened next frightened me even more than the smoke. He walked out of the bedroom, and only a second later he came back and looking white as a ghost. I still remember his face because he looked truly shaken, not like someone joking around or trying to scare me. He came back in and said that there was somebody in my brother's room. He said he could hear talking in there, and not just ordinary talking. He said the voices were cursing. It sounded to him like someone was actually in that room speaking, and from the way he said it, I could tell he had not expected to hear anything like that. My brother was the one in the family who, when he was younger, used to mess around with a Ouija board pretty often. That detail came back to my mind immediately because anything strange centered around his room already felt more unsettling because of that. Alex said that when he went toward my brother's door, everything stopped. No voices. No movement. Nothing. The second he approached the room, all the sound disappeared. That alone would have been enough to make anyone uneasy, but the strangest part had not even happened yet. He turned away from the room and started walking back down the hallway toward our bedroom. He kept trying to calm himself as he walked. He later told me that he was saying to himself, "It's only my imagination. I don't believe in this stuff." That sounds exactly like something a frightened person would say when they are trying to force reality back into place. If you can say you do not believe in it, maybe it loses some of its power. Maybe the fear becomes manageable. Maybe what you heard becomes just a mistake. But then something happened that shattered that comfort completely. As Alex walked away from my brother's door, he felt something grab his shoulder and push him toward our bedroom. The way he reacted told me it had not been small or uncertain. He did not come in calmly describing some odd sensation he was not sure about. He screamed. He yelled that something was after him. There was no hesitation in his fear at that point. Whatever had touched him felt real enough to send him into full panic. Hearing your husband scream like that in the middle of the night is terrifying in a way that is hard to describe. It turns the whole house into a place you no longer trust for even 1 second. Up until then, the smoke had been frightening, the voices had been unsettling, but this was direct. Something had physically touched him. By then, everyone in the house was awake. We all got up, trying to figure out what was happening. Alex and I were explaining what we had experienced, the smoke, the breathing, the voices, the touch. We were trying to put it all into words fast because when fear is fresh, you want other people to hear it immediately, as if saying it aloud will somehow help make sense of it. I was still shaken from the smoke incident and now from Alex's panic, and I was not prepared for what my dad said next. He looked at us and said there is something evil in this house. I was stunned. That may have been one of the most shocking parts of the entire night for me, because for the longest time I had seen things, heard things, felt things in that house that I could not explain, and my dad had always denied it or ignored it or refused to really listen. He was not the kind of person who easily admitted something like that. If anything, he was the kind of person who wanted a practical answer, a grounded answer, a normal answer. So hearing him say straight out that there was something evil in the house made my whole body go cold. It meant he had his own experiences too. It meant he knew more than I realized. It meant I was not alone in what I had been feeling. My dad then started telling us things he had not fully shared before. He said that not long before, weird things had been happening in the house. The television would go on and off by itself. The bathroom sink would turn on. He would hear noises that sounded like pots and pans being thrown around, crashing and clattering, the kind of sound that would make anyone run to the kitchen or wherever it seemed to be coming from. But every time he went to check, nothing was out of place. Nothing was broken. Nothing had moved. It was the same kind of pattern Alex and I had just experienced with the voices. A sound strong enough to feel impossible to ignore, then nothing there when you went looking for it. That was unsettling enough, but then he told us about something that had happened to him one morning. He had gotten up to go to the bathroom, and to reach it he had to pass my brother's room first. As he walked by, he heard somebody calling his name. Pete. That was his name, and he heard it clearly. Then he heard it again. And then again. He said the reason he says they were calling to him is because there was more than one voice. That is what made the story even worse. It was not one single voice quietly using his name. It was multiple voices. More than one. Calling out to him from my brother's room. He said the voices kept getting louder as he moved toward the room, and something about that image stays with me. A grown man, walking down the hallway to the bathroom, suddenly hearing several voices from a bedroom calling him by name. It is such a specific and deeply unsettling thing. It is the kind of moment that pushes ordinary life aside immediately, and leaves only dread. My dad said he stopped in front of my brother's door and said, "Who is in here? I have a gun, so you better come out." That was exactly his style. If he was frightened, he would meet it with force first. He was not going to creep around quietly or pretend he had heard nothing. He challenged whatever was in the room. He wanted an answer. He wanted whoever or whatever it was to show itself. That is what made the next part even more awful. After a short pause, he tried to open the door. He said at first it would not open. He pushed harder, using all his strength, and suddenly the door swung open. The second it opened, the most awful smell came pouring out. He said it smelled like something rotten and dead. Not stale air. Not dirty laundry. Not mildew or dust. Something rotten. Something dead. That kind of smell goes beyond simple disgust. It creates fear immediately because it carries the feeling of decay, sickness, and something terribly wrong. My father said that when he reached for the light switch to turn on the light in the room, the bulb blew. No light. Just darkness and that smell. At that point, he shut the door and started praying to himself. That part told me how truly frightened he had been, because he was not a man who scared easily, and he certainly was not someone who rushed to supernatural explanations. But in that moment, facing voices that called his name, a room that resisted opening, a smell like death, and a light that died the second he tried to switch it on, even he was shaken badly enough to close the door and pray. He later said he had never felt like that before. Scared. Confused. Completely unsure of what he was dealing with. That confession from him affected me almost as much as the story itself. It meant he had reached a point where normal explanations no longer worked for him either. When a man like that says he was scared in a way he had never been scared before, you listen. And after hearing that, everything that had happened to Alex and me that night felt even heavier. The smoke at 3:12 in the morning no longer seemed like an isolated strange event. The voices in my brother's room no longer sounded like stress or imagination. The push on Alex's shoulder no longer seemed like nerves or overreaction. All of it fit into something bigger and darker that had already been moving through the house. That was one of the hardest parts to deal with afterward. Once you realize strange experiences are not isolated, you stop being able to put them back in their separate little boxes. The smoke, the voices, the sink, the television. The unseen crashing sounds, the dead smell, the voices saying my father's name, all of it becomes one pattern. And once it becomes a pattern, the house itself changes in your mind. It no longer feels like only a house. It becomes a place where things happen that do not fit the normal world. I could not stop thinking about my brother's room either. The fact that both Alex and my father had their worst experiences centered around that room made it feel like the center of whatever was happening. And because my brother had played with a Ouija board in the past, that thought kept circling back in my mind whether I wanted it to or not. People can say many things about Ouija boards. Some think they are nonsense. Some think they are dangerous. Some think they only become dangerous when the people using them do not know what they are doing. I do not know all the answers about that. But I do know that when strange things repeatedly happen around one particular room, and that room belongs to the person in the family who used to play with one, it becomes very hard not to wonder if something had been invited in long ago and had simply never left. The smell stayed with me too. That burning wood smell from our bedroom. It was not just an odd scent. It was the feeling that came with it. The panic. The lack of air. The sense that the room was full of smoke when there was none there. It felt like something trying to announce itself in the strongest physical way it could. Smell is powerful that way. It gets into your body before your mind fully catches up. You smell smoke and your heart reacts instantly because smoke means danger. Fire. Destruction. Breathing trouble. Escape. That is exactly what happened to me. Even now, certain smells of smoke can take me right back to that moment of waking at 3:12, gasping for air and feeling like the whole room was full of something invisible and wrong. And then there was Alex. His fear affected me deeply because it was one thing for me to feel shaken by the smoke, but seeing him come back into the room pale and terrified made it all more real. He had gone from being the person helping me calm down to the person who had something unseen put its hands on him. He was trying so hard to talk himself out of it too. That part matters to me because it means he was not eager to believe. He was actively resisting the idea. He was telling himself it was only his imagination. And right then, at the exact moment he was trying to deny what he had heard, something grabbed him. That makes the whole thing feel deliberate in a very dark way, as if whatever was there knew he was dismissing it and wanted to answer him directly. I think that was part of why my father's words hit so hard when he said there was something evil in the house. Evil is a strong word. People do not use it casually when they mean only that a house feels a little strange. Evil means intent. Malice. Something harmful in spirit if not yet in action. So when my father used that word, I knew he had moved past being only unsettled by weird noises. Something in his own experience had convinced him that what was there was not harmless. That frightened me more than any one individual event, because it suggested a judgment made over time, not in panic. I wish I could say that after all of us got up and talked that night, everything suddenly became clear or manageable. It did not. If anything, the house felt heavier afterward because now everything had been spoken aloud. The silence around the strangeness was broken. My father admitted his fear. Alex admitted his fear. I admitted mine. Once that happens, a family can no longer pretend that all the strange things are unrelated or too minor to matter. The house changes because the truth about it has finally been named. I also remember how strange it felt that my father had kept so much to himself. For all that time, while I had been seeing and hearing things and feeling dismissed, he had his own experiences. He had watched the television switch on and off. He had heard the sink run. He had heard the sounds of things being thrown. He had stood outside a room while several voices called his name from inside. He had smelled rot and death behind a door that fought him before opening. And yet he had not shared that until that night. Maybe he had not wanted to frighten us. Maybe he had not wanted to admit it fully even to himself. Maybe he hoped that if he ignored it, it would stop. A lot of people do that with strange things. Silence becomes a kind of defense. But once the fear reaches a certain point, silence no longer works. What stayed with me most afterward was the image of him trying to turn on that light and having the bulb blow. That moment felt symbolic somehow, even more than the smell. It was like the house itself refusing to let whatever was there be clearly seen. He reached for light, for explanation, for visibility, and instead got darkness and the smell of death. That is exactly how these things often feel. You move toward them wanting answers, and they answer with confusion instead. In the days after that night, I found myself listening to the house differently. Every little noise mattered more. Every shift in the air caught my attention. Passing my brother's room felt different. Even ordinary things started feeling loaded because they might belong either to the normal life of the house or to whatever unseen thing had been making itself known. That is one of the worst effects of living in a place like that. It teaches you to distrust the ordinary. A creek may be only a creek, but maybe not. Running water may be just bad plumbing, but maybe not. A television flicker may be electrical, but maybe not. Once enough unexplained things happen, the entire house becomes uncertain terrain. I also could not stop thinking about the word they. My father said there was more than one voice calling his name. That detail haunted me more than almost anything else because one thing in a room is terrifying enough. More than one is something else entirely. It changes the room from being occupied by a single presence into being crowded by something you cannot see. It deepens the feeling of being outnumbered, watched, and drawn towards something that wants your attention for reasons you do not understand. And if there really were several voices, what were they? Were they all tied to the same thing? Were they connected to whatever was in my brother's room? Were they drawn by the same dark center? Or had the house, over time, become full of more than one thing at once? Those questions stayed with me because there were no answers, only fear and repetition. I still remember the moment my jaw dropped when my father finally said it aloud. That may sound like a small detail compared to the smoke and voices and smells, but emotionally it mattered so much. For the longest time I had felt almost alone in noticing strange things. To hear him suddenly confirm it, and in such strong words, meant that everything I had been trying to understand had just shifted from private suspicion to family reality. The house was no longer a place where I thought strange things might be happening. It was a place where we all knew something was wrong. Even now, when I think about that night, it does not come back to me as one single event. It comes back in layers. First, the stress from my father's illness and the heaviness already hanging over the house. Then me taking a sleeping pill, believing I was about to finally rest. Then the shock of waking at 3:12 unable to breathe properly, smelling burning wood, believing the house was on fire. Then the relief and confusion of finding no fire at all. Then the uneasy return to bed. Then Alex stepping out and returning pale, with terror in his eyes. Then the voices. Then the touch. Then all of us getting up. Then my father finally speaking the truth he had been keeping to himself. Then his story about the room, the voices, the smell, and the broken light. That whole sequence changed how I saw that house forever. Before, maybe I could have kept telling myself that weird things happen in every house and some of them just do not get explained. After that night, I could no longer do that honestly. Too much had happened. Too many people had experienced too much in the same place. And too much of it centered around that same room and that same terrible feeling of something unseen but deeply wrong. I do not know exactly what was in that house. I cannot tell you its name. I cannot tell you whether it came from the house itself, from my brother's past with the Ouija board, from some old event no one talked about, or from something else entirely. But I can tell you that after that night, I stopped doubting that something dark was really there. And I can tell you that hearing my father, the man who had denied everything for so long, finally say, "There is something evil in this house," was one of the most frightening confirmations I have ever received in my life. When our office first started expanding, it felt like one of those changes everyone talks about for so long that it stops feeling real. For more than 2 years, people had been discussing plans, dealing with delays, putting up with construction, and trying to imagine what the place would look like when everything was finally finished. There had been renovation, remodeling, construction work, noise, dust, temporary walls, shifting furniture, and all the usual frustrations that come when a business tries to keep running while workers tear things apart and rebuild them at the same time. Day after day, people had to do their jobs while the buildings slowly transformed around them. It was a long process, much longer than anyone had probably hoped, but in the end the office more than doubled in size. Now that the work was finally done, all of us were trying to settle into the new space and figure out where everything belonged. That sounds simple when you say it quickly, but in reality, getting used to a changed workplace is not easy. Even if the expansion is a good thing, and even if it gives people more room, better offices, and new opportunities, it still changes the daily rhythm of the place. Hallways feel unfamiliar. Doors are in different places. Rooms that used to hold one purpose now hold another. New sounds appear, old sounds disappear, and even the way the building feels after hours can change. We were all trying to get comfortable, trying to make the new place feel normal, and trying to do all of that while the actual work of the business never stopped for even one day. By doubling in size, the office had naturally spread into land that had not been part of the original structure. New ground had to be broken. The old building became only one part of something much larger, and the new additions connected to it in a way that turned separate spaces into one whole. As far as I knew, the land that had been added onto once had homes on it. Those homes had been torn down long ago, but the fact remained that before our office sat there, people had lived there. Families had probably gone about their daily lives on that land. They had cooked, slept, argued, laughed, grown old, and maybe died there too, for all I knew. The homes were long gone, but that kind of history does not disappear simply because the buildings themselves do. My new office ended up in the older section of the building, not very far from where my previous office had been. The difference was that now I was no longer sharing an office with anyone. I had my own private office. Along with the building expansion had come a small promotion, and I was grateful for that. It felt nice to finally have a space of my own, a room where I could work without the constant interruption that comes from sharing walls and desks too closely with another person. I remember feeling thankful for that. In a busy workplace, privacy can feel like a luxury. So despite all the frustration that came with settling into the expanded office, I was genuinely pleased to have my own room at last. The first couple of weeks in the new office were a strange mixture of excitement, interest, and frustration. There is something pleasing about arranging your own office for the first time. You decide where the desk goes, where the files belong, where to keep supplies, and how to shape the room into something that feels like yours. But at the same time, the actual work does not slow down just because you are trying to settle in. The business does not pause and politely wait for you to organize your shelves, label your drawers, or decide where the filing cabinets should go. The work keeps coming, the calls keep happening, the deadlines stay in place, and the meetings still demand your attention. That is why I ended up in the office on a Saturday. I needed quiet time to catch up, finish things, and do the kind of settling in work that is impossible when the office is full and the normal workday is running at full speed. That Saturday should have been useful, calm, and productive. Instead, it became one of the strangest days I had ever spent in any workplace. To explain why that Saturday felt so disturbing, I should go back a little and mention that over the previous couple of days, some very odd things had already started happening in my part of the building. They were not dramatic enough at first to make me panic or run to anyone for help. They were the kind of things that are strange enough to notice, but also just small enough that you immediately start trying to think of practical explanations. That is what I did at first. I kept trying to fit each little event into something ordinary, even though none of them sat right with me for very long. The first incident that really bothered me happened the day before. I had left a soda on my desk and gone to a meeting. That by itself was perfectly normal. I had been busy and distracted, the way everyone is during a regular workday, and I had not finished the drink before I had to leave. So I set it down on my desk and went to the meeting. There was nothing unusual about the room when I left it. The soda was where I had placed it. The lid was off because I had been drinking from it. My desk was otherwise just as I had left it, in the slightly messy half-settled state of someone still organizing a new office while doing real work at the same time. The important thing is that my office was locked when I left. Also important was the fact that there was no one in that wing of the building at the time. It was quiet, and that part of the office was not busy just then. So when I returned after the meeting and unlocked my office, I expected to find everything exactly the way I had left it. But I did not. The soda was no longer on my desk. At first I thought maybe I was simply mistaken. That sounds foolish now, but that is honestly what the mind does first in moments like that. It blames itself. Maybe I had left it somewhere else. Maybe I had carried it to another room absent-mindedly. Maybe I was so distracted and tired from all the work and the stress of settling in that I had no clear memory of where I had put it. But then I found it. It was sitting on another file cabinet across the room, and the lid had been put back on it. That was the detail that truly unsettled me. It was not just that the soda had moved. If it had somehow fallen, or if I had absent-mindedly put it elsewhere myself, that would be one kind of strange. But the lid had been replaced. I had left the drink open on my desk, and I came back to find it closed and moved across the room. There is something very deliberate about that. It suggests not accident, but action. Someone had to pick it up, carry it, place it down, and put the lid back on. But how? My office had been locked. No one was in that part of the building, and there was no ordinary explanation available to me. I remember standing there staring at the soda, feeling a small chill move through me. It was not overwhelming fear yet, just that quiet inner reaction you get when reality feels slightly displaced. The room looked the same. The files were there. The desk was there. The same walls, the same door, the same fluorescent office light overhead. Everything looked normal except for the soda sitting where it should not have been, closed when it should have been open. I did not tell anyone. I did not even know what I would say if I did. So I simply stood there for a moment, unsettled, then told myself it must somehow have a practical explanation I had not figured out yet. That was yesterday. Then came this morning. I had come in on Saturday to catch up on correspondence. That was my intention. With the office quiet and no one else around to interrupt me, I hoped to finally work through emails, paperwork, and the long list of loose ends that had piled up while we were all dealing with the expansion and relocation. The office on a Saturday feels different from a weekday office. Even the same room feels larger somehow when the halls are empty and the usual hum of people is missing. Every sound stands out more. The silence is never complete because buildings always have their own little noises, but the human part of the noise is gone, and that changes everything. I sat down at my computer and began working. At some point while I was focused on correspondence, I felt 2 taps on my shoulder. That is how it happened. Not a vague sensation. Not a brush of air. 2 taps. Distinct. Direct. The kind of touch that is unmistakably meant to get your attention. I froze. There are moments when the body reacts before the mind can. Mine did. I knew immediately that something was wrong, because my back was to the wall. No one was behind me. The door to my office was closed. I was alone in there. There was simply no person in a position to tap me on the shoulder. Yet I had felt it clearly. 2 taps. Close enough and deliberate enough that for the smallest moment, my body responded exactly the way it would have if a real person had stepped up behind me. I turned, of course. No one was there. The room was exactly as it had been. The wall behind me. The closed door. The desk. The files. The same still air. Nothing and no one. That was when the fear began to take on a shape very different from the discomfort I had felt over the soda. A moved object can still be argued with in the mind. A forgotten action can be blamed. Fatigue can be blamed. But being physically touched when you know no one is there is harder to argue away, especially when the conditions are so clear. Back to the wall. Door closed. Alone. And the worst part was that this was not the first time. It had happened 7 times in the last 2 weeks. That is something I had to admit to myself that morning. This was not the first odd touch or strange interruption I had experienced in the office. Over the previous 2 weeks, I had felt those taps on my shoulder again and again. Sometimes I had tried to ignore them. Sometimes I had told myself it was stress, bad posture, a twitch in the muscles, anything I could think of. But the consistency of it had become impossible to dismiss. Always the feeling of 2 taps. Always the same sudden certainty that someone stood beside me or behind me. Always the same emptiness when I turned to look. And there was another pattern too. Usually, a few minutes after the taps, I would hear whispering. That happened that morning too. After the taps, while I sat there trying to calm myself and continue working, the whispering started again. At least 2 or 3 voices, maybe more, though I could never be completely sure. One of them sounded male. The others were harder to place. It always sounded like conversation, but not conversation meant for me. It was not the kind of whispering that sounds like someone right outside the door trying not to be heard. It was softer and stranger than that, almost as if it existed inside the room and yet nowhere fixed. It sounded like people speaking low to one another, just beyond clear understanding. That was one of the worst parts of it all. If the voices had shouted or spoken directly to me, maybe it would have felt more like a clear haunting. But whispering leaves too much room for uncertainty. You strain to hear it. You question yourself. You ask whether the sound is inside the building, outside the room, down the hall, in the ceiling, in your own mind. And all that uncertainty keeps fear alive longer because you cannot catch it and force it into one shape. I sat there listening, trying to work, trying not to panic, trying not to think too hard about the fact that I was alone in an office where things were moving and touching and speaking in whispers around me. Then I looked up. Across the office, 2 of the ceiling tiles had been moved. Not fallen completely, not hanging by a dramatic angle, but shifted enough that it was obvious. They were not in their proper place anymore. That was another one of those small physical signs that might sound unimportant to someone else, but to me it was impossible to ignore. They had not been like that when I came in that morning. I know that. I would have noticed. My office was still new to me, and because of that I was aware of every detail in it. I noticed where things were. I noticed imperfections. I noticed what still needed to be straightened or organized. Those tiles had been in place when I arrived. Now they were moved, and I could not reach them. That small detail added another layer of helplessness to the whole situation. If a chair had been moved, I could move it back. If a file had shifted, I could correct it. But the ceiling tiles were above me, out of easy reach, changed in a way I had not done and could not immediately fix. That meant the room now held a visible sign that something had happened beyond my control, and there it stayed, just far enough out of reach to continue bothering me every time I looked up. At that point I did not know what to do. That may sound simple, but it was the truest part of the whole experience. I genuinely did not know how to respond or even how I was supposed to react. I had never dealt with anything like this in my office before. If strange things happen in a home, people at least have some private space to think through them, talk to family, argue about possibilities, or even leave the room and gather themselves. But an office is different. It is supposed to be professional, practical, structured, and shared with people who expect adult explanations for things. Offices run on routine and reason. If I had gone down the hall and told the people I worked with that my soda had moved, something had tapped my shoulder 7 times over 2 weeks, whispering voices kept speaking in my office, and now my ceiling tiles had shifted on their own, they probably would have thought I was losing my mind. That fear of being dismissed or judged was almost as strong as the fear of what was happening in the room. I could not imagine bringing it up casually in a workplace conversation. I could already hear how it would sound. I would seem unstable, overstressed, exhausted. Maybe someone would laugh. Maybe someone would quietly think I needed help. Maybe they would tell me the construction was getting to me, or that I needed a break, or that I was letting the stress of the promotion and the move and the extra work affect me too much. And maybe part of that would even be true. Stress had certainly been high. The office had been chaotic. I had been frustrated and tired for weeks. That is exactly why I felt trapped. Because there were real-world reasons a person might begin doubting their own senses, and those reasons made it harder, not easier, to trust what I was experiencing. Still, none of those explanations fit cleanly. They did not explain the soda being closed and moved in a locked office. They did not explain the shoulder taps when no one could physically be behind me. They did not explain the whispering that always followed. And they certainly did not explain the ceiling tiles shifting when I was alone in the room. Once you have a few incidents like that, the mind begins collecting every other possible detail around them. I found myself thinking about the land beneath the office. I remembered that the added section had once held homes. Those homes were gone, yes, but people had lived there once. That was not a made-up idea. It was a real piece of the place's history. Maybe families had built lives there. Maybe children had played on that ground. Maybe arguments, losses, illness, and death had happened there the way they happen in all homes eventually. When those homes were torn down, and the office expanded over that land, maybe not everything had gone quietly. I do not know. I only know that once something starts behaving strangely around you, your mind naturally turns toward the history of the place you are standing in. I also thought about the construction itself. For more than 2 years the office had been broken open, rebuilt, stretched outward, and rejoined into something bigger. Walls had been torn into. Foundations had been disturbed. Quiet ground had been dug up. Old spaces had been exposed and then covered again in new forms. Whether a person believes in spirits or not, construction changes the feeling of a place. It stirs everything. Dust, memory, old materials, old energy, whatever language a person prefers, it all gets unsettled when a building is ripped apart and reassembled. I could not help wondering whether the expansion had awakened something or simply made room for something that had always been there. There was another thing that troubled me too, the nature of the activity itself. It did not feel violent, at least not yet. It felt intrusive, yes. Unsettling, absolutely. But not openly hostile in the way a direct threat would be. The taps on my shoulder felt like attempts to get my attention. The whispering felt like conversation happening around me, not necessarily directed at me. The soda being moved and the lid replaced almost felt bizarrely domestic, as if someone in the office did not approve of the way I had left it, and had tidied it in their own unsettling way. Even the ceiling tiles being shifted felt less like destruction and more like signs, small visible disturbances meant to make me notice. That made the whole thing even stranger. If something had wanted only to frighten me, why not do something more dramatic? Why not slam doors, shatter glass, throw things? Instead, I got taps, whispers, moved objects, and changes that left me uncertain. It felt almost like the room itself wanted acknowledgement more than it wanted chaos. That thought did not calm me, though. If anything, it made the office feel more occupied, more personal. As if I had moved into a space that was not as empty as I had believed when they handed me the key. As the Saturday went on, I found myself unable to fully settle back into work. Every little sound in the building made me look up. The clicking of the vent, the shifting of an old wall, the faint echo from some far part of the office, all of it made me wonder whether the whispering would start again. I kept glancing toward the ceiling tiles too, partly because I could not stop looking at the evidence of their movement, and partly because I half feared they might shift again while I watched. The soda incident had made me cautious. The taps had made me nervous. The voices had made me uneasy. The tiles made the whole room feel unstable, not structurally, but emotionally, spiritually, or however one might describe that awful feeling of not trusting the space around you anymore. And yet I stayed. That is another thing I think about when I look back on it. I stayed there because what else was I supposed to do? Walk out and tell someone I could not work in my office because invisible people were whispering and touching me? That was not a realistic option. Responsibility has a way of forcing you to continue even while fear grows in you. I had work to do. I had correspondence to catch up on. I had a promotion and a new office and expectations tied to both. So I stayed in the room and tried to behave like an ordinary professional person inside a situation that no longer felt ordinary at all. The isolation of a Saturday office made everything worse. On a regular weekday, if something strange happened, at least there would be other people nearby. Doors would open and close. Phones would ring. Someone would pass the office or call my name, or interrupt the atmosphere simply by existing around me. But on a Saturday, the silence stretched too far. The building felt large and partly empty, which allowed every strange thing to stand out harder. A whisper in a busy office might be ignored. A whisper in an empty one feels completely different. A shoulder tap when people are moving around behind you might be rationalized. A shoulder tap with your back to the wall, in a closed office, when no one else is there, becomes much harder to dismiss. Silence does not create haunting, but it gives haunting more room to breathe. I kept wondering whether I should say something to anyone. Not a full confession about ghosts or presences or anything like that, but maybe something practical. Maybe tell maintenance that the ceiling tiles had somehow shifted. Maybe mention that odd things seemed to happen in this office. But every version of that conversation felt impossible in my mind. If I only mentioned the tiles, then the rest stayed with me anyway. If I mentioned the soda, I sounded confused. If I mentioned the shoulder taps, I sounded unstable. The office environment itself became part of the trap. It was a place where I was expected to act competent and composed, and because of that, I felt I had to carry the whole experience privately. As the hours passed, I started paying attention to my own body too. Was I too tired? Too stressed? Overworked? Those were fair questions. It had been a difficult few weeks. The settling in, the promotion, the busyness of the season, the frustration of working in a place that never paused long enough to let anyone breathe, all of that could weigh on a person. I did not want to ignore that reality. But even while asking those questions, I could not make them explain the physical specificity of what had happened. Stress may make a person jumpy. It may heighten perception. It may turn minor things into larger worries. But stress had never in my life put a lid back onto a soda and moved it across a locked room. Stress had never produced distinct taps on my shoulder from behind a wall. Stress had never made whispering voices arrive in patterns after the taps. The facts of the incidents sat there stubbornly beyond the reach of the explanation that would have comforted me most. I remember, at one point, just sitting still in my chair and listening. Not working. Not typing. Just listening. The room looked so ordinary. Office furniture. File cabinets. Fluorescent lights. Papers. A computer. A closed door. A wall at my back. And yet inside that ordinary arrangement there was the possibility of another layer of existence, one I could feel but not manage. That contrast was what made the whole thing so unnerving. If the office had looked dark and broken down and obviously eerie, maybe I could have fit the fear into the atmosphere. But no, it was a professional office in daylight, a space of routine and productivity, disturbed by things that should not have happened there at all. I think that is why it troubled me so much. Homes can be haunted in stories. Old houses, old families, old griefs, old tragedies, those things make narrative sense. But an office? A recently expanded workplace with filing systems, meetings, promotions, and correspondence? That sort of place is supposed to belong to the practical world. It is where numbers, schedules, deadlines, and business live. Having the strange enter that kind of space makes it feel more intrusive somehow, because it invades not only your feelings but your professional identity too. It says you cannot keep the world separate. The unexplained can sit down at your desk with you. By the time I finally left that day, the office still looked normal except for those displaced tiles. That somehow made it worse. The room was not dramatic. There was no visible wreckage. Nothing anyone else would walk in and immediately understand. Just a room with a strange history of touches, whispers, moved objects, and a ceiling showing signs that something had happened there while I was alone. Even now, when I think of that office, I do not first remember the promotion or the excitement of having a private room. I remember the locked door and the soda on the file cabinet. I remember the taps on my shoulder. I remember hearing voices that sounded like they were speaking just beyond the edge of understanding. I remember looking up and seeing the ceiling tiles moved out of place. And I remember the awful loneliness of not knowing what to do because I was certain that if I told the people I worked with, they would think I had lost my mind. That helplessness is part of the haunting too, I think. Not only what happens, but the knowledge that you may have to carry it alone. I still do not know exactly what was in that office or who might have been there before our building took over the land. I do not know whether the expansion stirred something up, whether the old section of the building had always carried more history than I understood, or whether the place simply chose that moment to make itself known to me. All I know is that over those 2 weeks, and especially on that Saturday, My office stopped feeling like a reward and began feeling like a room shared with something unseen. And the strangest part of all was that it never shouted its presence. It tapped. It whispered. It moved things. It shifted what I could see. And left me there, in my own private office, trying to decide whether I was alone or never really had been at all. When I first moved to Memphis, Tennessee, I did not expect that one of the strangest and most frightening times of my life would happen there. At the beginning, everything felt like the start of something new and exciting. I had already been living in Memphis for over a year by then, and during that time I had been staying with a very good friend of mine named Carrie. We lived together in an apartment complex in East Memphis. For the most part, things between us were great. We got along well, respected each other's space, and truly enjoyed sharing a place. It was one of those living situations that actually worked, which is rare enough. I felt comfortable there, and I honestly thought things would stay that way for a long time. But life does not always let people keep their easy arrangements. In Carrie's case, trouble came from a direction that had nothing to do with our friendship. Because of the disapproval of her local bishop, she was told that one of us had to move. It was not exactly the kind of thing I had expected to shape my housing future, but there it was. The choice had to be made, and in the end I was the one who decided to leave. It simply made more sense. She had more furniture than I did, more things already settled into the apartment, and I did not want to make the whole situation harder than it already was. So I told her I would go and that she should stay. In the middle of September, I started searching for a new apartment, this time in the Midtown area. Midtown Memphis has its own kind of personality. It is the artsy part of town, the place where people like to imagine themselves as bohemian, free, creative, and slightly mysterious. It is the part of the city where young art students, would-be hippies, musicians, and all sorts of colorful people seem to gather. Some of them were genuine, some of them were just playing the part, but the neighborhood itself had a certain energy that drew me in. I liked it. It felt lively, interesting, and different from East Memphis. It had bars, clubs, old buildings, and a little bit of that messy charm that makes a place feel alive. After looking around, I finally found an apartment that fit my price range. It was on the top floor of the Alta Vista complex on Poplar and Clark. It was not perfect, but it was mine, and that mattered. The building itself was old, full of character in the way that old places often are, which can feel charming at first before you learn what else old places can hold. Still, when I first found it, I felt lucky. It fit my budget, it was in the neighborhood I wanted, and it gave me a chance to live on my own in a part of town that seemed exciting and full of possibility. So I moved out of the East Memphis apartment, packed up what I had, and settled into my new place. This was my first time living completely alone. That fact mattered more than I realized then. Before this, I had always had a roommate. There was always another person around, another voice, another set of footsteps, another body in the next room or the next bed. Even when you do not think much about that while it is happening, it shapes how you live. Being completely alone in your own place is different. At first, I did not know how I would handle it. I wondered if the silence would bother me. I wondered if I would get lonely. I wondered if I would feel exposed. Those thoughts passed through my mind in the beginning, but after a few weeks, I actually started to get comfortable. That comfort came partly because I threw myself into the neighborhood. Once I got used to my surroundings, I began going out at night to the local bars and clubs. Midtown life suited me more than I expected. It felt natural, like I had landed in a place where I could breathe differently. I met new people, made several new friends, and before long I had people coming over frequently. There was almost always someone to meet up with, somewhere to go, something to do. Because of that, I spent very little time alone in the apartment. That probably helped me adjust. It made the place feel less empty, less quiet, less like I had to learn every sound in it by myself. It was just home base between nights out and social plans. And then the night came when everything changed. No one else was there for that first night. No friend. No witness. No one to tell me that I had not imagined it in the moment. It happened on a Saturday in October, and at first the evening felt completely ordinary. I was lying on the couch watching television with my dog Cameron. He was a beautiful black lab, and I had adopted him shortly after moving into Alta Vista. He was one of the best things about that period of my life. There is comfort in having a dog around when you live alone. A dog gives you company, routine, and the feeling that at least one living thing in the apartment belongs there with you. Cameron had that calm, loyal presence dogs have when they are comfortable with you. That night we were both stretched out on the couch, relaxing, just having one of those quiet evenings before I planned to go out later. As I lay there, I started hearing scratching inside the walls. Now, because the building was old, built way back in 1912, that did not immediately strike me as some terrifying thing. Old buildings make old building noises. They creak, shift, settle, and yes, they often hide all kinds of little creatures in their walls. I had never actually seen bugs or mice in the apartment, but I knew well enough that a place that old probably hosted more than a few. So when I heard the scratching, I naturally assumed it was something like that. Maybe a mouse, maybe some insect activity, maybe just a sound traveling oddly through the walls. That explanation was good enough for me at first. In fact, I would have stayed satisfied with it if the rest of the night had stayed normal. But it did not. Around 11 o'clock, I decided it was time to shower before I got ready for the evening. It was an ordinary choice, part of an ordinary routine. I went into the bathroom, turned on the water, took off my clothes, and stepped into the tub. I was barely into the shower when everything shifted. The scratching in the walls stopped. And then something started banging on my front door. I do not mean a little knock. I do not mean the light rattle of somebody stopping by unexpectedly and tapping on the door frame. I mean loud banging. Hard, forceful, alarming banging. The kind that instantly sends your body into alertness before your mind can even catch up. I jumped out of the tub immediately, threw a towel around myself, and hurried into the living room to see who was at the door. "Who is it?" I called out. There was no answer. For 1 second, I thought maybe someone had knocked and then stepped away, or maybe I had somehow misheard the sound in the rush of getting out of the shower. But then, right in front of me, the banging started again. It was so strong and violent that it almost stole my breath. Whoever was on the other side of that door was not knocking politely. They were pounding with enough force to shake the door in its frame. I could see it move. I could hear the deep, heavy sound of it. It was obvious that whoever or whatever was on the other side wanted in. I was not about to open that door. I kept yelling, "Who is it? I'm not opening the door until you tell me who you are." I said it over and over, my heart pounding, my voice louder each time, trying to sound stronger than I felt. But no answer ever came. There was only the banging, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Because I lived on the 3rd floor, I had one easy way to check what was happening outside. I went to the window and looked down into the courtyard, expecting to see someone come out of the stairwell and head away from my apartment. That would have made sense. If somebody had been banging on the door and then given up, they should have appeared downstairs within moments. So I stood there and waited. And waited. Several minutes passed. No one came out. That was the first thing that truly unsettled me beyond the normal fear of someone pounding on my door late at night. If there had been a person there, they should have come out of that stairwell. But no one did. Whoever or whatever had been at my door had not left the way a normal person would have. I kept staring, growing more uneasy by the second, until eventually I did something that I now know was probably foolish. I jerked the door open and looked down the stairs myself. There was nobody there. No one in the stairwell. No one lingering by the walls. No one halfway down the steps. No sound of footsteps rushing away. Nothing. I remember standing there feeling confused more than anything at first. I said to myself, "How strange," because that was the only thing I could say. The pounding had been too loud, too forceful, too real to imagine. It had shaken the door. Yet there was no one there. I went back inside, still wrapped in my towel, and called my mother to tell her what had just happened. I did not know what else to do. I wanted to hear a familiar voice. I wanted someone else to know. After that, the rest of the night stayed quiet. But that was only the beginning. From that first Saturday in October onward, almost every other night was interrupted by the same pounding at the front door. It became a pattern. Not a one-time strange event, but something that kept happening again and again. It is one thing to have one terrifying experience. It is another thing entirely when the experience repeats until it starts shaping your life. The pounding happened so often that it became part of my nightly dread. I complained about it frequently to the office management, because what else was I supposed to do? If someone is harassing you by pounding on your door every night, you report it. But because I could never identify the person doing it, my complaints led nowhere. No one could catch anybody. No one could point to a culprit. And because of that, my reports seemed to disappear into the same emptiness that the pounding itself came from. By late October, the banging had become almost a nightly event. The difference by then was that I was no longer the only one who had experienced it. Friends had been over and heard it for themselves. That mattered to me more than I can say. When strange things happen to you alone, part of your mind always tries to turn against you. It asks whether you were tired, confused, dramatic, or mistaken. But once other people hear the same sound and react to it with the same fear, the event becomes something shared. It becomes harder to doubt yourself. One night, before things got even worse, I was in the bathroom again, brushing my teeth. The timing of that still bothers me because it seemed like whatever was happening in that apartment liked to begin when I was half undressed, half distracted, and not fully in control of my surroundings. I was standing there brushing my teeth when the knocking started again. I turned and looked down the hallway toward the front room. From where I stood, I could see the front door, and what I saw made my stomach drop. The door was being beaten so hard that it looked like it was about to come off its frame. It had never been that violent before. It had always been loud, yes, and frightening, yes, but this was different. This was pounding with a kind of force that felt furious. The whole door shook. It was not just knocking anymore. It was a beating, like something on the other side wanted to break through. I started walking down the hallway toward the living room, not because I wanted to open the door, but because I could not believe what I was seeing. And then, just as I did, something else happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a plaster figure that I had hung beside my bedroom door fly off the wall. It did not simply slip. It did not drop. It flew. It came off the wall with enough force to cross the hallway and slam into the opposite wall. It hit hard enough that pieces broke off. I stood there frozen, toothbrush probably still in hand, staring at where it landed. I was stunned. I could not move. I could not even fully process what I had just seen. It had not fallen naturally. It had been thrown. That was the only word that fit. Something had taken it from the wall and hurled it across the space. And immediately after that happened, just like before, the pounding at the door stopped. That was the moment when my first real instinct was to leave. Not to complain again. Not to call the office. Not to tell myself it was some strange prank. But to get out. Move. Find another place. Because once objects inside the apartment itself started flying across the room, the situation had crossed into something I no longer felt safe ignoring. But I was trapped by practical life. I was under a 6-month lease. If I broke it, I would have to pay a fine and lose my deposit, and I needed that money. I kept telling myself that I would eventually get that deposit back, that I just had to make it through, that maybe things would calm down, that maybe I could endure it a little longer. So I stayed. After October passed, Thanksgiving came closer, and I tried to create some sense of home and seasonal comfort in the apartment. I went to the supermarket and bought 5 large pumpkins to decorate the place. They were the kind of perfect big gourds that make a room look festive and warm. I lined them up on top of my china cabinets and felt, for a moment, like I was doing something normal and cheerful in a place that had become anything but normal. Then, for Thanksgiving, Cameron and I packed into the car and drove to my mother's house. That holiday break felt wonderful. No pounding. No knocking. No flying objects. No fear every time I stood in the bathroom or walked past the front room. It was quiet and easy in a way I had not realized I was craving. Sometimes you only understand how much stress you have been carrying when you leave the place that has been causing it. At my mother's house, I slept. I relaxed. I enjoyed the holiday. And a part of me did not want to go back at all. But of course, real life keeps moving, and I had an apartment waiting for me, even if I no longer wanted it. I returned on a Monday. When Cameron and I got back to the apartment, I came inside and tossed my bag down. It was the kind of tired return you make after a trip, when home does not really feel welcoming but you still move through the motions of coming back. The first thing I needed was the bathroom, so I went down the hallway and used it. Nothing seemed especially strange at first. The apartment looked as I had left it. The door had not been forced. The windows were fine. There was no obvious sign that anything had happened while I was gone. Then I came out of the bathroom and tried to go into the kitchen. The kitchen door was shut. That was not impossible on its own, but I did not remember leaving it closed. I reached for the knob, turned it, and pushed. The door would not open. Something was behind it. At first I thought maybe a chair had shifted, or maybe something from the kitchen had somehow fallen and blocked the door. I pushed again, harder this time, and it was obvious that there really was something on the other side stopping the door from opening fully. So I pushed with force. The door finally gave enough for me to force it open, and when I looked behind it, what I saw sent me straight into panic. One of the pumpkins had been hurled against the back of the door. It was smashed there. I could see where it had hit. I could see where the inside of it had burst and splashed. I could see where the mess had slid down to the floor. I remember looking around the kitchen in complete disbelief, and then I saw that all of the pumpkins I had left lined up on top of the china cabinets were now lying in the floor. All of them. How could that happen? No one had a key. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing else in the apartment suggested a break-in. The pumpkins had not just toppled gently. At least one had been thrown hard enough to smash against the back of the kitchen door. That is not something gravity does. That is not something settling does. That is not an accident. That was the moment when I truly felt like I was losing my mind. Because what else was I supposed to think? If no one had entered, then what had moved them? If something had entered, how had it done so without leaving any sign? I stood there in my own apartment, surrounded by smashed pumpkins, and knew with terrible certainty that I could not stay there anymore. And I did not. After that final incident, I broke the lease. I let them keep my deposit. I never slept in that apartment again. That may sound dramatic to someone who has not stood in a room and realized that objects had been thrown around in their absence without any sign of how it happened. But to me, by that point, leaving was no longer an overreaction. It was the only sane thing I could do. I had tried staying. I had tried explaining. I had tried reporting the pounding. I had tried enduring it because of money and practicality and pride. But there comes a point when fear outweighs the deposit. Looking back on the whole thing now, what still strikes me most is how it escalated. It began with sounds in the wall that I could still explain away. Then came the pounding on the door, loud enough to feel threatening, but still happening outside the apartment where I could almost imagine some invisible prankster. Then the pounding became worse and began happening in front of friends too, so it moved beyond my private fear into something shared. Then the plaster figure flew from the wall. Then the pumpkins. Each step pulled the situation farther away from any ordinary explanation until I finally had to admit that whatever was happening in that apartment was not something I could manage by being rational, patient, or practical. I also think often about the building itself. Alta Vista was built in 1912. That means it had lived many lives before I ever stepped inside it. Countless people had gone up and down those stairs, loved and fought and slept in those rooms, left their marks, their moods, their losses, and their stories behind. Old buildings hold things. Even if you do not believe in ghosts, you can still feel how age changes a place. But after what happened there, I cannot deny that the age of the building feels relevant to me. It was not just old. It felt occupied in a deeper way, as if something in it had taken notice of me the moment I settled in alone, and then slowly began making itself known. What frightens me most, even now, is not any single event on its own. It is the sense of intention behind all of it. The pounding was not random noise. The figure flying off the wall was not a loose nail. The pumpkins were not a simple fall. Whatever was happening in that apartment felt focused. It felt aware. It felt like something wanted attention, or wanted me frightened, or perhaps simply did not want me there at all. That is a terrible thing to feel in the place where you are supposed to be safest. That is why I have never regretted walking away, even though it cost me money. I was 12 years old when this happened, and even now, after so many years, I can still remember that night in a way that makes my stomach feel tight. It took place just outside of Millington, Tennessee, and at the time I had no idea that I was walking into what would become my first real experience with something I could never explain. Before that night, ghost stories were just stories to me. They were things older kids told to scare younger kids, or things people whispered about because it was fun to feel nervous in the dark. I had never truly believed I would see something with my own eyes, something that would stay with me long after childhood was over. But that was before my best friend's birthday sleepover, before midnight came, and before I looked down that hallway and saw something I have never forgotten. My best friend was having a slumber party for her 12th birthday, and I had been excited about it for days. At that age, sleepovers felt like huge events. It was not just a party, it was a whole night away from home, full of cake, games, secrets, late-night talking, and all the things girls that age look forward to. She had invited me and 2 other girls, and I remember that I was the oldest out of all of us, though only by a few months. That probably made me feel a little more grown-up than I really was. When you are 12, even a few months can make you feel like you are supposed to be the brave one, the sensible one, or at least the one who is least likely to get scared. We all arrived in the same car, and the party started around 7 o'clock in the evening. At first, everything felt completely normal. It was the kind of ordinary happy night any group of girls might have together. We ate birthday cake, laughed, and tried to play Clue, though I do not remember us actually getting very far in the game. The point was never really to play seriously. The point was to be together, to stay up late, and to enjoy ourselves. The mood at first was light and playful, exactly what you would expect from a small sleepover party. After that, we tried to play Twister. I can still remember the energy of that part of the evening. We were noisy, silly, and probably a little wild in the way kids get when they know they are allowed to stay up later than usual. Her mother was still awake then, keeping an eye on things in that casual way adults do when they are trying to let children have fun, while also keeping the house under some kind of control. My friend's older brother was not there that night because he was spending the night at a friend's house about 20 miles away. That detail mattered later, though none of us knew it then. At the time it only meant one less person in the house and more freedom for us to act however we wanted. Eventually, her mother got tired and told us to go into my friend's bedroom, so we did. That was normal too. Sleepovers always get quieter and stranger once the adults go to bed and the children are left to themselves. Something changes in the mood of the night. The house gets darker and quieter, and all the ordinary fun begins to turn into whispering, giggling, secrets, and creepy talk. That is exactly what happened with us. Once we were in the bedroom with the door closed, and the grown-up part of the evening over, one of the other girls started telling a ghost story. It was the sort of thing children always do at that hour. We wanted to scare ourselves just enough to make the night feel exciting. We wanted that thrill of fear while still believing we were safe. Then my friend did something that I still regret to this day. After the ghost story, she started telling us about her imaginary friend. Even then, I knew she was doing it mainly to scare the other girls. That was obvious to me. I thought she wanted to add to the atmosphere, to make the night feel darker and more dramatic. Maybe she wanted attention. Maybe she liked the power of making everyone nervous. Maybe she simply thought it was funny. Whatever her reason was, I remember already feeling annoyed with her for it, because I thought she was pretending and dragging the mood too far on purpose. She told us that her friend showed up at midnight and left at 1 o'clock in the morning. That was the kind of thing that instantly caught everyone's attention. We were already in the dark, already talking about ghosts, already young enough to let our imaginations get ahead of us. So when she said that this imaginary friend came at a specific time and left at a specific time, it made everything feel more real to the younger girls immediately. It gave the fear a shape and a schedule. Suddenly the night had a waiting point. Midnight mattered now. 1 o'clock mattered now. Whether I believed her or not, I could feel the mood in the room changing. The air seemed tighter. Everyone started listening more carefully to every little sound in the house. Then midnight came. And something came with it. I want to say clearly that I still do not know exactly what it was. I only know what happened to me, what I saw, and how the other girls reacted. Before the worst part began, I remember saying something that probably made everything feel even more serious. I told them that I could tell when bad things were going to happen, and that I had seen a warning. Looking back, I know how strange that sounds, but at the time it did not feel like I was making something up for drama. I had a real bad feeling. It was the kind of feeling that settles in your stomach before anything has even happened yet. I did not have words for it then. I only knew that something felt wrong, and I said so. That frightened the other girls even more. But we were all thirsty, so despite the fear and the dark stories and the growing tension, they decided to go into the kitchen for drinks. I went with them at first. We started down the hall together, but when I was about halfway there, I suddenly remembered I had forgotten something back in the bedroom. I do not even remember now what it was. Maybe it was small, maybe not important at all. But at the time it mattered enough that I turned around and went back to get it. That choice changed everything. I went back toward the room alone, and the moment I started down the hallway by myself, the feeling in the house changed. I cannot explain that any better than that. It was as if the darkness became heavier. The air felt different. The house suddenly no longer felt like a friend's home where girls were having a birthday sleepover. It felt like a place holding its breath. I had not even reached the room when I felt it. It felt like I was being choked. Not like fear was tightening my chest. Not like I was panicking and breathing too fast. I mean, it literally felt like something was closing around my throat. I suddenly could not breathe. The air would not come into my lungs. I stood there gasping, unable to understand what was happening. My body reacted before my mind could. I knew something was wrong instantly because I was trying to pull in air and nothing was happening the way it should. The sensation was so strong and so physical that it overwhelmed every other thought. The other girls saw it happening too. The two girls who were with me in the hallway looked at me and saw my face changing color. Later I remembered that they looked frightened, but in that moment all I could think about was the fact that I could not breathe. One of the most terrible parts of the memory is how helpless I felt. I was not imagining that I was choking. My body really would not work properly for those moments. I remember their faces and the confusion in their eyes, and I remember my best friend standing there and looking farther down the hall with a look I still remember clearly. That look is one of the reasons I know I did not imagine the rest. She was not looking at me. She was looking past me. Her face had this expression of shock, fear, and recognition all at once, and when I saw that look, even in the middle of gasping for air, I turned around. That is when I saw it. It was standing in her brother's room. Even now, all these years later, I can still picture it in my mind. It did not look human, not fully. At first it was like a shadow, but not the kind cast by a lamp or a body. It was darker than the darkness around it. It had shape, height, and presence, but still seemed made of shadow. And the eyes, those eyes are what stayed with me most. They were red. Not glowing in some dramatic movie way, but red enough that they stood out clearly and fixed themselves into my memory. The creature was tall, much taller than any child. And behind it, or attached to it somehow, were large bat-like wings. I know how unbelievable that sounds. I know how impossible it sounds when put into plain words. But that is what I saw. A tall shadow-like figure, staring at me with red eyes, with wings that looked like those of a bat. The second I saw it, my fear changed from confusion to absolute terror. I was already crying and gasping for air, but seeing that thing down the hall turned the whole night into something else completely. It was no longer just bad feelings and ghost stories and my friend trying to scare us. There was something there. Something real enough to affect my body, real enough to make my friend stare in horror, real enough to burn itself into my memory permanently. Then I turned away from it. The moment I did, I started being able to breathe again. That part also matters to me, because it felt directly connected. I had turned, seen it, and then turned away, and suddenly the choking stopped. Air came back into my lungs. My body released me. I do not know whether the act of turning away broke whatever was happening, or whether the creature itself withdrew, or whether there was some other explanation I still cannot see. I only know that as soon as I stopped facing it, I could breathe again. And when I looked back toward the room, the creature was gone. Just gone. No movement out of sight. No gradual fading. Nothing. It was there, and then it was not. At that point, none of us cared about logic or dignity, or trying to act brave. We ran. All of us ran back into my friend's room as fast as we could. We slammed the door shut, locked it, and even shoved a chair under the doorknob because that felt like the only thing left to do. That is the kind of thing children do when they are truly frightened. You build every barrier you can think of, whether or not it would actually stop anything. Lock the door. Wedge it shut. Hide together. Stay away from the hallway. Stay away from the room where the thing stood. We huddled together in the bedroom because being alone for even a second was no longer imaginable. I remember how the room felt after that. The fear did not go away just because we were back behind a locked door. In some ways it grew worse, because now we were trapped with the knowledge of what had happened, and no adult awake to run to. Her mother was asleep. Her brother was gone. We were just four terrified girls in a bedroom in the middle of the night, clutching each other and waiting to see if whatever was out there would come closer. Time moved strangely after that. Every second felt too long. Every small sound in the house seemed larger than it should have been. We listened to everything. About 30 minutes later, we heard footsteps coming down the hallway. At least, that is what it sounded like. Somebody or something was walking toward the room. The sound was steady and clear enough that we all heard it. Because fear always makes you search for the safest explanation first, we immediately called out for my friend's mother. We said her name once, thinking maybe she had gotten up and was coming to see what was going on. No answer came. We called again, louder this time. Still no answer. Then the doorknob started to jiggle. That sound sent a fresh wave of fear through all of us. It is one thing to hear footsteps in a hall. It is another thing entirely to hear something trying the handle of the room you have barricaded yourself inside. At that moment, all of us huddled together on my friend's bed. We did not try to open the door. We did not try to speak again. We just held on to each other and waited. The doorknob jiggled, then stopped. What terrified me as much as anything else was the fact that we never heard footsteps walk away. Whatever had come to the door did not leave in any normal way we could hear. The sound ended, but there was no retreat. And then, when 1 o'clock came, the presence was gone. That was another part of the story that has always bothered me. My friend had said her imaginary friend came at midnight and left at 1 in the morning. At the time, I thought she was inventing things to scare us. But what we lived through fit that time exactly. By 1 o'clock, the feeling in the house had changed again. The pressure was gone. The thing at the end of the hall was gone. The terrible sense of being hunted or watched had lifted. We were still frightened, of course, but it felt empty in a different way. The danger had gone. And because of that, no matter how much I wanted to dismiss what happened later, I could never ignore the timing. We did not sleep that night. Not one bit. Even though 1 o'clock came and the presence seemed to leave exactly as she had said it would, we were too frightened to trust anything. We stayed awake the rest of the night, all of us together, talking in low voices or just sitting there in fearful silence, waiting for daylight. Once fear reaches a certain level, sleep stops being possible. You can be exhausted, but your body will not let go because it believes danger is still near. That was how it felt for all of us. We stayed awake, listening, staring at the door, counting the hours, and waiting for morning to make the house look normal again. But the house never felt fully normal to me after that. That night became the dividing line between my life before and after seeing something I could not explain. Before then, maybe I believed in strange things in a loose childish way, the way people believe in scary stories because they are fun to tell in the dark. After that night, belief changed into memory. I no longer had to wonder how I might react if I ever saw something truly wrong standing in a room. I knew what it felt like to be unable to breathe, to turn and see red eyes staring at me from the dark, to run, to lock a door, and to listen to a doorknob rattle while praying the thing outside would not come in. When I think back on that night now, one of the things that troubles me most is my friend's role in it. I still do not know how much she really knew. At first I was sure she had only been trying to scare us. I thought the whole story about the imaginary friend coming at midnight and leaving at 1 was only some game she was playing. But after what happened, I was no longer so sure. Maybe she had seen something before and did not know how to explain it except by calling it an imaginary friend. Maybe she had tried to turn something real into a joke because that was easier than admitting fear. Or maybe she really had only meant to tell a fake story and accidentally spoke closer to the truth than she understood. I do not know. I only know that the timing she gave matched what happened too closely for me to dismiss it. I also think often about the choking. That part of the experience was as real to me as the sight of the creature itself. I was not only frightened by seeing something impossible. I was physically affected before I even fully saw it. That is why I cannot comfortably reduce the whole thing to a child's overactive imagination. Imagination does not usually turn your face blue while other children watch in fear. Something happened to my body in that hallway, and it stopped when I turned away from the room. That connection is too exact for me to ignore. It was as if the thing in the room had some direct effect on me, or maybe on the air around me, and that remains one of the most disturbing parts of the whole memory. There is also the image of the creature itself, which never really left me. People often say that childhood memories are unreliable, and maybe some are. But there are certain frightening images that stay too sharply to be brushed aside. The red eyes. The dark body. The height. The wings. It was not some vague feeling of a monster in the dark. It had a shape. It had presence. It had enough detail that I still know exactly why the memory frightened me so much. It looked unlike anything that should have been in a family house at midnight, while girls were supposed to be celebrating a birthday sleepover. I know some people would call it a shadow person, a demon, a spirit, or some other name. At 12 years old, I had no name for it. To me, it was simply a creature. Something not human. Something that appeared where there should have been only an empty room. That is enough to mark a child deeply. Once you see something like that, even once, the dark never feels quite the same again. What also stayed with me was the certainty of shared fear. This was not something I experienced in total isolation. The other girls saw my face turning blue. My friend saw something down the hallway strongly enough that her expression alone made me turn to look. All of us heard the footsteps later. All of us heard the doorknob move. We all stayed awake because we all knew something had happened. That matters to me because shared fear confirms reality in a way solitary fear cannot. Even if every one of us remembered some details differently later, the central truth remained. Something happened in that house that night, and we all knew it. By morning, things looked ordinary again, as they so often do after terrifying nights. That is one of the cruelest things about these experiences. Dawn comes. The walls are the same. The hallway is only a hallway again. The brother's room is just a room. The chair is still under the door. The bed is rumpled from girls who never slept. And the house pretends it is only a house once more. That normal daylight can make you doubt yourself if you let it. But some memories refuse to be softened by sunlight, and mine was one of them. After that, I never treated ghost stories the same way again. I could still listen to them, of course. I could still hear other people talk about hauntings or creatures or strange nights. But somewhere inside, the part of me that used to treat those stories like entertainment was gone. It had been replaced by the memory of seeing something impossible, while I struggled for breath in a hallway outside a friend's bedroom. And perhaps the strangest thing of all is that the experience was my first. Not the last frightening thing I would ever hear of, or even perhaps the strangest thing connected to places and people in my life. But my first direct encounter with something I truly could not explain. There is something about a first encounter that stays stronger than all the rest. It is the moment the world changes shape. Before it, you belong to the ordinary world fully. After it, you know that the ordinary world may not be all there is. That night outside Millington, Tennessee, at a little girl's birthday sleepover, I crossed that line without expecting to. I went there to eat cake, play games, laugh with friends, and stay up too late. Instead, last night turned into one of the most frightening nights I have ever lived through, and even now, while I am trying to put it into words, I still feel uneasy thinking about how it all unfolded. It started in such a normal way that if someone had told me earlier in the evening that I would be sitting here later trying to explain something that felt so dark and unreal, I probably would have laughed it off. But that is how strange nights often begin. They do not always announce themselves right away. They start quietly, inside the ordinary parts of your life, and only later do you realize the night has shifted into something else entirely. I had stayed up much too late. I did not finally get into bed until around 1 in the morning. I was tired, but not in the kind of easy, relaxed way that lets you fall asleep as soon as your head touches the pillow. It was the kind of tired that comes when your body needs rest but your mind refuses to settle. I was lying there in bed thinking about life, about different things that had been on my mind, the kind of thoughts that tend to come when the house is quiet and everyone else is asleep. At that hour, the mind can wander into all sorts of places. Little worries feel larger. Old memories come back. Questions with no answers seem more important. I was wrapped up in that kind of thinking, turning things over inside my own head, and at first it all felt like nothing more than that. Then I heard a voice in my head. It was unfamiliar. That was the first thing that struck me about it. It was not like my own thoughts, and it did not feel like the usual way a person argues with themselves or answers themselves in their mind. It felt separate. The strangest part was that I dismissed it almost immediately. I told myself I was just exhausted. I had stayed up too late. I was overthinking. My mind was tired and probably beginning to blur the edge between thought and sleep. I wanted that explanation, so I took it. But even as I tried to ignore it, I could not fully shake how odd it felt. The voice seemed to come along with a fluttering sound, and there was something deeply wrong about the way it seemed to copy what I was thinking. It was almost like every thought I had, it reflected back at me in some distorted way. Not exactly saying the same thing, but following close enough behind my mind that I could not ignore the feeling that something had gotten too close. I lay there for a while trying not to focus on it. I wanted to believe it was only exhaustion. When you are tired enough, your thoughts can do strange things. That is what I kept telling myself. I did not want to scare myself, and I definitely did not want to believe that something was actually there with me in the room or in my mind. So I tried to let the voice pass and told myself to just relax. After a few more minutes, maybe around 1:15, I started to finally drift off. It was not a deep sleep yet, not even really sleep. It was that in-between place where your eyes are closed and your thoughts are loosening, and you can feel yourself slipping towards sleep but still know, on some level, that you are lying there in bed. That was when I saw the image. With my eyes closed, I suddenly saw the face and shape of what looked like a bald monk. He was wearing a brown robe, but there was nothing peaceful or holy about him. He looked evil. That is the plainest word I can use. There was something deeply wrong in his face, something frightening and unnatural, and the sight of him startled me so hard that I jerked awake. Or at least, I thought I jerked awake. It was about 1:45 then. I know that because the time stuck in my mind the way frightening moments often do, with certain details becoming fixed forever. I knew I was awake. That is one of the things I still feel most certain about. I was not lost in some dream where nothing makes sense afterward. I was awake. I was aware of the room around me, aware of my body, aware of the darkness. But the moment I realized I was awake, I also realized I could not move at all. Not even a little. My body would not respond to me. I tried to move, and nothing happened. That is a kind of terror that is hard to explain to anyone who has not felt it. The mind is awake enough to understand what is happening, but the body feels like it has been taken away from you. You are still in it, still feeling everything, still trapped inside it, but it is no longer yours to command. Then the rest came all at once. The entire room seemed filled with a loud humming or rumbling sound. It was not outside the room. It was not like a distant car or a storm or a fan. It felt like it was inside everything, like the sound had soaked into the space around me and into me too. My ears were ringing hard, not in the small way they sometimes do after a loud noise, but in a way that felt overwhelming, like my whole head had been taken over by the sound. On top of that, I heard something else, something that sounded like something screeching. I do not know how else to describe it. It was not a human scream, not an animal sound I could name, and not any normal household noise. It sounded like something terrible letting out a sound that did not belong in the human world. The room was pitch black. That darkness felt different too. It was not just the normal darkness of nighttime. It felt thick somehow, more present than it should have been, as if the room were full of something I could not see. My whole body began to feel extremely hot. Not just warm from being under blankets or from panic alone. It was like heat was moving through me from the inside. The combination of the sound, the pressure, the ringing in my ears, the blackness, the screeching, and the heat made it feel like the whole room had been taken over by something. I knew I had to do something, but I still could not move. At first I panicked completely inside my own mind. When fear reaches that level, your thoughts stop being neat or calm. They jump, plead, scramble for anything that might help. My whole body was frozen, and the fact that I could not even sit up or turn my head made everything feel even more hopeless. But then one thought came to me clearly. I was wearing my necklace of Saint Mary. That small object suddenly became the one thing in the world I needed to reach. I cannot explain exactly why, except that in a moment like that, your faith or whatever you were raised to trust often becomes the first place your mind runs. So I tried with all my strength to move one hand toward my necklace. It took everything in me just to make that effort. It was like pushing through a force I could not see. My body felt pinned, but slowly, with an effort that felt almost impossible, I managed to move my hand little by little. I cannot say how long it really took. In moments like that, time changes. A few seconds can feel like minutes. A minute can feel like something much longer. All I know is that eventually, I touched the necklace. The moment I did, I began repeating the Lord's Prayer over and over in my head. I could not say it out loud, because I still did not fully trust my body to move or my voice to come. So I said it silently in my mind, again and again, forcing my thoughts to stay on the words even as fear kept trying to scatter them. I clung to that prayer because it was something steady, something known, something stronger than the noise and the darkness and the terror. I do not know how long I repeated it, only that after a few minutes, the sound began to change. The ringing in my ears softened. The humming started to fade. The pressure on my body began to loosen. The screeching stopped. It was like whatever had settled over me started to retreat. Then, little by little, I could move again. The moment that control returned to my body, I sat up. My whole body was tingling. That tingling was everywhere, from head to toe, like all my nerves had been electrified and were only now settling down again. I was shaking. I did not sit there trying to be brave or to convince myself I was okay. I got up immediately and went straight to my mom's room because I was completely freaked out. I needed to be near another person. I needed light, comfort, safety, something that proved I was back in the normal world. I did not want to be alone after that. So I ended up sleeping in my parents' room. At least, that was the plan. I thought that if I was in there, surrounded by other people, I would be safe enough to rest. I thought whatever had happened in my room would not happen again, or at least not there. I thought simply being away from my own bed and in a room with my parents would somehow break whatever had happened. For a little while, being there did help. I calmed down some. The room felt more normal. The fear eased enough that I thought maybe I could get a little sleep after all. But about an hour and a half later, it happened again. I woke up startled, and instantly I knew what was happening. I was fully awake, aware, and once again unable to move. That was the most terrifying part the second time. The first time, there was still an element of shock and confusion. The second time, the moment I realized I was awake and frozen again, I knew exactly what I was in. That knowledge made the fear even sharper. It was no longer a one-time event I could maybe explain away later as some strange moment of exhaustion or half-dreaming. It was happening again, in another room, after I had already tried to escape it. This time, I did not see the monk. At least not then. The images came later in a different way. But the paralysis was there, and the sound was there too, and the same terrible helplessness rushed over me again. I remember thinking, almost shouting it inside myself, "Why are you doing this to me? Stop!" That thought came from pure desperation. It was not calm. It was not brave. It was the cry of someone who could not bear the experience a second time and wanted it to end. And after a few seconds it did. The sound faded. The pressure lifted. My body was released again. And just like before, the tingling came afterward, running all through me in that same electric, unnatural way. That tingling became part of the experience in my mind because it always marked the return, the moment when whatever had held me let go, and my body became mine again. I wanted badly to sleep after that, but I could not. Every time I was just about to drift off, every time my eyes would close and my body would begin to sink towards sleep again, a terrifying image would flash into my mind and jerk me back awake. It was like sleep itself had become dangerous. I could no longer trust the simple act of closing my eyes. The images would come fast and hard, like flashes of something ugly and frightening, and each one would startle me wide awake again before I could fall. It happened over and over. I would try to rest, try to let go, try to tell myself I was safe now, and then just as sleep approached, another horrible image would strike across my mind and wake me again. So I did not sleep after that. Not really. The night became one long stretch of fear, waiting, watching, and trying not to close my eyes too fully. By the time morning came, I felt wrung out. I was exhausted but too unsettled to rest. That kind of night does something to your whole day after. You feel drained, shaky, and not fully present, because part of you is still trapped in what happened while the rest of you is trying to act normal. The hardest part now is thinking about tonight. Because one terrible night is bad enough. 2 attacks in one night are much worse. But once it has happened, you cannot help wondering if it will happen again. You start to fear bedtime itself. You begin to dread the dark and the quiet. You become afraid of the exact moment when your thoughts loosen and sleep begins to come, because now that moment has become the place where the frightening thing enters. That is where I am now. I am genuinely afraid to see how tonight goes. Part of me keeps hoping it was a single terrible night, something that will not return, something I can get past if I just calm down and try again. But another part of me is frightened that now that it has happened, it may come back again as soon as I close my eyes. I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. Was it because I stayed up too late? Was it because my mind was too active and too tired at the same time? Was it something spiritual? Was it some kind of attack? Was I seeing things from the edge of sleep, or was something actually there with me in the room? The truth is, I do not know. I do know that it did not feel like an ordinary dream. I have had nightmares before. I know what bad dreams feel like. This was not the same. I was awake enough to know exactly what was happening around me, to know what time it was, to know where I was, to know that my body would not move, and to know when the sounds and the pressure left. Dreams do not usually leave behind a full body tingling so strong that it feels like your nerves are on fire. Dreams do not usually make you leap out of bed and run to your mother's room because you are certain something terrible has touched your space. Whatever this was, it felt more real than any nightmare I have ever had. And the image of that monk is still with me too. That face appeared before the first attack like a warning. Bald, evil, robed in brown, and so full of wrongness that even the brief glimpse of him was enough to shock me awake. I cannot stop thinking about why that image came first. Was it the thing itself? Was it only a symbol my mind created for something darker and less understandable? Was it something sent to frighten me before the real attack began? I do not know. But the fact that it was there, and that it felt so separate from my own normal thoughts, makes it hard for me to dismiss it as random. Even the voice I heard earlier in the night keeps coming back to me now that I think about it. At the time, I pushed it aside because I was tired and did not want to overreact. But the more I remember it, the stranger it feels. That unfamiliar voice seemed to move with my thoughts, copying them somehow, almost like it was testing the shape of my mind. And it came with that fluttering sound, which now feels like the beginning of something I should have noticed more carefully. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it was the first sign that sleep was beginning to turn strange. Or maybe it was the first knock on the door of my mind before the rest of the night broke open. I wish I had a clear answer for all of this. I wish I could say with certainty it was only one thing or another. If someone told me it was just exhaustion, maybe part of me would want to believe that, because that explanation would feel safer. But exhaustion alone does not explain the power of what I felt. It does not explain why the room seemed filled with noise and pressure. It does not explain why I reached for my St. Mary necklace with such desperation, or why the Lord's Prayer seemed to help. It does not explain why the second attack came again after I had moved rooms. And it certainly does not explain the way sleep itself became full of flashing scary images afterward. At the same time, if someone told me this was definitely some evil force attacking me, that would terrify me too. Because then what am I supposed to do tonight? What am I supposed to do if it comes again? How do you prepare for something like that when all you can really do is lie down, close your eyes, and hope you still belong fully to your own body when sleep comes? That is where the fear is now. Not only in what happened, but in what may happen next. There is something especially cruel about being afraid of sleep, because sleep is supposed to be where the body heals and rests. When that becomes the very thing you fear, the whole night changes. Bed is no longer comfort. Darkness is no longer quiet. Closing your eyes is no longer relief. Everything becomes a doorway to the possibility of it happening again. I also cannot stop thinking about the exact date, early morning on September 19th. That detail now feels marked in my mind. Some nights just become fixed forever like that. You remember the date, the time, the order of things, the sounds, the words in your own mind, and the physical feeling afterward. I know I will remember 3:12 and 1:45 and that long sleepless stretch afterward for a very long time. Fear freezes details into memory in a way ordinary life rarely does. Part of me feels embarrassed even writing all this down, because I know how strange it sounds. I know how easily people can hear a story like this and say sleep paralysis, nightmare, stress, overactive imagination, religious panic, or anything else that makes the story smaller and easier to handle. Maybe some of that is part of what happened. I cannot deny that I was tired. I had stayed up too late. I had been thinking a lot. All of that is true. But what is also true is that the experience itself felt bigger than any simple explanation I can find. It felt invasive. It felt hostile. It felt like something entered the room and then entered me, and I am not the same today as I was before that night. Even now, I feel a deep need to keep my necklace close. That surprised me a little after the fact, because although I have always believed, not every ordinary day makes faith feel so immediate and physical. But during that first attack, reaching that necklace and repeating the Lord's Prayer felt like the only path back to myself. Whether someone else believes that or not does not change what it meant to me. In those moments, it was not symbolic. It was survival. And because of that, it now carries a weight it did not carry before. It has become tied to the memory of getting through something I still do not fully understand. I also think there is a kind of loneliness in experiences like this. Even when you go straight to your mother's room, even when the house is not technically empty, the event itself happens inside a space no one else fully enters with you. They can comfort you afterward. They can believe you or not believe you. They can help calm you down. But the paralysis, the sound, the heat, the pressure, the images, all of that happens in a place that only you can feel from the inside. That is one reason it is so hard to explain afterward. Words flatten it. They make it sound more manageable than it was. But the experience itself was huge and terrible and overwhelming. If tonight goes better, I will be grateful in a way I cannot even explain. If I sleep undisturbed, I think I will feel like I have been given something back. But if it happens again, then I know I will not be able to keep pretending it was only one bad night. For now, all I can do is remember every detail, stay close to what gives me comfort, and hope that when darkness comes again, it passes quietly this time. Because honestly, after what happened, the simple idea of lying down and closing my eyes no longer feels simple at all. When I was a young child, one of the things I loved most was taking trips out of state to visit family. Those trips always felt special to me. They were not just about traveling somewhere different. They were about being surrounded by people I did not get to see every day, laughing with cousins, eating food that tasted different from what we had at home, listening to adults tell stories, and feeling that kind of noisy family closeness that only happens when many relatives are gathered under one roof. As a child, I looked forward to those visits more than almost anything. It meant long car rides that felt exciting instead of tiring, houses full of voices, and endless chances to run around, play games, and stay up later than usual because there were cousins around and nobody wanted the fun to stop. Most of those trips are still warm in my memory. I think about them now and remember the good parts first. I remember the way adults smiled when they opened the door and saw us arrive. I remember how cousins would act shy for maybe 1 minute and then immediately go back to feeling like brothers and sisters. I remember staying up whispering in the dark, laughing over small things that only children find hilarious, and waking up to the smell of breakfast already being made in some crowded kitchen. For a child, that kind of travel feels magical because you leave your normal life for a while and enter another world that still belongs to you because it is family. But not every family trip was simple and happy. There was one trip to Michigan that has stayed with me in a very different way. We still went there to visit family, yes, but this was not one of those joyful visits built around celebration or holidays, or a simple summer gathering. The reason we went was heavier than that. The mood around the whole trip was different from the start, though as a child I did not fully understand all of that at first. I only knew that the adults carried themselves differently, that they spoke in more serious tones, and that certain names were spoken carefully or not at all. When you are young, you notice that kind of thing even if you do not understand the details. You can feel when grown-ups are uneasy. You can feel when there is family history behind a situation, something too complicated to be explained simply to children. That was the feeling attached to this trip. The trip involved my mother's aunt, a woman not many people in my family liked to talk about openly. It was not that they forgot her or pretended she did not exist. It was more like they carried a certain discomfort whenever her name came up. She was still family, so nobody erased her completely, but there was something around her that made people lower their voices, change the subject, or speak with caution. The reasons for that, as I came to understand later, had a lot to do with the fact that she was known for being involved in things many people in my family feared. She liked to dabble in black magic, or witchcraft, or as my mommy would say, brujeria. That word alone carries a certain feeling when spoken in a family full of old stories, religion, fear, tradition, and respect for things people do not fully understand. It is not the sort of word people toss around carelessly when they mean nothing by it. In my family, brujeria meant something serious. It meant crossing into dangerous spiritual territory, calling on things better left alone, using rituals and powers for reasons that other people did not trust. Whether every story told about her was true, I cannot say with full certainty. Families have a way of building legends around difficult relatives, and sometimes those legends grow over time. But I know this much: people believed she practiced things they wanted no part of, and because of that, she was never especially loved in the family. Still, she was family. And family has a strange power over people, even when those people are afraid, angry, or deeply uncomfortable. Blood ties do not disappear just because someone has made choices others reject. So when the time came and we had to go and pay our respects to her, there was no real question about whether we would go. We had to. That is how family works in many homes, especially in mine. You may not approve of someone. You may avoid them. You may not like to speak of them. But when the moment comes where respect is required, you go. So we went to Michigan. When we got there, we needed a place to stay, and at that time the only place available was my mother's aunt's house. That detail mattered more than anyone probably liked, because it meant we would not just be visiting there during the daytime. We would be sleeping there. Living there, even if only briefly. Whatever people thought of the house, whatever history or feeling clung to it, we were stepping into it completely. There was no convenient hotel waiting, no easier arrangement, no other relative's place with enough room. Her house was what was available, so that is where we went. The house itself was not large. It had only 2 bedrooms, and one of those 2 bedrooms was already occupied by her grandson, who lived there with her. That meant space was tight from the moment we arrived. Families can make do with crowded houses easily enough when they need to, and children are usually expected to accept whatever sleeping arrangements are available without too much complaint. So it ended up that my brother and I, along with my parents, all shared my mother's aunt's room. As a child, that did not seem too unusual to me. Crowded sleeping arrangements on family trips were normal. You throw blankets down, squeeze onto mattresses, share rooms, and go to sleep where there is room. That part alone did not scare me. What scared me came later. At first, things were fine. Or at least they seemed fine in the way a strange family house can seem fine when adults are still awake and moving around and the light of evening is still in the windows. A house can feel almost ordinary while people are talking in the kitchen and chairs are scraping on the floor and someone is still washing dishes or telling a story in the next room. It is only later, when the adults start going quiet, when children are told to settle down, and when the dark really takes hold of the rooms, that a place begins to show its deeper mood. That is what happened there. My younger brother and I were told it was time to go to bed. Like most active children, we did not want to sleep. We were in a different place, around family, and full of the usual restless energy children carry late into the night when they know they are not in their own beds. We wanted excuses. Any excuse? We wanted reasons to stay awake longer and to keep each other entertained. So once we were lying there together, instead of sleeping, we started playing little games the way kids do when they are trying to pretend they are not tired. One of those games was I Spy. It was simple, familiar, harmless, and exactly the sort of thing children play when they are trapped in bed but not ready to let the day end. I remember that in the beginning it really did feel innocent. We were just trying to pass time and annoy each other a little, keep ourselves laughing softly, and stretch the night a few minutes longer. Then it became my brother's turn, and what he said next has stayed with me all these years because it changed the feeling of that room instantly. He said, "I spy something black." That by itself meant nothing. There were plenty of black things in a bedroom at night, especially when the light is low and shadows make everything darker than it is. So I waited for more. Then he said, "I spy something black with yellow eyes." That made me more alert. Not frightened yet, but more interested. A child hears yellow eyes in the dark and naturally begins searching harder. My mind probably ran first to the most normal answer available. Then he added, "I spy something black with yellow eyes and purrs." At that point, I answered immediately, "A cat." That seemed obvious. And then I looked around to find the cat he meant. That was the moment everything in the room changed. There really was a cat there. It was up near the top of the bed, looking down at us where we were lying on the floor. Even now, what unsettles me is how natural it looked at first. It did not appear as some impossible monster right away. It was simply a cat, black, with those eyes fixed on us. My brother and I, being children, did not immediately leap to fear. Instead, we did what children do with a cat. We started playing with it. We talked to it, reached toward it, and got excited that there was a cat in the room with us. For those first moments, it almost felt fun, like some secret little discovery we had made while everyone else thought we were settling down to sleep. We made enough noise that my mother came in to scold us. That part remains very clear to me because in normal family life, a parent entering the room to tell children to quiet down is such an ordinary thing. It should have broken the strangeness right away. It should have turned the whole situation back into something simple. She came in irritated because we were still awake and making noise when we should have been trying to sleep. We immediately explained ourselves and told her that there was a cat, that we were only playing with the cat, and that was why we were not asleep. And my mother told us there was no cat in the house. She said it simply and firmly, the way adults speak when they believe children are making up an excuse. She said there was no cat there, and that we needed to go to sleep. To her, it was probably one more childish trick to delay bedtime. But what happened next matters because it changed her understanding too, even if not in front of us right away. As soon as she walked out, we heard her talking with her cousin. My mother's cousin told her that there had been a cat in the house once, but that it had died years earlier. Then she told her the part that made everything turn darker. After the cat died, Aunt Trini, my mother's aunt, had used some of her magic and cast a spell to bring the cat back so it could protect the house and protect her. When I think about that now, the whole room seems to shift in memory. At the time, we were children, and even though we heard some of the conversation, I do not think we understood the full weight of it then. But the adults clearly did. My mother, after hearing that, told her cousin that it was best if that information be kept from us. That one sentence says a lot. It says she believed enough of the story to want to hide it from her children. It says that what we had taken for a simple cat might not have been simple at all. It says that even the adults, who often try to explain things away for the sake of children, knew there was something better left unsaid. Later in life, my mother told me more about what happened that same night after my brother and I were finally made to lie down quietly. According to her, she and her cousin stayed up talking, catching up on old memories and family stories the way relatives do when children are supposed to be sleeping. While they were sitting there, my mother saw the cat. At first, it looked exactly as you might imagine. It was at the top of the stairs and began to come down very slowly, step by step. That alone was not frightening. A cat walking downstairs is normal. It would not have meant anything if that were all it did. But then, as my mother watched, she said the cat changed shape as it came down the stairs. It changed into a man. Even writing that plainly still feels strange, because it is such a terrible image. My mother said she saw the cat descending the stairs, and somewhere in that movement its form shifted, transforming into a man. Then later, when it went back up the stairs, it changed back again. That image is hard to shake once you imagine it. A cat becoming a man and then a man becoming a cat again in the same house where stories of black magic were already hanging in the air. If my mother had not seen it herself, perhaps she could have ignored what we said about the cat. But after that, she could not. When she questioned her cousin again, wanting more explanation, her cousin told her that yes, this was the cat Aunt Trini had brought back. And even worse, Aunt Trini had intentionally cast the spell in such a way that the cat could take the shape of a man. Her reason, according to the cousin, was that if anyone saw her speaking to a man, it would not seem suspicious the way it might if she were always seen speaking to a cat that should have been dead. That explanation has always disturbed me deeply, not only because of the shape-shifting idea itself, but because of the intention behind it. It suggests planning, purpose, and something deeply unnatural. It was not simply a dead pet returning out of affection or some harmless family superstition. According to that story, it was a creature brought back for protection and given the ability to appear differently when needed. That changes the entire mood of the house. It means every movement, every glance, every quiet appearance of that cat carried a hidden possibility under it. It was not only an animal. It was something else wearing the shape of one. The rest of the time we stayed there, strange things kept happening. The house no longer felt like a family home where we were temporarily crowded together because of difficult circumstances. It felt watched. It felt occupied by more than the living people inside it. We would pass mirrors and see the image of Aunt Trini in them, or at least what we believed was her image. That is another one of those details that sounds small until you have experienced it. A mirror should only reflect what is there. But when you catch something in one, and it should not be there, it changes how you move through a room. Mirrors stop being ordinary objects and become little windows you do not entirely trust. There were also times when we would hear people talking in her room even when no one was inside. That sort of thing is sometimes more frightening than seeing a figure because voices feel active. They feel aware. They suggest conversation happening in a place that should be empty. You can dismiss one strange noise in a house. You can even dismiss two. But repeated voices in an empty room, in a house already full of dark stories, are harder to brush aside. The room itself began to feel like it had a life that did not depend on who was physically inside it. And then there was the cat. It did not just appear once and disappear forever. We saw it sit and stare at us in ways no ordinary cat should. We watched its eyes change color. That detail is one that still unnerves me because eyes are one of the first things people trust when trying to decide what kind of presence they are near. Animal eyes reflect light strangely, yes, but this did not feel like normal reflection. It felt as though the creature itself changed in front of us in small ways, enough to let us know it was not only a pet wandering through the house. It watched us. That is the feeling I remember most. Not that it looked cute or calm or harmless, but that it watched us as if we were the strange ones in its home. Needless to say, after we left that house, we never went back to stay there again. That decision did not surprise anyone. By then, even if some people in the family still tried to avoid saying things out loud, too much had happened for anyone to feel comfortable sleeping there again. Visiting in daylight is one thing. Sleeping in a house where a dead cat may not stay a cat, where rooms hold voices, where mirrors reflect what should not be there, is something else entirely. My mother did not need much convincing after what she had seen on the stairs. We left, and whatever family obligations existed, they did not include spending another night under that roof if it could be avoided. Years later, my mother's cousin tried to sell the house. That should have been simple enough. Houses are sold all the time, and whatever family stories cling to them, new owners usually come in with fresh eyes and practical concerns. But in this case, the house would not sell. Or rather, every attempt to sell it failed for one faulty reason or another. That is how the failures were described. Something always seemed to go wrong when people came to see the house. It was never just one neat explanation. It was problem after problem, excuse after excuse, until the pattern itself began to feel like part of the haunting. The people who toured the place would often say similar things. They would mention that some rooms felt much colder than others, colder in a way that did not seem normal or easy to explain. They would say they felt like someone was watching them. That detail matters to me because it tells me that the strangeness of the house was not only built from family stories and inherited fear. People with no family ties to Aunt Trini, no emotional connection to her, no background in our stories, still walked into that place and felt that same pressure. That suggests something in the house remained active enough for strangers to notice. I know this story may be hard to believe. I know it sounds like the kind of thing people would dismiss quickly if they had never grown up around such stories or never felt that strange heaviness in a place for themselves. A dead cat brought back by magic. A cat changing into a man. Mirrors showing the image of the dead. Voices in empty rooms. Eyes changing color. Houses that refuse to let themselves be sold. On paper, it all sounds unbelievable. But family stories like this are rarely tidy or polite enough to sound reasonable. They are messy. They carry fear and memory and the weight of people trying to explain what they saw with the words available to them. All I can say is that I believe Aunt Trini held on to that house in a way that went far beyond ordinary attachment. Some people love their homes deeply. They fill them with memories, rituals, objects, and parts of themselves until the house becomes almost an extension of who they are. In Aunt Trini's case, I think that attachment became something darker and stronger than most people would understand. If she truly practiced what the family said she practiced, if she truly worked with Brujeria and called things back that should have remained gone, then it makes sense in a strange way that she would also try to hold on to the place she loved most, even after death. That, more than anything else, is what I think we were experiencing there. Not just one haunting. Not just a strange animal spirit. But a woman's refusal to let go. Aunt Trini was never popular in the family, but she still belonged to it. And that house, I think, belonged to her in a way she was never willing to surrender. If bringing back the cat was meant to protect the house and herself, then perhaps it was only one part of a larger effort to keep that place under her control even after she was gone. Maybe the cold rooms, the voices, the mirrors, the staring cat, and the feeling of being watched were all pieces of that same hold. Maybe she built so much of herself into the place that death did not fully remove her from it. What stays with me most now is the shift that happened in me during that trip. At first, we were just children going with our parents because family duty required it. We did not understand the full history. We only knew there was some awkwardness around the name Aunt Trini, and that the adults did not like to talk too openly about her. Then, one game of I Spy in a dark bedroom suddenly made everything feel different. A cat became more than a cat. Family gossip became witness. Fear became memory. A strange old woman who had once been spoken of only in careful tones became a real presence to me through what I saw, heard, and felt in that house. It also taught me something early about the way children see things before adults are ready to explain them. My brother and I did not go into that room expecting to find some spirit cat. We were not hunting for ghosts. We were only trying not to sleep. Yet we saw the cat. We played with it. We heard the adults confirm that there had once been such a cat and that it had died long before. Children often stumble into the truth in exactly that way, without intention, without preparation, and without the protective disbelief adults build around themselves. After that trip, I never looked at certain family stories the same way again. What used to sound exaggerated began to feel possible. What used to feel like gossip began to feel like warning. And what used to seem like superstition began to feel like a different language people used when they had experienced things too strange to fit into ordinary explanation. I also understood my mother differently after hearing what she saw on those stairs. A child sees fear in an adult's face, and remembers it differently than anything else. Adults can reassure you with words, but when you know they have seen something they cannot explain, their fear speaks louder than any comfort they offer. My mother was not a woman easily shaken by childish nonsense, yet she saw that cat change and never forgot it. That gave the whole story weight for me in a way nothing else could. So yes, I do believe Aunt Trini was trying to hold on to the place she loved, even after death. I believe she had tied herself to that house through the same dark practices that made the family fear her in life. I believe the cat was part of that. I believe the house remained disturbed because of that attachment. And I believe that once we left, we were right never to stay there again. Some houses do not want to let go of the people who belong to them. And some people do not let go of their houses either. That house in Michigan felt like one of those places, where the dead had not fully left, where the things called back did not return cleanly, and where anyone who entered without understanding what had been done there could still feel, long after the rituals were over, that the place belonged to someone who was not ready to give it up. It all started in the year 2000, when I was living in a rented house in a small town called Eichard. Even now, when I think back to that place, I can still feel the heavy mood it carried. Some houses feel warm the moment you step inside. Some feel ordinary. And then there are places that feel wrong before anything even happens. This house felt wrong from the very beginning. I did not move there because I loved it. I moved there because I needed somewhere to live, and at that point in my life, need mattered more than comfort. The town itself did not help much either. It had that isolated, backwoods feeling, the kind of place where people keep to themselves and do not make newcomers feel especially welcome. Folks were not exactly friendly. They looked at you more than they talked to you, and you could feel that you were not really part of anything there. The whole place had a gloomy feeling, and the house fit right into it. I still remember the first day I walked through it. I had barely even stepped inside before I felt that something was off. I could not explain it in a clear way at the time. It was just one of those feelings you get when your body seems to know something before your mind has caught up. The rooms were still, but not peaceful. The silence did not feel empty. It felt occupied somehow, even when no one was there. I noticed it immediately, but because I needed the place, I ignored my instincts and took it anyway. Looking back, I sometimes wonder what might have happened if I had trusted that first feeling and walked away. But at the time I had no luxury to do that. A roof over my head was a roof over my head, and that was enough reason to stay. Not long after I moved in, I found out something that made that first uneasy feeling make much more sense. The previous owner had died in the house, right there in the living room. Nobody told me that before I agreed to rent it. I learned it later, and once I did, every strange little thing in that house started to feel heavier. A death in a house does not always mean anything supernatural, I know that. People die in homes all the time, and many homes go on being ordinary. But when a place already feels wrong and then you learn someone died there, it changes how you hear every creak and how you see every shadow. Suddenly the atmosphere does not seem imaginary anymore. It seems like something has a reason. After a while, I started noticing things that were easy to brush aside one by one, at least at first. I would hear faint whispers from time to time. Not loud enough to understand words, not sharp enough to prove anything, but there. Soft, thin, almost like voices trying to stay hidden. Sometimes I would catch movement out of the corner of my eye. Just enough to make me turn my head, but never enough to clearly see what it was. At first I told myself it was just the strain of living in a place that already made me nervous. When you feel uncomfortable in a house, your mind can turn every small thing into something bigger. That is what I told myself. But the feeling never really left. Even the bathroom felt wrong in that house. More than once, while I was showering, I found myself sliding the glass shower door open just to check if someone was standing there watching me. That is how strong the feeling became. I would be in there alone, water running, and yet I would feel eyes on me so clearly that I could not relax. I had to keep checking. Nothing was ever there when I looked, but that did not stop the feeling from coming back the next time. Living like that wears on you. When a house makes you feel watched even during simple moments like taking a shower, your body never really rests. It stays alert. It stays ready for something it cannot name. Now this is the part where the whole story starts sounding ridiculous, at least if you say it too quickly. But it is the truth, and I can only tell it the way it happened. During that time, I had become a little too attached to a video game called CTR, which was Crash Team Racing on the PlayStation. I played it a lot. Honestly, I was kind of addicted to it. To this day it is still one of my favorite games. It was one of those things that gave me comfort and escape back then. When the house felt too heavy or I needed to take my mind off life, I would sit down and play. In that game, there are different icons and power-ups, and one of them is a tiki statue that can be either helpful or harmful depending on what is going on. The image of that tiki face was something I saw again and again while playing, so of course it was familiar to me. One night, after I had been out with some friends, I came home late and went almost straight to bed. I was tired, and I did not have the energy to do much of anything else. It seemed like a normal enough night in that sense. Nothing dramatic had happened while I was out. I did not come home already frightened or shaken. I just got in bed, ready to sleep, the way anyone would after being out late. I had only been lying there for a few minutes when that terrible feeling hit me again, only stronger than ever before. It was not just the usual discomfort. This time the feeling was sharp and immediate. I knew, with a certainty that made my whole body tense, that I was not alone in that room. I was lying on my back, and I remember feeling dread before I even opened my eyes. It was like some part of me already knew I was not going to like what I saw. Still, I slowly opened them. In the upper left-hand corner of the room, above the door, there was something there. I saw a large black swirling mass, like a dark cloud or a spinning patch of shadow that did not belong to the room. It was not shaped like a person, not at first. It was more like a blot of darkness moving within itself, alive in a way shadows are not supposed to be. As I stared at it, too frightened to move, something came forward from the center of that black mass. It was the face of the evil tiki statue from the game. Bright red and orange, glowing against the blackness around it. Even now, that part makes me uncomfortable in a way I cannot fully explain. It would have been frightening enough to see a dark shape in the room. But seeing that face, something pulled right out of a game I had been obsessively playing, made it feel personal. Like whatever was there was using something it knew I would recognize. The tiki face itself only appeared for a moment, then vanished, but the black swirling blob remained. That was almost worse, because the face gave it a kind of identity for a second and then disappeared, leaving me alone with the thing itself. I stayed perfectly still. I did not know what else to do. Moving did not even feel like an option. I could see it, and I knew it was moving, but I could not imagine how I was supposed to respond. As I watched, it started slowly descending down the wall near the door. It moved with purpose. That is what frightened me so badly. It was not drifting or floating without direction. It was coming down. Coming closer. And somehow, even before it reached the floor, I knew it was coming for me. That thought hit my mind with terrible certainty. It was not just in the room. It was on its way to me. When it reached the floor, it kept moving. I could clearly see it crossing the room toward my bed. I still get goosebumps when I think about that. The image has never fully left me. A black swirling thing, moving over the floor like a dark stain with a will of its own, closing the space between us inch by inch. It was not rushing. That made it worse. It was slow, deliberate, patient. It was as if it knew I had nowhere to go, and wanted me to feel every second of its approach. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my whole chest. I remember thinking, oh no, not again, though even now I do not fully know why that thought came. Maybe some deeper part of me recognized the feeling from another strange experience. Maybe I had already known fear like this in a way I had tried to forget. But that was the thought in my mind as it came toward me. When it reached the side of my bed, it sank down out of sight. That was the point where fear became almost unbearable. Once it disappeared below the level of the mattress, I could no longer see it, but I knew exactly where it had gone. I knew it was coming under the covers. It is strange how fear can give you that kind of certainty. There was no logic to it. I simply knew. I knew it was coming under the blanket to reach me directly, and there was nothing I could do except lie there and wait. Then I felt the covers move. That was the moment when whatever was happening stopped being only visual and became completely physical. I felt the blanket shift. Something was under there with me. Not in my imagination, not only in the room, but physically under the covers, moving toward my body. I cannot describe the horror of waiting for contact while knowing it is coming and being unable to stop it. It moved slowly, almost carefully, as if it were making sure I felt every second. Then it touched my left arm. The instant I felt its finger, it was like being plugged into electricity. That is the closest comparison I have ever found. It was like someone had stuck a live electric cord straight into me. My whole body jolted. Not a little twitch, not a startle, but violent, full-body shocks from head to toe. I was literally being shocked. The energy ran through me in waves, and it felt completely outside anything normal. Pain, fear, confusion, and disbelief all hit at once. It was not just frightening. It was physically overwhelming in a way that made the whole event impossible for me to ever dismiss as a simple dream or a trick of the mind. Then it spoke. It said, "Just one more time." Even now that sentence makes no sense to me, and maybe that is part of why it has stayed with me so strongly. If it had said something obviously threatening, maybe I could have placed it more easily in the category of nightmare or haunting or whatever else people want to call such things. But, "just one more time," is so strange, so oddly specific and yet so incomplete, that it has puzzled me ever since. One more time of what? What did it mean? Why say that to me? I do not know. I still do not know. The sentence has sat in my mind all these years like a piece of a puzzle that belongs to something I cannot see. While it said that, my whole body kept jerking with those shocks. I was being jolted from head to toe, trapped in this impossible experience, and then suddenly, in the middle of it, a thought came into my mind from somewhere deeper than panic. I thought, God, please help me. The second I thought that, everything stopped. Immediately. No slow fading. No gradual release. Just stopped. 1 second I was in the middle of that terrible electric jolt, and the next second it was over. The room was still, the pressure was gone, and I was free to move. I shot up and turned on the light at once. The room felt cold. Very cold. I remember noticing that immediately. The air had changed. It was as if whatever had been there had taken warmth with it when it left. I sat there in that cold light trying to understand what had just happened, but there was no way to make sense of it. Shortly after that, something happened that I only understood much later. My next-door neighbor showed up at my door to witness to me. At the time, I did not really understand what that meant. He was one of those people who sincerely believes that God puts it on his heart to warn someone about their sins and urge them towards salvation. To him, it was probably an act of love or duty. To me, back then, it felt intrusive and offensive. I was not involved in church at the time. I did not understand his language, his urgency, or why he was saying what he was saying. I barely knew what to do with the experience I had just had, and now here was this man talking about God and sin and my soul. It irritated me more than it comforted me then. But later, I came to see that differently. Not long after, I started dating a girl who went to church regularly. Through her, I began going too. At first, maybe I only went because of her, but over time something in me shifted. I kept going. I listened. I learned. Eventually I was saved, and with that came an understanding I did not have before. I came to realize what that neighbor had been trying to do that day. At the time I found him irritating and overbearing, but later I saw that maybe he really had been moved by something bigger than himself. Maybe he had been one part of a path I did not understand yet. I have often thought about the timing of that. The attack, or whatever it was, and then shortly afterward this neighbor arriving to speak to me about God. It is hard not to see a connection now, even if I could not see it then. I believe God creates paths that lead people toward Him, and maybe that was one of mine. Not an easy path. Not a gentle one. But a path all the same. Some people come to faith through comfort. Some through loss. Some through quiet conviction. And some, maybe, through fear and a desperate cry for help in the dark. I did not stay in that house much longer after that. A couple of months later, I moved out. I could not keep living there with all that had happened and all the strange little things that had already been building before that terrible night. The whispers, the movements at the edge of sight, the feeling of being watched, the fear in the shower, the heavy atmosphere in the rooms, and then that black thing in my bedroom. It was enough. I needed to leave. I remember the day I moved out very clearly too. As I was leaving, a cabinet door in the kitchen slammed shut by itself. No one touched it. There was no draft strong enough to explain it. It slammed like something making a final statement. It felt like something was telling me goodbye. And honestly, that goodbye felt less like sadness and more like a warning not to forget what had happened there. I have had many other experiences in my life, more than I can fit into one story, and some of them are tied to the girl I later dated, the one who brought me into church. Those are stories for another time. But this experience in Ikard remains one of the strongest and clearest because of how direct it was. It started with a house that felt wrong from the first day. It grew through whispers and watching and small signs. Then it burst into something undeniable, something that touched me, shocked me, spoke to me, and left me cold and changed afterward. People can call it whatever they want. A haunting. A demonic attack. A nightmare made too real. A spiritual turning point. I only know what I lived. And I know that when I cried out to God for help, it ended. That alone tells me something important, even now. The house may have been gloomy before I ever stepped inside. The previous owner may have died there. The town may have felt unwelcoming and strange. I may have carried loneliness, confusion, and fear into that place with me. All of that may have set the stage. But whatever came for me that night did not get to stay. And maybe that is the part that matters most to me now. Not only that something evil or dark came close, but that it did not have the final word. When I think back on that house now, I do not only remember the fear. I remember the lesson hidden inside it too. Some things in this world are darker than people like to admit. Some places carry things with them. Some experiences do not fit inside neat explanations. But I also believe now that there is help beyond what we can see, even when we do not fully understand it yet. I did not know that then. I only cried out in desperation. But even desperation can become a prayer if it is honest enough. That house in Ikard was one of the places that changed me. It frightened me. It confused me. It pushed me toward questions I had not wanted to ask. And in the end, it became part of the strange road that led me somewhere I never expected to go. That does not make the fear less real. It only means the story did not end in that room.